Chapter 481. Thank you. Chapter 481. Thank you. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Aesop coughed. You've won this game, but I don't want to see Ames. Black Star, can we discuss it? Han Xiao suppressed his murderous intent and said with surprise, do you not want to see your apprentice that much? Back then, I only casually adopted a little girl, spent some time with her, and taught her the method to awaken her super talent. How could I have known that she would go on to become a beyond grade A whose name has spread across an entire star field? Aesop shook his head. If only I'd known, I wouldn't have adopted her. With her strength, if she finds me, there definitely won't be any way for me to escape. Those kind of days without freedom will be the same as imprisonment. It brings me horror just thinking about it. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Casually adopting a little girl who turned out to be one of the strongest people many years later. Why does this sound so familiar? Furthermore, this old man looks so reluctant. Hey, you can show off, but don't go over the line. Damn it. Holding back the desire to criticize, Han Xiao asked, so, why did you come back since you don't want to see her? Aesop did not possess the demeanor that one would expect from someone who was countless years old. Like a stubborn old man, he said, the more she wants to find me, the more I want to linger before her eyes, a horrible personality as always. Han Xiao was speechless. In his previous life, Aesop had wandered everywhere and was a mystery shopkeeper in the player's eyes. But one day he was dragged into a conflict between two star system civilizations. As always, he carried out a game. However, having walked along the shore for so long, it was inevitable that he would get his shoes wet one day. Aesop failed, and it cost him his life. He did not meet Ames again. After 100 years of searching, Ames only saw Aesop's tombstone in the end. Ames did everything based on her mood, and she acted out of impulse. She vented her rage and smashed every planet in the territory of these two civilizations, including their mother planets, ending countless lives. The survivors not in the territory at that time filed a complaint to the three universal civilizations. Such a violent act severely violated the lawful accords, so Floating Dragon lost its privileges and was besieged by numerous armies. At that time, a large number of players accepted missions and took part in the siege. Countless battleships were destroyed in the battle, as was Floating Dragon Island. Although Ames did not die in the battle, she disappeared. The renowned Beyond Grade A from the Shattered Star Ring was never seen again. Of course, that all happened in a very late version. Since Han Xiao had captured Aesop, if he let Ames meet Aesop, it would be something that had not happened in his previous life, so he did not know how it would turn out. Nonetheless, the tragedies of two civilizations with trillions of civilians being slaughtered, Floating Dragon Island destroyed, and Ames being heavily injured should not happen again. Never mind, I owe her a favor. I shall give him to Ames. Killing him will only cause unnecessary risks. Shaking his head, Han Xiao kept his thoughts about killing Aesop to himself. Aesop could only see into a small part of the future, but what he knew about was the overall trend. There was no reason for him to be afraid. Han Xiao placed his arms around Aesop's shoulder and whispered to Aesop's ear, I refuse. Aesop's expression stiffened. Why did he whisper then? It gave him false hope. Han Xiao contacted Ames on his communicator. As soon as the image showed up, Ames saw Aesop, who was standing beside Han Xiao. Her beautiful eyes brightened as a tint of a smile appeared on her face. Aesop, my teacher, I've really missed you. Aesop smiled bitterly. From Ames' tone, he could hear a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Even without using his foresight ability, he could tell that he was in a bad situation. After hiding for so many years, who knew how much unhappiness Ames had suppressed? Falling into her hands would be truly horrible. Then, Ames turned to look at Han Xiao and said, wait for me. I'm almost there. The image turned black right after. She was very quick to act. Aesop was frustrated. He turned to look at Han Xiao. Won't you reconsider? She has already seen you. Do you think I can possibly let you go? Han Xiao smiled. Not much later, Ames' spaceship arrived at the port. Han Xiao took Aesop to the pier, and Ames saw him as soon as she got off her spaceship. She walked over with a fearsome aura. Han Zhao's hand that grabbed Aesop's shoulder clearly felt the old man's body shiver. Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the pedestrians near the pier were in an uproar. With faces of horror, they hurried back far away. They had not expected one of the strongest people in the Shattered Star Ring to suddenly appear. "Don't you have something to say to me?" Ames was expressionless. Aesop sighed as if he accepted his fate. "All right. I should have come back to see you long ago and shouldn't have hidden from you. Let's not stand here and let others watch. Let's go." As he was speaking, he walked up the gangway. Before entering the spacecraft, he looked back at Han Xiao, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ames was about to return to the ship, but she suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at Han Xiao. She paused. With a serious and solemn tone, she said, "Thank you." Han Xiao waved his hand. "It's a small matter. I'm just repaying my favor." "No, I owe you." Ames' tone was unquestionable. She suddenly hesitated before slowly reaching out. The soft black sleeves slid down her smooth arm, revealing her slender white palm, and she patted Han Xiao on his shoulder. She was a neat freak and would never willingly touch others. But this time, she made an exception. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was actually very happy, so she was very grateful to Han Xiao, who had captured Aesop. She knew how cunning Aesop was. She had caught wind of his whereabouts before, but she had ended up disappointed every time. This success surprised her. After a short pat, Ames quickly pulled back her hand and turned around to go up the ship. Han Xiao, however, did not think it was unusual. At that moment, he thought of something and hastily used the blank character summon card in his interface before Ames closed the door, generating her character summon card. Boom! The ship unleashed a deep rumbling sound and left the dock along the track, soon disappearing. Han Xiao stayed on the dock. He had just informed the others, so they heard the news and quickly gathered, watching the spaceship fly away. "Black Star, since we're done here, where are we going now?" Haluz asked. "Let's take a break at Norias and leave tomorrow." Han Xiao turned to Will Sander and asked, "Do you want to stick around with us? I'm not in a hurry to go back. Plus, it's too boring to stay on Floating Dragon Island." It seems like I'll have to disturb you for some time." Will Sander gave his standard cheeky smile. "As long as you don't spend my money, you can disturb us for as long as you want." Han Xiao shrugged. This time, they heard a commotion from the direction of the hall. A group of superiors from Norias Financial Group had heard the news of Ames' arrival and hurried here. They did not dare neglect such an important person, but after picking up Aesop, Ames had left immediately. The whole process had only taken a few minutes, so these financial group superiors were too late. Thus, the executives of the financial group approached Han Xiao and chatted with him enthusiastically with warm smiles on their faces. The Dragon Emperor had left, but they would never go away with nothing, so they decided to form a relationship with Black Star and see if they could provide any help, showing the attitude of Norias. Originally, when Han Xiao first arrived on Norias, those financial group executives had only told their employees to send a greeting. However, now that the Dragon Emperor had appeared, things were different. They felt that they had to personally come to say hello to show their sincerity. The attention that the financial group superiors paid Han Xiao rose many levels. As they were talking, the sound of several footsteps came from not far away. The people subconsciously looked in that direction. A group of Godarans in combat suits hurried through the hall, looking to have just arrived. The leader looked brave and extraordinary. "Godarans? What are they doing here?" Han Zhao's eyes were also attracted. He curiously looked at the leader of the Godaran, and his expression suddenly changed. He knew that person. This was a great super. On Ames' ship, Aesop stood before a porthole, silently looking at the distant Norias. "What are you looking at?" Ames asked from behind. Aesop stopped looking and smiled with satisfaction. "You have a good officer. He's trustworthy." "You mean Black Star?" Ames nodded. "He is indeed very capable. Didn't you meet him long ago? You even told him to send me a message." Aesop shook his head and laughed. "I'm old now. I almost forgot about that." As he spoke, Aesop lowered his head, opened the communicator, and deleted a letter that had been set to send at a certain time. The receiver was shockingly Ames, whom he always blocked communication requests from. Aesop shook his head. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come to the Shattered Star Ring into this trap. Aesop knew Ames too well, capricious, arbitrary, not good at plotting. Just as Black Star had asked, if he did not want to be found by Ames, he could have hidden far away. So why did he have to return to Shattered Star Ring? As for his motivation, of course, it was not to tease Ames. Although he was indeed tired of living, his taste was not that boring. His goal was surprisingly Han Xiao. Someone had used his name to deceive Ames. What if this person had found Ames' weakness and deliberately used it to get close to her while harboring ulterior motives? Aesop had been very worried about that. No matter what kind of power Ames had, in his eyes, she would always be the little girl who needed someone to take care of. Hence, he had returned to Shattered Star Ring, exposing his whereabouts and leading Ames' officers to track him down. If Han Xiao did not catch him, then this man was only so capable. If Han Xiao did catch him, Aesop would start the second round of his test. He had made the follow-up preparation long ago. He deliberately showed his prophecy ability while at the same time angering Han Xiao. If Black Star was really the Dragon Emperor's enemy, he would not allow such a dangerous enemy to live. If Aesop died, that timed messages that he had set long ago would have reminded Ames of his death, and the culprit would have been the one who lied to her. Aesop placed his own life, that of an old man, on the line and made a bet. If he died, Ames would not easily believe in others again, which he felt would be very worthwhile. After living for so long, the habit of looking for death had integrated into his blood. It would only make him feel thrilled and excited. Although he looked like he did not care on the surface, he actually cared a lot about Ames. Aesop had no children, so Ames was like an adopted daughter to him. Of course, Han Xiao did not know that his casual words to convince Ames back then on Floating Dragon Island would cause such a butterfly effect, leading the two of them who had never met each other in his previous life to meet for the first time, indirectly changing the fate of hundreds of trillions of people. Black Star. Aesop thought, very promising guy. If he lives for 1,000 years like me, he will be 100 times more horrifying than I am. With his help, Ames will at least have an easier time. Chapter 482, Trap. Chapter 482, Trap. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After helping Ames catch Aesop and completing the mission, Han Xiao had been in a good mood. However, when Han Xiao saw a bunch of God-Aura warriors rushing over, his mood plummeted. He recognized the Godaran's battlesuits, and these warriors were not low-grade observers. Instead, they were special forces that specialized in battle, and their leader was a super who had been extremely famous in his previous life. In version 2.0, this person had been the key figure in dealing with the mutation disaster on planet Aquamarine. The majority of the battle quests that the players accepted from the Godaran camp had also been issued by him. He was like a commander-level character and an important NPC to the players. Thus, Han Xiao was extremely familiar with him. Nagakin, an officer of the War Bureau, Grade A pugilist. He would only take action during important missions, and for him to appear on Norios, it meant that something important was about to unfold on Norios. A thought suddenly popped into his head, and Han Xiao immediately thought about the mixed-blood Godaran that he had met a few days ago. Alvin. freewebnovel.com. The two should probably be related. Han Xiao thought to himself. There was another strange sight that puzzled him. The Nagakin in front of him was majestic and full of valor. His strides were wide, and every step of his was taken with stability. In Han Xiao's memories, when the players of planet Aquamarine first met Nagakin, he had been half-crippled. Half of his face had been reduced to a skeleton, and not only was he disfigured, his left arm and both legs had turned into prosthetics. He had also needed numerous life support systems to be injected into his body in order for him to be alive. It was less than a year away from version 2.0. As such, Nagakin must have been crippled during this period, but the exact time was not certain. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he immediately sprang into action. He broke away from the upper echelons of Norios and stood in front of Nagakin. Who are you? Don't block the way. The Godaran warriors stopped, and Nagakin looked at Han Xiao with a frown. Han Xiao introduced himself simply. Black Star? Oh, I've heard your name. You and some other mercenaries successfully destroyed a Dark Star mothership. Good job. Nagakin nodded and did not take it to heart. A figure of his caliber would only be concerned about more important matters. He only knew about Han Xiao's name because his subordinate had mentioned it in passing. At that very moment, he was pushed for time. So he asked impatiently, "Why are you stopping us?" "I only wanted to say hi. At the same time, I wanted to ask if you guys needed help." This was a common phrase that players used to start a conversation with NPCs. Han Xiao was also trying to see if he was able to receive a mission and understand the Godaran's reason for appearing there. He was lacking intel and did not know that Darkstar and Ghidorah were having a confrontation on Norias. He only felt that something was strange. Those warriors were the reinforcements sent by Ghidorah, and their mission was to rescue Alvin. Over the past few days, 2 of Alvin's doppelgangers had been captured, and the situation did not allow a single second's delay. From Alvin's doppelganger, they had found out that the strongest individual in the squad chasing after Alvin was a grade B super called Foresee. As such, Ghidorah had sent out Nagakin, who was the nearest to the location, and felt that it was sufficient to take care of the enemy. Nagakin felt that he did not need any help and that he was sufficient to take care of the enemy. As such, he casually replied, "We do not need your help. I'm pushed for time and will take my leave now." After finishing his sentence, Nagakin moved past Han Xiao and led his men away. Studying the backs of those Godarans, Han Xiao stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "TSK. I wasn't able to activate a mission. For a Calamity-grade super to take action personally, it's probably a risky mission. Since Nagakin did not welcome outsiders, Han Xiao would forget about the matter. He would not lower himself and continue sticking to them uninvited. He then opened the interface. After obtaining the Ames character summon card, he had not checked its effects yet. Character summon card, Ames, force field, gaze of the dragon. Compress the medium within a certain area, effective for all states of matter, and target a single character. The targeted character will fall into a trapped status. For every 100 points of street the target has, ones of control time will be reduced. Basic control time, 18ths. Usages, 0 of 1. Han Xiao felt that the strong control effect was still acceptable. Ames had many different skills, and at her level almost 70% of her skills were useful. While he did not obtain an attack skill, a control skill was more flexible and had its own advantages. He then left the port and returned to land. After renting a temporary stronghold, he was prepared to spend rest a few days there. At the same time, he would purchase some resources. Norias was home to many shops, and he intended to strengthen his war machinery. 2 high-end knowledges and his many advanced knowledges gave him the option to obtain better blueprints, and it was sufficient for him to have an all-round upgrade. He still had more than 20 million experience points, and as long as he spent it sparingly, it would be sufficient for him to obtain enough blueprints. Just when everyone was resting, a storm exploded. Nagakin took dozens of Godaran warriors in aircrafts and arrived at a skyscraper at the periphery of Norias City 4. Tall buildings filled the district, and the magnetic floating bus station that connected the cities was not too far away. According to Alvin's reports, the temporary base of Darkstar's forces was on the 80th story of the skyscraper, and it was located right at the center of the building. Alvin's main body had always been in contact with the reinforcements from Ghidorah, and he used his doppelganger to observe the members of Darkstar to provide Nagakin with information. His request was for Nagakin to get rid of all the Darkstar forces chasing him before his main body would appear. He was extremely cautious. "The enemy's forces are inside. We will first destroy their base before dealing with those Darkstar members operating on the outside to prevent us from alerting the enemy. Currently, the enemy's base is unaware of our arrival, and we have an advantage in terms of intel. Attack with me." The aircrafts ascended slowly and approached their target building. Nagakin's gaze was solemn as he clenched his fists. A golden flame began to flow down his arm as though it was liquid. His fist smashed onto the outer wall of the building. Boom! The next instant, a white shockwave was sent out in all directions. All the glass in this building was shattered. The might of his fist shot through the entire 80th floor, and a large hole could be seen on both sides of the building. The entire building began to let out unsteady creaks, and the middle of the building bent slightly like a wooden pole that was almost smashed in half. Not to mention a building, it was a piece of cake for a calamity-grade pugilist to destroy even a battleship. As long as he had enough time, he could even turn into an excavator and change the landscape of the entire planet. After destroying the building with a single punch, Nagakin charged in with his subordinates and attacked the enemy base. Upon entry, he immediately spotted Forsyth and the others, who were in a daze. Nagakin made a few hand signals and the Godaran warriors surrounded Forsyth's troops. He then said in a deep voice, "I am Nagakin from Ghidorah's War Bureau. All of you are surrounded. Drop you weapons and surrender now. I will send all of you to Rainbow Prison." The building was shaking unsteadily, and Forsyth finally managed to steady himself. Revealing a malevolent smile, he chuckled as though his prey had fallen into his trap. "It seems like we've caught a big fish. Nagakin, look around you. Who do you think is surrounded?" Two powerful auras exploded and trapped Nagakin's troops in the middle. Nagakin hurriedly turned around only to see Anner and Ember glaring at him. The intense killing intent seemed to have frozen the space around him. "Why are there two calamity-grade supers? There is an error in our intelligence." Nagakin's face changed drastically. Alvin's intel had stated that the strongest person pursuing him was a grade B super. For Ghidorah to send out a grade A super, it could be considered a foolproof plan. With Nagakin taking action, even if a grade A super was hiding amid the enemy's ranks, he would still be able to fight the other party equally. However, Ghidorah could never have expected that Darkstar would actually send out two calamity-grade supers to kill a single traitor. This was akin to killing a chicken with an ox's blade. This was the trap that Darkstar had set. Anner and Ember did not appear in front of Alvin's doppelganger, and Forsyth had acted as the leader. As such, Alvin had believed that there were no calamity-grade supers in the team. Darkstar had already predicted that Ghidorah would send reinforcements and intentionally tricked Alvin into thinking that there were no grade A supers. They had predicted that there would be a single grade A super in the reinforcements at most, and this grade A super would become Anner and Ember's prey. Darkstar did not only want to chase their traitor down. They had even laid a trap to make Ghidorah lose one of their top fighters. This was the reason for Anner and Ember to take action together. Ghidorah had fallen for Darkstar's trap. The Godaran warriors present felt a chill run down their spines, and their backs were drenched with cold sweat. The immense pressure from facing two powerful enemies had almost caused their hearts to stop beating. They were extremely anxious and did not even know which side they should focus on defending. Nagakin's face was solemn, and he knew that it would be difficult for him to escape alive. Taking in a deep breath, "We will die today." "Who?" The pugilist's flames covered his entire body, and the aura exploding out of his body matched Anner and Ember's auras. He then got into his fighting stance, and a resolute gaze could be seen in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he let out a deep roar. "Before we die, let's fight." Chapter 483, Seeking Aid and Recruitment. Chapter 483, Seeking Aid and Recruitment. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the hall of their temporary base, everyone was currently busy with their own things. All of a sudden, the image on the television screen flashed, and the news was suddenly broadcast. Norias Emergency Report. 10 minutes ago, a building in the periphery of City 4 was attacked, and 3 streets were completely destroyed. The bus station is completely crippled, and the number of casualties is being calculated. According to initial analysis, the cause of the destruction is a fight between supers. More details will be released after further investigation. The Public Security Office is already investigating the matter. Now showing the scene of the location. This news drew everyone's attention. Sylvia immediately went to knock on the machinery modification room and called Han Xiao out to watch the television. The news displayed scenes of the location. A few dozen tall buildings had collapsed and been reduced to rubble. Just 10 minutes earlier, that had still been an extremely prosperous location, but the entire place had been destroyed with thick, black smoke billowing. The aircrafts of the public security office were flying around, trying to save as many casualties as possible. The entire place was filled with noise as corpse after corpse was bagged up before being thrown aside. That explains the tremors. I thought that it was an earthquake, the oldest Volga brother said. Will Sander was using a brush to clean his wings, and he asked with a shrug, "Are they fighting a war?" For them to create such extensive destruction in such a short time, it is probably a battle between calamity-grade supers, Han Xiao said with a deep tone. He immediately thought about Nagakin. Considering when he had met Nagakin, he felt that it was extremely possible. However, this had nothing to do with him. He had not activated any missions from Nagakin, and since there were no benefits, Han Xiao did not care about the matter. Beep beep. Right at that moment, his communicator rang. An unknown number was calling him. Han Xiao accepted the call. The next moment, Nagakin's figure appeared on the screen. He was breathing heavily, and his entire body was covered in blood and wounds. He was obviously in an extremely pathetic state. Black Star, please help me, Nagakin said with grit teeth. Just a while ago, Nagakin had met the ambush of Dark Star, and after an intense battle, 3 streets had been destroyed with all his elite warriors dead. That foreign calamity-grade super had reduced all of them to ash in a single instant. They could not even let out a single cry for help. Those were his subordinate who had accompanied him into battle for many years, and they had all been wiped out easily. Nagakin was furious but had no choice but to force himself to remain calm and face the 2 experts in front of him. While he was the only one left, Nagakin did not entertain the thought of retreating. As long as he could exchange his life for one of his opponent's lives, it would not be a complete loss. There was also a divide between calamity-grade supers. Nagakin's strength was not superior to Anner or Ember, and he was at a clear disadvantage. Both of his opponents were espers who were extremely difficult to deal with. In just a short exchange, he was already injured all over. The intense battle between them had quickly drawn the attention of the public security office, and they arrived swiftly. Anner had originally intended to continue chasing, but after considering for a moment, he had decided to make a strategic retreat as he did not want to end up being chased by those from the public security office. The result of the ambush was not up to his expectations. He had originally wanted to kill Ghidorah's grade as super quickly, but Nagakin was a pugilist with a powerful physique and had only been severely injured. If not for Nagakin having a powerful physique, he would probably have died. Dragging his severely injured body away from the battlefield, Nagakin did not immediately tend to his wounds. Instead, he contacted the headquarters and reported the entire event while bearing the pain. Ghidorah's War Bureau was shocked and ordered Nagakin to wait for his orders, with the priority being the preservation of his life. He requested aid from the headquarters, but traveling required time, so it would be impossible for them to send anyone in time. Giving up and retreating had never been part of his vocabulary. Even if he was alone, he would stop Darkstar from accomplishing their objective. Just when he was considering killing his way back, Nagakin suddenly thought of Black Star, who he had met at the port. Perhaps only mercenaries could help him. Norias was located far away, and there were few mercenary groups operating in that region. Currently, the Black Star mercenary group was probably the only mercenary group around, and he could only seek their help. He had rejected Han Zhao's help just a while back but had no choice but to seek help now. This was far too embarrassing, and Nagakin had never imagined that such a scenario would occur. However, he could only grit his teeth and contact Han Xiao. For his mission, casting aside his pride was not a problem at all. Nagakin? Han Xiao had a weird look on his face. His guess was right. Nagakin was related to the news shown on the television, and he had already been severely injured by an unknown enemy. The help that Nagakin was requesting was obviously related to this matter. With none of his subordinates in sight, they had probably all been wiped out, and thus Nagakin had no choice but to seek help from mercenaries. With just a short pause, Han Xiao came up with a rough idea of what had happened. He then recalled Nagakin's crippled appearance, but after glancing at Nagakin's body once, while Nagakin was covered in blood all over, his limbs were all still intact. I have a mission to fetch a character who betrayed Darkstar from Norias. His name is Alvin, and Darkstar sent forces to chase after him. The other party has 2 great supers, and I fell into their ambush. Nagakin described the situation honestly. While he knew that revealing the truth about 2 great supers might cause Han Xiao to act warily and not help him, Nagakin would never hide the strength of his enemies and deceive mercenaries. He was an extremely straightforward person, and even if he knew that the mercenaries might reject him, he would still tell the truth. Han Xiao was immediately enlightened. When he met Alvin before, he had already been somewhat suspicious but had no intel. This matter was really related to Darkstar. Who are the 2 grade A supers of Darkstar? I am not sure. Nagakin shook his head. What are their abilities? One of them is able to reduce the human body to ash and can control a large amount of dust to form various weapons. If I did not raise my defenses with my energy, he would have been able to slowly peel away my flesh. A cold glow flashed through Han Zhao's eyes, and he said, "Carbon element control, Ember." He had originally thought that this fellow had died in the explosion of the battleship, but never had he expected that Ember had actually escaped. Furthermore, he had even entered the Calamity grade. When he fought Ember back on Floating Dragon Island, Ember had already been B+ grade and far stronger than him. If not for his talent restricting the trump card of Ember, it would have been impossible for him to fight Ember to a draw. Ember was capable of instantly wiping out any carbon-based life form, and his ability was extremely difficult to deal with. It was like a divine AoE skill. Only Eroshia and himself were immune to Ember. Will Sander was a mixed blood demon, and his body constitution was unknown. If he was not carbon-based, perhaps he would be able to escape the outcome of being instantly wiped out. However, after Ember reached grade A, his Esper abilities might have new ways to be used. Even his ordinary attacks would be much more powerful than before. Freewebnovel.com. What are the abilities of the other one? Han Xiao asked. He is a shape-shifting Esper. He can change into a strange flying creature roughly 4 to 5 meters tall. It seems as though he has the ability to control the flow of air. He is extremely fast, and it is difficult to follow him with the naked eye. When he is flying, wind pressure is generated around him. Not only is it able to form a protective shield, it is able to provide a certain degree of invisibility. It seems as though he is using a trick to bend the light rays. The faster he flies, the stronger the wind pressure generated, and everywhere he passes is destroyed by the wind pressure. He is just like a wind pressure cannon. Shape-shifting. Wind pressure. Han Zhao's mouth contorted. Could he be the wind demon Anner? Darkstar had a limited number of grade A supers, and according to the abilities that they had displayed, Han Xiao was able to guess their identities. Anner was an old member and a powerhouse of Darkstar who was extremely difficult to deal with. After his transformation, not only would his speed increase, if he flew a few times around the planet, the accumulated wind pressure would form a cyclone gigantic enough to flatten the entire planet's surface. The two of them were extremely difficult to deal with. Before version 2.0, Han Xiao did not really want to provoke Darkstar. However, this was a good opportunity for him to get closer to a great super from Godora and a channel for him to get in contact with the upper echelons of Godora. With Nagakin around, it would be much easier for him to gain trust when he handed over the mutation source in the future, and it would be more convenient for him to discuss benefits. Nagakin bit his lips as he waited for Han Xiao's response. He silently prayed that Han Xiao would not reject him. Han Xiao seemed like his last chance. After a long while, Han Xiao shook his head. It is too dangerous to fight two great supers. Nagakin's expression froze. While he had expected the outcome, he was still a little disappointed. However, your mission isn't to kill the both of them, right? Han Xiao asked. As long as Alvin is able to leave Norias alive, your mission will be completed. The problem now is that your Godoran reinforcements require time to arrive. Thus, we only need to stall for time and help Alvin escape from Darkstar. If this is the case, I can try helping you. Nagakin's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. At that moment, a new mission was shown on Han Zhao's interface. Nagakin's request. Mission introduction. You have agreed to help Nagakin. His mission is to save a Darkstar trader. Mission requirements. 1. Aid Alvin in hiding until Ghidorah's troops arrive. 2. Kill all of the pursuing Darkstar forces. Completing one of the 2 requirements would complete the mission. Failure conditions: 1. Alvin's death. 2. Nagakin's death. Rewards: 5,800,000 experience, 240,000 anas, plus 850 relationship with Ghidorah faction, plus 30 Alvin favorability, plus 30 Nagakin favorability. There are 2 mission requirements. It seems like it will be easier to stall for time, Han Xiao thought to himself. While it was more straightforward to defeat the enemy, the other party had 2 calamity-grade supers. Han Xiao had 3 main storyline missions, and one of them was Ghidorah's ally. The mission requirements were plenty, and Anner and Ember were all included on the hit list. While the reward for killing them was high, Han Xiao only thought about it and did not think that it was possible for him to accomplish it. Just when Nagakin was about to ask how they should work together, Han Xiao interrupted him. Just the few of us will be far too little manpower. Let me find more manpower for you. He then turned around to Herluz. Go through the Mercenary Alliance and issue a recruitment notice near Norias. The target will be all the mercenaries in the vicinity. As long as they can rush over in time, we want them all. As many as possible. What should we write for the person issuing the mission? Herluz asked. Nagakin or Ghidorah? No, their names aren't the best option. Han Xiao shook his head. Use my name. Chapter 484, Chaotic Entry. Chapter 484, Chaotic Entry. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The mercenaries in the Shattered Star Ring were extremely active. Even in the region of Norias, there were many active mercenaries, but the majority of them were 2nd or 3rd grade mercenaries. Han Xiao issued a recruitment notice through the Mercenary Alliance, and this recruitment notice quickly spread through the Norias mercenary groups. Majority of the mercenaries had the same 2 reactions, surprised and curious. In the past year, Han Xiao had completed plenty of missions, and because of the backing of Floating Dragon, he had built up a large network consisting mainly of large mercenary groups including the likes of top-notch armies such as Blades, Purple Gold, and Skyring. While Black Star's position in the mercenary world of Shattered Star Ring was not considered top-notch, he was considered a first-rate small mercenary group. Many mercenaries wanted to build a relationship with Black Star and tap into his connections to gain better missions. After all, the rich employers usually wanted to hire the best mercenaries, and the Mercenary Alliance would only issue these missions to the lower-grade mercenaries if the large armies did not accept them. The people at the top ate meat while those below drank the soup. This was pretty much the situation everywhere. As such, the moment that Han Xiao posted a recruitment notice, countless respondents applied, and he activated at least half of the mercenaries in the Norias region. The gathering location was extremely crowded, and everyone was packed like sardines. The colorful mercenaries squeezed together and chatted with each other as they waited for the appearance of their employer. Clap, clap. At the very front of the group, a clapping sound could be heard, and everyone turned to take a look. Seeing the legendary Black Star before them, the noisy crowd slowly became silent. Their gazes were all fixed on Han Xiao as they sized him up from head to toe. They were all interested in Han Xiao's connections but did not think too highly of his personal strength. The majority of the mercenaries were wild and untamed characters. The way they saw it, Black Star was not any much more powerful than them. He was only lucky enough to gain the recognition of Ames. Han Xiao was unmoved, and he said emotionlessly, "Everyone, I am the one who issued the recruitment notice, and I believe that all of you should recognize me. I shall not introduce myself, and since we are all mercenaries, I shall skip the pleasantries. I received a difficult mission with bountiful rewards, and I require more manpower. I hired all of you to find partners to complete the mission together. You can treat me as a middleman, and the details of the mission shall be explained by the employer." Nagakin made his entrance and described the situation honestly. Very quickly, the mercenaries below broke out in a large commotion. Many of them were thoroughly frightened by the 2 calamity-grade supers and backed out immediately. At the same time, they stared at Han Xiao in disbelief as though they were looking at a dead man. "You actually accepted a mission that requires you to face 2 grade A enemies? Have you seen how powerful calamity-grade supers are?" Don't drag me down if you want to die. The war between Darkstar and Ghidorah was known to everyone in the Shattered Star Ring, but the majority of the mercenaries kept their distance from the battle and were not willing to get involved. Our mission isn't to fight the enemy, but there will be some risks, Han Xiao said in a deep voice. If any of you aren't willing to accept the mission, you may leave now. For those who stay behind, after this mission is over, I will sign a cooperation contract with all of you to enjoy my resources. As everyone heard that, many of them fell into a dilemma. If they could cooperate with Black Star, they would have the chance to get better employers. It was like starting a company. Them running around to find odd jobs definitely could not be compared to working together with a large organization and easily enjoying jobs. Many mercenaries did not dare take the risk and took their leave. The crowd began to thin, and Han Xiao did not stop them. Only 100 odd people were left behind. They were the mercenaries who were willing to take the risk. Philip read out their information and Han Xiao viewed it once. 3 mercenary groups, 17 lone mercenaries. There are 4 grade B supers and the rest are grade CS. This is better than my expectations. Han Xiao nodded. Because of the limited time, he did not dare wait too long, and it was not too bad for him to hire this bunch of mercenaries. Han Xiao got the mercenaries to rest and reorganize themselves as Nagakin walked over. What are you planning to do? Nagakin asked. The day before, he had just met Han Xiao, and meeting him again that day, he felt a little embarrassed. As a calamity grade super, he actually had to rely on a bunch of mercenaries. This was truly an embarrassing mark on his record. However, he quickly shook away such useless emotions and focused on the mission at hand. While he did not understand Black Star much, it did not stop him from treating Han Xiao as an ally. We aren't the most anxious ones now. Darkstar are, Han Xiao mused. With Anner and Ember's ambush failing, they know that Ghidorah will definitely send out fresh reinforcements. Thus, they will try to capture Alvin as quickly as possible, so we have to try and interrupt their search. Alvin's main body has remained in hiding, and he didn't dare to reveal himself. Thus, it wasn't possible to take him away from Norias. Furthermore, there may be many Darkstar battleships hiding in Norias' vicinity to block all routes out. Based on the present circumstances, they had to first contact Alvin before they could formulate a plan. Nagakin took out his encoded communicator. Nagakin, weren't you defeated? Alvin's voice sounded from the communicator, but there was no image displayed. In order to prevent anyone from finding his location, Alvin did not turn on his image display. Your intel was wrong, and Darkstar sent out 2 calamity-grade supers. I survived and found some helpers. We will help you escape from Darkstar's pursuit, and new reinforcements are on the way. As long as we can stall for enough time, Darkstar will have no choice but to retreat. You will be safer if you accept our protection. Where are you hiding? I do not need your protection. My main body is extremely safe. You have already lost once, and if it wasn't for my cautiousness, I would have been caught. I would rather believe in myself. I have 3 doppelgangers in Darkstar's hands, and they aren't able to return to my main body. I have to suffer the pain from their torture every day, and only a single doppelganger of mine is able to move about freely. If you really want to help me, protect my doppelganger. He is still being followed by the enemy. Alvin hung up, and Nagakin frowned, feeling pretty helpless. If he could not protect the main body, whether or not the main body was found would be up to the heavens' will. Freebnovel.cm. Han Xiao smiled and said, Darkstar obtained 3 doppelgangers, and the doppelgangers will die if they are too far away from the main body. As long as split the main body up in 3 different directions, it will be easy for them to pinpoint the region that the main body is in. With some simple calculations, they will then be able to determine the center of the region. Thus, Alvin will not foolishly stay in one place. There is one more thing, Nagakin said with concern. For us to recruit mercenaries openly, Darkstar will probably receive news about it, and they won't sit still without doing anything. I have a guess as to what they will do. It seems like we will have to take some risks. Han Xiao stroked his chin and decided to mess up this storm midway. Apart from the plentiful reward, this was also a good way for him to contact the upper echelons of Ghidorah. He was pretty tanky, and he would be able to exchange a few blows with grade A supers. Retreating with his life definitely would not be a problem, and he did not have to be as cautious as before. With the advantage of understanding his enemy, there was no need for him to be anxious. If his opponent was Ember, he felt that he would be able to last a long time. Because of the destruction caused by the battle between the great Aesopers, Darkstar decided to change to a new secret base to discuss their next move. Anner felt that it was a waste that they had not been able to kill Nagakin, and he knew that Nagakin would have called for more reinforcements. Thus, they needed to seize every second. At that moment, the troops on the outside was spying on Alvin's final doppelganger. Without daring to delay any further, Anner sent out all of his men, preparing to capture the final doppelganger. However, before they could, the Darkstar troops received new intel. Nagakin had found some helpers, the Black Star mercenary group. Nagakin still isn't giving up, and he thinks that he can face the two of us alone? Anner's expression was dark, and he revealed a sneer. Since he isn't willing to hide obediently, we will use the opportunity to kill him. He had originally thought that Nagakin would not dare reveal himself again after being ambushed by the two of them. Now that he had a chance to kill Nagakin, Anner was naturally overjoyed. In truth, in Han Zhao's previous life, when Nagakin was ambushed, he did not suffer any severe injuries as well. However, he refused to give up on the mission, and even without any reinforcements, he had faced the two Darkstar supers alone, eventually being crippled. At the same time, the Calamity-grade super who participated in this battle was not Ember. In Han Zhao's previous life, Ember had not been forced to enter seclusion, so he had entered the Calamity-grade far later. A large reason was because Han Xiao had caused the butterfly effect. Or perhaps it was because Han Xiao served as a great motivator for Ember. So what if he's found a bunch of mercenaries? What can they do? They are no more than a bunch of weaklings. Anner was completely unconcerned. Only an elite army like Blades or Skyring was worth his attention. Ember's gaze turned cold. Black Star again. I have given him a chance already. Ember no longer placed Han Xiao in his sights, but since Black Star wanted to interfere with his mission, he had to wipe out all obstructions. With the threat of Floating Dragon, Ember had not decided if he wanted to get rid of Black Star. However, he had to wipe out all of his companions at the very least and let Black Star know the price of provoking Darkstar. While Black Star had some talent to be immune toward his abilities, Black Star's companions were not immune. Ember could still remember that he had managed to rip off the arm of one of Han Zhao's subordinates previously. If you want to interfere in matters that you shouldn't, you will also place your life at risk. Anner looked at the intel. None of these mercenaries can be kept. I don't want any accidents to happen. You can take people to catch the doppelganger. I alone will be sufficient to get rid of the mercenaries. Ember stood up. With my abilities, I will crush them all in less than a minute. I will meet up with you after taking care of this matter. Chapter 485, The Gangster Mechanic. Chapter 485, The Gangster Mechanic. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ta. Alvin escaped hurriedly. He was the final doppelganger left on the surface, and Darkstar's pursuing forces followed behind him like parasites. The one chasing after him was a Grade B super called Sherman, the vice-captain of Forsyth's squad. He had already noticed that Darkstar was getting ready to take action and had informed Nagakin and the others to request reinforcements. However, reinforcements still had not arrived, so Alvin was getting anxious. Bang! A thick light cannon pierced through the walls and smashed into Alvin's body. A magical shield appeared with ripples on it and blocked the damage before exploding in the next instant. Alvin was sent flying by the shockwave and rolled a couple of meters out. Not too far away from him, a short dwarf-like man walked over wearing a pair of targeting goggles. He was dressed in a gray mechanical suit and held onto a gigantic cannon almost the size of his body. The design of the cannon was complicated with an extremely thick barrel. Apart from the main cannon, there were a couple of subsidiary cannons, and it was obvious that this was a multipurpose firearm. This person was Sherman. It is said that he had the bloodline of the dwarfs and was a cannon master. I only have 3 protective talismans left, and I wouldn't be able to escape far. If the reinforcements do not arrive, I will be finished for sure. Those from Darkstar definitely won't show any mercy to me. Alvin's face turned solemn. He knew that things were bad. Sherman remained expressionless, and he pointed his cannon at Alvin, who was trying to crawl back up. Don't move, unless you find your legs too long. Before he could even finish his sentence, the sound of something descending from above could be heard. Looking up, he saw someone weaving through the gaps of the buildings nimbly, dressed in a mechanical suit that looked like the armor of a knight. The white cape on his shoulders fluttered in the wind, and he approached Sherman at high speed. With a battleship slicing blade that was a couple of meters long, it could only be Herlu's. Without saying a single word, Sherman raised his cannon and fired. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of large light balls assaulted him. Herlu's eyes were extremely sharp, and he cleaved apart the ball of lights before they could even reach him. Weaving through the balls of exploding cannon fire, Herlu's cleaved his blade down at Sherman's head right before he reached the ground. However, Sherman had already foreseen this attack and avoided it. Boom! This attack landed on the ground, and a long ditch was created with silvery flames spewing out like lava. The cracks on the ground then extended out a few dozen meters. Reinforcements! Sherman was sent flying by the shockwave of the attack and was half kneeling on the ground. Licking his lips, he could taste the slight metallic taste of blood, and his killing intent burst out. At that moment, all of the hired mercenaries also appeared and surrounded Alvin to protect him. Alvin could finally heave a sigh of relief. Reinforcements are finally here. Over 100 mercenaries glared at him fiercely, but Sherman was not anxious in the slightest. He pointed his finger at Herlu's, who caused him to suffer a small loss, and pointed his finger at his head like a gun before firing. He obviously meant that he had his eyes on Herlu's. The next moment, the members of Darkstar arrived as well. They did not lose in numbers at all and had even more elites. Anner walked out from the crowd and said with a deep voice, "Godarin, don't hide in a corner. You cannot escape from my senses." Hearing that, Nagakin walked out, and the two powerhouses glared at each other in a face-off. Nagakin's expression was solemn as he asked, "Where's the other one?" Anner did not reply, and his gaze swept past the mercenaries. Counting the number of mercenaries present, he began to frown. Almost all of the hired mercenaries were there, and the enemy's camp should be empty. He knew that Ember would definitely return empty-handed. However, that did not matter. Ember would not need much time to return, and they would be able to form a pincer attack to cut off all paths of retreat. Since they were enemies, neither party spoke about their plans. Glaring at each other without a word, the situation was extremely tense. With a single command, the killing began. The battle had erupted. See, Anner's body swelled up, and he turned into a strange-looking creature in the blink of an eye. His body was 4 to 5 meters tall with an inverted triangle as the head. His body was that of a streamlined beast with thick skin and small little holes all over. Those holes were the key to controlling the wind pressure. A long tail trailed behind the body, and his limbs turned into powerful claws. 8 strange, dog-ear-like bones could be seen on his back, with its appearance looking a little like a pair of wings. However, it was a special organ like a tube for it to shoot out air. It extended out from Anner's ribs and allowed the high-pressure gas to cycle between the inside of his body and the atmosphere on the outside. It also ensured a balance of pressure on the inside and outside of the body to protect the body under high speed. This was what Anner looked like after its transformation. His nickname was Wind Demon, and he had the special ability to control the flow of air. Bang! Anner's 8 tubes spat out high-pressure gas, and he sped up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of a few hundred meters and clashed together with Nagakin. With him as the center, to his left and right were formless wind pressure cannons. The usually gentle air had been transformed into a powerful shockwave and decimated everything in its way. Boom! Wherever the wind pressure cannon passed by, the ground would crack, and the windows on the buildings to the side would be shattered. Everyone present felt that it was becoming difficult to breathe, as though they were in the middle of a storm. Nagakin broke through the wind barrier, and his fist smashed squarely onto Anner's body. His golden flames clashed straight on with the formless wind pressure, and both of them were sent flying in two different directions. Wherever they landed, a gray cloud of dust would be kicked up, and a circular crater would form. By the time he raised his head again, Anner's figure had already disappeared, and only the violent winds were left behind. Nagakin had witnessed this ability before. The little holes on Anner's body would control the air surrounding him to coat his entire body like a shield. He would then use some unknown method to absorb the light rays and make sure that his body was no longer reflecting any light. As such, Anner's body could no longer be seen. The two calamity-grade supers had to restrain each other. If not, the others fighting by the side would be in danger. Just a single Anner forced Nagakin to use all of his strength. If there was another calamity-grade super, he would be dead for sure. Black Star said that the enemy will probably split up their forces. One of the calamity-grade supers will probably charge into our base alone. Black Star chose to stay behind to restrain the enemy. Only if we can hold down that calamity-grade super will we have a chance to save Alvin. However, he is only a grade B super, and the calamity grade is too dangerous to him. Can he really do it? Nagakin was worried. At the same time, Ember walked into the mercenaries' base and was already prepared to unleash a massacre. However, the place was covered in darkness, and there was not a single person inside. Everyone abandoned the base and took action with the Goddard? It seems like this was a wasted trip. I'd better regroup with Anner. Ember was expressionless. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, the lights lit up in the base. Don't go. I have been waiting for a long time. Ember's eyes narrowed. I know this voice. He looked up and looked at the camera in the corner. Black Star, Frububble.cm. Ember, this is the nickname that Darkstar gave you, but you do not have a real name. When you were very little, you were accepted by Darkstar. They were interested in your talent, and they treated you like a weapon, forcing you through endless strict training. You are not a Goddard, but you were brainwashed with a hatred that does not belong to you. Darkstar groomed your loyalty, but you are no more than a useful tool in their eyes. Your beliefs are completely meaningless because those aren't your true thoughts. Han Xiao narrated slowly. Because of the information from his previous life, he understood Ember's life story. While he had killed many and was extremely hateful, he was also extremely pitiful. If he had not been groomed by Darkstar from a young age but led a normal life, he would not have been the infamous Ember. He might have had his own name and would not have given his all only to be treated like a weapon and tool. Ember clenched his fists tightly before releasing them slowly. He did not have any intention to argue with Han Xiao. All of the other mercenaries have left? Why are you the only one left behind? To wait for you, of course. Kacha. A metal door opened, and Han Xiao walked out with his gaze clashing with Ember. Sparks flew. Darkstar had sent out 2 calamity-grade supers, and Han Xiao had guessed that they would try to fully utilize their advantage by sending one of them out alone. On a strategic level, this will allow them to be more agile. Thankfully, he had guessed correctly, and there was indeed a calamity-grade super who worked alone with his strength. During the recruitment, Han Xiao knew that he would not be able to hide the recruitment from Darkstar. If the enemy wanted to barge into their camp alone, the most likely person to come would be Ember because his ability was the most suited for a group battle. All carbon element beings that were weaker than him would essentially be killed instantly. As such, Han Xiao got the majority of the mercenaries to aid Nagakin in saving Alvin. They would only be committing suicide if they stayed behind. Only he would be able to restrain Ember. The longer he could restrain Ember, the higher the chances of Nagakin rescuing Alvin. If he wanted to fight a battle of attrition, Han Xiao was extremely confident. Wait for me. Ember's expression was odd. You want to hold me back alone? Not really alone. Han Xiao shrugged his shoulders. By his side, a light flashed, and Eroshia drifted beside him. Apart from her, there were another few useless mercenaries in another monitoring room with their attention focused on the screen. Han Xiao had left them behind on purpose, and their mission was to ignite the explosives that were laid all around the building to hold Ember down. At that moment, their palms were completely soaked in sweat and their breathing heavy. The look of nervousness could be seen all over their faces. It was understandable for them to be nervous. After all, the figure in the surveillance image was a calamity-grade super. If they had been standing in Han Zhao's position, they probably would not even have been able to speak fluently. They could not help but feel nervous for Han Xiao. The moment the enemy takes action, Black Star will be in danger. If Black Star dies, we won't be able to benefit from his connections. Ember raised his finger and found out that there was no reaction from Erosia when he used his Esper abilities. He then shook his head and said, "It turns out your trump card is this energy life form. Do you think that you can stop me like that?" Han Xiao twiddled a compressed orb and said with a smile, "We never decided the victor in our previous battle. Could it be that you are afraid?" As Ember heard that, he could not help but chuckle. He had already entered the next grade and was no longer the same as before. He did not understand where Han Zhao's confidence came from. Could it be that Han Xiao thought that he was the same as before? Overestimating yourself. Ember's tone became cold. Even though the rest aren't here, it isn't too bad to get rid of you. I will be able to fulfill a small wish of mine from the past. It won't be too late for me to provide reinforcements after getting rid of you. A rustling sound could be heard as though there were numerous grains of sand rubbing against each other. However, this rustling sound quickly turned into the sound of rushing waves. Around Ember, countless carbon atoms had already formed a mysterious black cloud that was rapidly expanding. The range of Ember's Esper abilities was greater than before, and he could control it much more easily than before. Countless carbon atoms were stuck to the surface of his clothes and skin, and it was just like a weapon that he could bring around with him. He was not afraid of fighting in a place without any carbon. This is the strength of a grade A super. The sound of the mercenaries gulping with nervousness could be heard. They felt a wave of pressure emanating from the screen, and their legs turned to jelly. But the next moment, they saw Han Zhao's body shaking and bolts of electricity being shot out in all directions. It accurately connected to the ceiling, ground, and the compressed orbs in every corner. With him as the center, he seemed to have formed a web of electricity. Ka. The next instant, hundreds of machines were activated. The scene was truly breathtaking. Those compressed orbs had been set up by him before the battle. The entire base was a trap that he had laid. Chapter 486, Fierce Battle. Chapter 486, Fierce Battle. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ka. The sound of the machinery unfolding covered the sound of Ember's carbon particles rubbing against each other. Following the walls and corners, hundreds of artilleries slammed onto their pedestals. The three-pieced large-caliber cannons gave out a sense of ferocity. The majority of the gunpowder artillery had been replaced with electromagnetic kinetic artillery, and there were 10 additional laser light ray artilleries, providing higher penetrative force. High-class energy control had allowed Han Xiao to obtain the energy weapon technology. Dong! Dong! The artillery let out an angry howl as the large-caliber cannons started to operate. The metallic hum of the turrets was reflected in the roar of the machinery. 30 to 40 Black Panther mechanical beasts pounced out, their shoulder cannons spitting fire non-stop. On the ceiling, the mechanical spiders gleamed coldly as they scuttled around. Other than the Black Panther mechanical beast, Han Xiao was also able to manufacture smaller machines, such as the mechanical insect series. Other than spiders, he could also produce centipedes, scorpions, and wasps. He only needed the blueprint of the mechanical spider for reference, and he could come out with the blueprints for other insect series by himself. Philip launched a unified attack, commanding all the machines to fire toward the ash. The black carbon particles that were originally saturating the air contracted inward to form a sphere, with Ember wrapped inside it. The outer layer was made up of diamonds, and as the bullet rain cluster bombed it, the diamonds shattered, disintegrating into particles and reforming to fill the gaps. The capability of the shield seemed to be almost endless. Seeing this, Han Zhao's face twitched. This is the carbon shield? It's practically cheating. At this time, Ember's indifferent voice could be heard inside the ball of diamonds. Even if you planned a trap in advance, even if you are immune to my carbon deconstruction, in the face of my current strength, you only have one outcome. Defeat. Boom. The next moment, the diamond sphere transformed into a black-colored wave, slapping down with a force that could destroy mountains. Dozens of the mechanical beasts were caught within, and they turned into a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Not only did the metal bear signs of being crushed, it also had grooves and marks, traces of violent tearing. What a strange force this is. It can instantly cripple the armor of my mechanical beasts. As this thought rang through Han Xiao's head, he did not pause to observe further, but slammed his palms together, releasing a compressed orb from each side of his hands. The orbs expanded to form 32 golden-white hovering shield shuttles, which lined up in a circular manner around himself. They each spat out a thin ray of light, with every 4 beams combining into one, causing 8 points of light to appear before Han Xiao's body. The connection between each light point caused a reaction to occur immediately. A glowing line strung the 8 light points together, forming a circle. Within the light circle, a mirror-like golden protective light shield appeared, as though painted by an artist. The black wave welled up, slamming on the golden shield. The scene resembled one where waves from the sea dashed against the reefs, only to be split apart to move on either side instead. Under Ember's control, the split waves recombined behind Han Xiao, rushing from his back this time. However, at that moment, the formation of the hovering shield shuttles changed yet again. The 8 light points were arranged in a 3D manner, forming shields surrounding Han Xiao's figure. It formed a trapezoidal shape, causing the black wave to be unable to attack from any angle. While the trapezoid flickered every time that the waves hit it, it ultimately remained motionless. Hovering shield shuttle formation, halo array, high-class energy control was one of the core knowledge of the mechanic class. During this period of time, Han Xiao had built quite a few interesting toys, and this halo array could be considered a stronger version of the sonic sphere, integrating offense and defense into one. Han Xiao squinted as he scrutinized the waves and finally understood the reason for its weird strength difference. The black tide only existed as a wave on the surface. If one looked closer, they could see that some carbon particles inside had been transformed into diamond fragments, and supported by high-speed spinning inside the waves, they turned into something resembled a circular saw. The cutting force was abnormally strong as a result. This swathe of black contained at least a few hundred of such diamond will saws. Just like the undercurrent in a river, it would be difficult to notice without careful observation. It was no wonder the mechanical beasts had turned into scrap metal in an instant. The significance of this was that if the wave was set to engulf a whole building, it would be able to turn it into rubble in a matter of seconds. This destructive power far exceeds that of its appearance on the surface, like a golden ant colony that could strip an elephant down to its bare bones in a matter of seconds. While he was confident in his tanky body, Han Xiao had no desire to let his tender skin be exposed to such a horrifying force. They indeed live up to their names as calamity grades, to be able to have such control over conflicting operations of subtlety and aggressiveness. Ember was unable to achieve that in the past, but now he has more control over his abilities. I have to be more careful, Han Xiao reminded himself. Even as the thoughts spun in his head, the Void Dragon mechanical suit covered his body. He strode with large steps toward Ember in assault mode. There was no way of him breaking past Ember's defense from mid-range. He had to get within close range to be able to have a chance. Arosia turned into a stream of light, penetrating into the diamond sphere that enclosed Ember. The carbon particles within could only cause her energy body to swell up but were unable to perform an effective attack, since she was highly immune to physical damage after transforming into energy. The rays coming from an energy explosion shone out from within the diamond sphere. Ember had eaten a close-range energy bomb from Arosia. Unable to retreat, he could only choose to deactivate his diamond sphere, turning it into a flat shield to ensure his visibility. He felt extremely uneasy in the presence of Arosia, whose energy form made her immune to physical damage. Numerous bullets sparked on the surface of Ember's diamond shield, ricocheting off with metallic noises. Ember glanced over the scene once before waving his hand. The carbon particles surrounding him wildly spread out, no longer clustering together. They turned into a black-colored sandstorm, drilling into the various machines and destroying their internal circuits. Buzz! Sparks flew out as a large number of machines became crippled. Ember coldly laughed. The battle has ended, As long as he managed to destroy all the machinery, the mechanic class would become akin to a tiger whose teeth and claws had been pulled out. While Black Star could mitigate his abilities, he could do the same to Black Star. However, upon casting his eyes forward, Ember found out that Han Xiao seemed to have no intention to stop, as though he was indifferent toward what had happened. With quick footwork, Han Xiao rushed up to Ember as a complicated machine unfolded in the palm of his hand. This melee weapon was very thick and almost 2 meters in length. It resembled a giant knife with a handguard, but the shape was more futuristic, akin to a rifle with a barrel. This was a weapon in that category named high-frequency strike cannon, a multipurpose close-range weapon. This new equipment replaced his original electromagnetic scythe, which could not keep up with his strength. The blade of the weapon was a protective shell covering the inner structure. The blade inside consisted of a high-frequency oscillation, which was hard to trace, carrying a strong cutting force. Along the side of the blade were 2 rows of holes, and each time the blade came into contact with the target, those holes would spew out gunpowder to ignite and cause an explosion. The gunpowder could also cause internal heating, resulting in an electromagnetic overclocking of the equipment, allowing it to enter a second stage of superpower output, something akin to a great release one. Surrounded by sparks and carrying lightning within, it was violent. Boom, boom, boom. One strike after another rained down, and the explosions continued unabated as Ember repeatedly used his diamond shield to resist. His brow was slightly furrowed. His forte did not lie in melee battles, so he attempted to retract the particles to surround his body, trying to sabotage Han Xiao's armor. However, the sonic spheres that followed Han Xiao disrupted the particles, foiling his scheme. Sound waves were constantly released toward Han Xiao, forming an invisible shield around him. The moment that the carbon particles neared him, they would be forcefully repelled, bouncing off instead of adhering to the surface of his mechanical suit. The 3 of them seemed to have rolled into a ball from the fighting. Ember's expression no longer showed ease, as Han Xiao was giving him more trouble than expected. It seemed like he was not the only one who had improved. He had originally thought that he would be able to eliminate Black Star quickly, but to think that he was tangled up with him now. In Ember's original vision, only Nagakin would pose some trouble. Now, he found out that Black Star was also not easy to deal with. However, Ember thought that this was a good chance. To be able to discover this point sooner was a blessing, compared to being caught off guard. Because the enemy soldiers had split in 2, Black Star had taken the risk to hold Ember up. However, he did not have many helpers with him. Thus, this could be considered the best chance to get rid of a strong enemy. As he thought up to this point, the look in Ember's eyes changed. He had initially wanted to resolve this quickly and meet up with Anner once more, but now he would not mind putting in some more time to remove any possible hindrances. At this time, a carefree laugh suddenly rang out from Han Xiao. Aha, that's a good look you have there. I feel more killing intent. It seems like you're finally willing to waste more time with me. I certainly do not think it a waste of time, Ember coldly replied. The majority of your machinery has gone to waste, and I can destroy your mechanical suit sooner or later. By that time, what other methods will you show me? What other methods, you say? Han Xiao chuckled twice before his tone suddenly turned ferocious. Then, I'll let you experience it firsthand. Hum. His mechanical force gushed out, and as though a shock wave of electricity, it swept across all the machinery present. The next instant, the crippled machines were reactivated with waste modification, and all of the weapons came back to life, awaiting orders. The war mechanic class was one that was born from war itself. The mechanical roar resounded once again. Ember was caught unprepared and was blasted flying. His face was blackened with soot, and he quickly blocked the follow-up attacks using this Esper abilities. While it was not a huge problem, he had indeed been injured. Ember suddenly looked up, the anger blazing within his pupils. The pain that he was suffering awakened his body's memory of Han Xiao. The shame and humiliation that he suffered, which he had gradually forgotten, came rushing back like a tsunami. Chapter 487. I do not believe heroes cannot fall to their deaths. Chapter 487. I do not believe heroes cannot fall to their deaths. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The enthusiasm from the duo's battle radiated outward, causing the mercenaries that were hidden in the surveillance room to stare with their mouths hanging agape. Black Star could actually fight equally against a calamity-grade super. The first thought that came into everyone's minds was that the opponent might not be so strong after all. While they had never seen the full capabilities of a calamity-grade super, they had heard many rumors about their frightening powers and how grade B supers were effortlessly destroyed in front of them. However, looking at the battle between Han Xiao and Ember, maybe the rumors about the calamity-grade super's combat capability were simply over-exaggerated. This gave the mercenaries some form of confidence. "I want to go down and help." A bearded mercenary suddenly stood up, withdrawing his gun from its holster. Everyone else had a strange look on their face. While the enemy was not as strong as expected, it was definitely safer to be seated where they were. Why do you have to seek danger? The bearded mercenary glanced at everyone, secretly disdainful. He thought that this was a God-sent opportunity. Since there was little danger, going down to help meant showcasing his good side to Black Star. If he left a deep enough impression, he might be invited to join the Black Star mercenary group. This person thus hurriedly left the surveillance room. Nobody else dared to lecture him, turning their attention back to the surveillance cameras. When the bearded mercenary reached the battlefield, the atmosphere made him feel a little nervous, causing him to start regretting his decision. He took a deep breath before telling himself that riches were obtained through encountering dangers. Following which, he barged through the door loudly, firing continuously at Ember's back as he shouted, "Black Star, I'm here to reinforce you." Quickly, pa! In the blink of an eye, before the bearded mercenary could even finish speaking, his body collapsed. Dust leaked out from within his clothes. He's dead just like that. The mercenaries in the surveillance room were all stunned silly, fear coloring their faces. Weak my ass. This guy can literally kill people through fright. The calamity grades are too terrifying. We're better off hiding here and slacking. The guts that had just begun growing within those mercenaries were nipped at the bud, and whatever courage they still had left was thrown out the window. The group of mercenaries now understood that Black Star, who was able to compete with those of the calamity grade, was not just SOSO as described by the other mercenaries. Most likely, even those grade B mercenaries who secretly scoffed in disdain at Black Star could not beat him even if they fought together against Black Star. Indeed, a person with reputation would definitely have some form of ability to back it up. On the battlefield, Han Xiao felt that this matter was a little strange. Why did this bearded mercenary not bother to quietly hide? Could it be that he had been possessed by Aesop and purposely went there to seek death? At this point, Ember repeated his tactic, attempting to paralyze the machines again. He did not believe that Han Xiao could repeatedly rejuvenate his machines. His hypothesis was correct. Han Xiao indeed could not use his waste modification skill infinitely. Other than the limited number of uses, the energy consumed each time was not a small amount. However, Han Xiao was clear of another point. Those carbon particles that Ember employed based on his control were similar to the relationship between him and his machines. Without them, Ember's ability would also weaken. As such, Han Xiao had long made preparations. With a snap of his fingers, a trap machine that had not yet been activated suddenly shone. Within the black wave, countless spherical-shaped lights appeared, trapping huge clumps of carbon particles within them. In an instant, the black wave was reduced by a great margin. Those traps were nothing unique, just ordinary shield generators. In an orthodox sense, their purpose was not even made to trap items within. However, in Han Xiao's eyes, any machine could be a trap. To have those shields locking in a huge number of carbon particles was as good as trapping them within, causing them to become prisoners within the shields. Even though Ember could still control the carbon particles, he needed energy and time to break through the shields. All that would create distractions for him. This move of his effectively shaved off a portion of Ember's battle strength. As for this location, it was comprised of an alloy that did not contain carbon within. Han Xiao's machines were also not made out the carbon steel materials, and thus, other than the mercenary who blindly sacrificed himself, there was nobody else whom Ember could extract carbon from. While the range of his ability was great, He still required time to extract the carbon from his sphere of influence and bring it over, unless he decided to extract the carbon particles from his very own body. The remaining carbon particles suddenly started spinning, forming the shape of a tornado as it tried to cut through the ceiling. Ember had discovered that this battlefield was extremely disadvantageous to him. He wished to change the battlefield, and going out into the open would allow his combat capability to increase a few folds. Ember did not realize that his attitude toward Han Xiao had imperceptibly changed, from the disdain and contempt early on to now, where he had even begun to consider the effect of the battlefield. He could clearly feel a sense of pressure from Han Xiao, from a grade B super, a pressure that this was an opponent who could threaten his life. At that moment, Han Xiao strangely did not retreat, but rather rushed toward the dangerous cutting tornado as he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The mercenaries in the surveillance room hurriedly detonated the explosives, causing the base to collapse. Numerous building materials fell down and buried the area. Han Xiao greatly respected any calamity-grade super, so he had prepared and buried a huge payload below them. Detonation was an art, and due to his positioning of the explosives, the entire floor of the building collapsed. The duo entered a state of weightlessness as they rapidly fell. Rumble! Bits of debris and rubble ricocheted around them, and their vision and breaths were obscured and stifled by the thick clouds of dust. The momentum caused by the explosion was so large that it was as though an entire mountain had shifted. Ember hurriedly formed a diamond panel under his feet, stabilizing himself. He intended to fly out of this collapsing building while using his carbon particles to shield himself. Who? From afar came the sound of loud whistling. Having fought with Han Xiao for so long, he recognized the sound coming from the high-frequency strike cannon. He understood that Han Xiao was pursuing him like a rabid dog. Ember did not wish to carry out a fight in such a complicated environment, but he had no choice but to retaliate. Suddenly, a lump of black shadows appeared in front of him, obscuring his limited vision. Ember jumped in shock. He was totally blind, and no matter what he tried, he was unable to escape from the cage of shadows. Furthermore, this thing could not even be touched, so he had no idea what contraption this was. The sound of howling winds was getting closer, but mixed within the various sounds of the collapsing building, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact position. With no other alternatives, Ember could only deploy his diamond sphere defense once again. Clank! A tough object pierced into the sphere, and Ember immediately utilized micromanipulation to reveal a small hole to appear at the moment of contact, trapping the hard object. Based on the size, it was obviously Han Xiao's strike cannon. While he could not see, Ember immediately dispelled his diamond sphere, changing it into a long spear, and pierced in the direction of the strike cannon. He predicted that his reaction speed would still be able to catch Han Xiao. Frueval.com. However, his strike only hit thin air. Not good. Ember instantly reacted, but it was already too late. A large hand from the mechanical suit firmly latched onto the back of his head, and without any warning, a void jet spray was discharged directly. At the same time, Han Xiao utilized the skill, armor-piercing consecutive attacks, from the Germinal organization's leader's character summon card. In the next 5 seconds, all his attacks would have a certain chance to break the armor of his enemy, reducing his defense by 24%. Boom! Ember felt as though he was struck by lightning. His brain shook, and stars flew in his vision, causing his Esper ability to dissipate for that instant. But this instant was enough to cause the diamond panel that he had below him to disintegrate. The duo once again fell down the collapsed building. Swoosh! Dust blew in their faces, and they could only hear the sounds of collapse and the whistling of wind. Before this, Han Xiao had borrowed the messy and complicated environment to create a diversion attack. He had first used Void Vision to inhibit Ember's line of sight, followed by throwing his weapon and using Void Travel to appear behind Ember soundlessly, creating the scenario where he attacked Ember from behind. This opportunity was rare. Thus, Han Xiao would not let go. He ignored the cost of energy, releasing burst after burst of Void Jet Spray. This was the additional ability granted by the Void Dragon mechanical suit. While it had no cooldown, the energy consumed would rise by 30% if used again within 10 seconds. 42% of energy remaining. 26% of energy remaining. Energy level critical. The energy of the mechanical suit was spent at a torrential rate, with the voice of Philip constantly sending out warnings. Ember was hurriedly attempting to gather energy within his body. No matter the class, energy had a universal function, which was to raise resistance for a short period of time. Suffering a series of heavy blows, Ember had no choice but to focus his attention on defending himself. As such, the control of his ability dropped by almost 70 to 80%. Xiao had managed to see Ember's attributes through the interface. This guy also had a boss template with his defense and health at insane values. Furthermore, because he was a grade A super, his conversion of endurance was too high, so much so that his health was comparable to Xiao's. Thus, Xiao could not afford to be stingy. All kinds of explosive abilities such as gene liberation and overload were activated, and Xiao even chose to activate the character summon card of Gila, Whisper of the Dead. Causing mental damage could also help to shave off a target's attention. This series of buffs was activated extremely quickly. They had only fallen around half the distance, with both of them still weightless. Ember's head was still being clamped, and the pain and humiliation caused him to sink into fury. While he could not see what was happening behind him, he could feel the power fluctuations given off by Xiao weakening. This indicated that his energy in his mechanical suit was low, which meant that his burst of attacks was about to end. While he had taken a hit, he had at least achieved his objective. The moment that they came into contact with the outside world, that would be his stage. The last void jet spray completely drained the energy in the mechanical suit. Ember could clearly sense this point, and he endured the splitting pain in his head, hoarsely saying, "You have no more energy left. Just wait for me to drag you out from your turtle shell. I'll turn you into mincemeat." When Xiao heard this, he gritted his teeth and lowly shouted, "Arosia!" Arosia was not affected by gravity at all, merely following beside both of them, her body easily phasing through the rubble. When she heard her name, she turned into a beam of light and accelerated, sticking to Xiao's back. She opened her arms and embraced him from the back. Her energy body was like melting ice, flowing into the core of the mechanical suit. In an instant, the Void Dragon mechanical suit's energy capacity shot through the roof. Energy levels at 327%. Circuit is overloaded. Please expend the excess energy as soon as possible. To Xiao, Aroshia's energy was the biggest reserve battery for him. Xiao's tightened his hand, holding Ember's head as though he was clamping it with tongs. "Energy? I'm not lacking in that. Are you ready for a severe concussion?" Boom! Feeling the new surge in energy levels, Ember's eyes opened wide, shock and anger filling his face. He felt that something was amiss, as though the entire matter had proceeded out of his control. This sort of feeling made him subconsciously remember the time when he first fought Xiao. He gritted his teeth. Every time. It's the same every single time. This B***starred has all sorts of schemes. The continuous series of explosions drowned whatever thoughts he had. The duo slammed into the ground, the impact jolting both to their bones. They lay prone, unable to muster the strength to stand due to the pain in their bodies. At this point, a huge shadow rapidly expanded where they were situated. The next second, the collapsed building slammed down on them. Boom! Dust billowed. The earth shook. Chapter 488 Retreat. Chapter 488 Retreat. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The commotion of the collapsing building startled the pedestrians, and they gathered together at a distance, pointing at the rubble as they discussed about the chaos with shock. In the skies, a large number of aircraft stopped in midair and looked down at the rubble below. While the destruction of this battle was not as bad as the battle between the three greatest supers, because of something similar happening a while back, the citizens of Norios paid close attention to the battle. How is Black Star? Who won? A couple of mercenaries who ignited the explosives had long escaped from the base and were currently in midair within an aircraft. Swoosh! A mechanical arm pushed off a large boulder, and a figure could be seen climbing out of the rubble with difficulty. With his hands on his knees, Han Xiao panted heavily. Ouch! A few of my ribs were fractured. Han Xiao felt a dull ache in his chest. An entire building had crashed down on him, and even with the powerful defense of his Void Dragon armor, its durability had fallen from the original 67% to about 30%. Black crack marks could be seen all over the armor, and sparks could be seen coming out from some of the cracks. Thankfully, the equipment's passive, indestructible toughness was activated, and the resistance of the armor was increased many times over. A portion of the damage penetrated through the mechanical suit's defenses. Han Xiao looked at the interface in front of him, and it showed that he had lost more than 4,000 HP together with light fractures and slight dizziness effects. The majority of the damage had come from the falling debris. Thousands of tons of debris had smashed down onto his body, and when he was falling, his entire attention had been placed on attacking. He had let Philip take over the control of the machines so that he would not need to divert his attention. When he landed, both he and Ember had landed in two different regions. Philip had immediately turned the halo array into a shield to block the majority of the falling debris. Without that, the damage that he had suffered would definitely have been much worse. Because of the collapsed building, the majority of his machines were buried under the rubble. However, he still had over 70 compressed orbs on him and still had the ability to fight. Aroshia separated from the mechanical suit, and her glow was obviously dimmer than before. Han Xiao had used up plenty of energy. The dust cloud spread, and his visibility was limited. Han Xiao looked around him to find Ember. Killing a Calamity-grade super was not that easy, but this series of attacks would definitely be enough to make Ember suffer. Ember did not have the powerful physique of a pugilist or any Esper abilities to strengthen his body. If he did not use his Esper abilities to put up a defense, his durability would not be very high. Sha sha sha. At that moment, a familiar grinding sound could be heard, and Han Xiao's expression changed. He immediately jumped back, and 3 thick black spears shot down where he had been standing just a moment ago. Those black spears had easily penetrated through the rubble and created a pit over 10 meters long. The dust cloud was blown away by the strong wind, and Han Xiao could see a thick, black wave that was double the size of before. It spanned over 200 to 300 meters and was still expanding. Now that he was not in a building, Ember was able to gain access to a never-ending supply of carbon. All of a sudden, the black current condensed into a large, lifelike python, which was 2 to 3 meters thick and 100 meters long. The body of the python stood erect with its snake head looking at Han Xiao, sticking out its tongue. It looked as though it was truly alive. On top of the snake's head, Ember's figure could be seen. He should have been full of elegance and majesty, but he was currently looking a little pitiful. His clothes were torn all over the place and blood was seeping down from his forehead with half of his face dyed red. The skin at the back of his head all the way down to his neck was torn apart. Being shot by the void jet spray 20 to 30 times had obviously left a scar. Ember's face contorted in pain as he glared at Han Xiao furiously. Every single attack that Han Xiao shot out was aimed at his head, and Ember had to focus all of his attention to control his Esper abilities. Thus, he was forced to endure a head-splitting headache, which affected his ability to control his Esper powers. He was not able to perform any meticulous control and could only expand the range of his carbon wave. In the sky, a couple of mercenaries gasped in disbelief. That Calamity-grade super is severely injured, Fewebnovel.com. They had personally witnessed Ember's strength, and there was even one of them who had personally experienced it. However, Black Star was actually not on the losing end and had severely injured this grade A super who was considered a powerful figure in the galaxy. He was truly formidable. The gazes of those in the surroundings were very quickly drawn to Ember. In truth, it was difficult for them not to notice such a large black snake. This looks bad. Han Xiao knew that things were no longer in his favor. For him to achieve such a battle result, it was because of his meticulous setup of the battlefield ahead of the event. While he had severely wounded Ember and affected his battle prowess, Ember was still far from death. Since they were on the outside, Ember would be able to make full use of his abilities, and it would be difficult for him to injure Ember any further. There would not be a chance like before. A thought flashed through Han Xiao's head. His attention is fully on me. As long as I can hold him back, when Nagakin succeeds on the other side. He would not lose his cool just because he had the upper hand. He was very clear that he would be the one suffering if the battle continued. He did not continue battle, and the thrusters of his void dragon mechanical suit began spewing fire. Han Xiao shot into the sky and began to flee. "Don't think of escaping!" Ember roared furiously, and the python under him shot into the sky to chase after Han Xiao. Escape? This is a strategic retreat. Numerous black spears shot over, and Han Xiao avoided them nimbly in midair. Turning around to take a look, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Ember gave chase. That fellow was indeed infuriated. Avoiding a head-on confrontation and letting Ember chase him would allow him to buy the largest amount of time. Han Xiao did not feel that it was necessary to fight him head-on. With one person escaping and the other chasing, both of them weaved through the buildings. Humongous black python charged forward recklessly, and its size was constantly increasing. All the aircrafts along the way hurriedly avoided the python, and those that were not able to get out of the way in time were quickly reduced to shreds. Even the buildings that the python merely brushed past had large chunks taken out of them. The commotion was shocking. Compared to the black snake, Han Xiao's figure was like a little bug. Ooh! The ringing alarms could be heard from afar, and the public security squad rushed over at high speed. The destruction that Ember had caused had affected the peace of the city, and the public security squad would not ignore it. "DDD, you have an incoming call request." A notification sounded in his helmet, and Han Xiao accepted the call request. Nagakin's face then appeared in front of him. Alvin's doppelganger has been brought to safety. Anner destroyed 2 streets, but thankfully, a passing calamity-grade tourist was dragged into the fight and decided to help out. However, Anner's speed was too fast, and we could only force him back. A passing calamity-grade super. This piece of news was truly out of his expectations. Han Xiao had thought that he would have to stall for a while longer, and his face could not help but cramp up. At the same time, he lamented about how Norios was truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He could not help but think about the first time that he met Alvin. This fellow's luck was probably even better than Herlu's, and he had truly gotten lucky this time. "Black Star, hang in there. We will come back and reinforce you immediately." Nagakin's voice was filled with anxiety. The way he saw it, it was far too dangerous for Han Xiao to be delaying Ember alone. He had been afraid that Han Xiao would already have beaten before he called. Turning off the communicator, Han Xiao's eyes glowed. With Nagakin fulfilling his part of the plan, there was no need for him to entertain Ember any further. He then turned around and turned on the speaker in his helmet. "Do you really think that you can get rid of me? Have you forgotten about my other ability?" As Ember heard that, his face turned color. He suddenly remembered that when he was on Floating Dragon Island, Han Xiao had once displayed the ability to recover fully in an instant. This meant that this battle would not end anytime soon. The public security squad is rushing over, and the grade A super hired by Norios will not allow you to act so unbridled. My comrades have already forced Anner back and will be here to reinforce me soon. If you still want to continue playing with me, I shall accompany you, Han Xiao said in a tone filled with delight. Ember had a look of hesitation on his face and was extremely reluctant. He was stuck in a dilemma where he could not advance or retreat. Continuing the battle would only be a waste of time. Not only would he be unable to get rid of Black Star, he would end up being surrounded. However, he was reluctant to retreat like that. After being beaten up by the enemy, he had not settled the score with the enemy and still had to retreat. This was too much. The sound of the sirens grew nearer, and Ember realized that Han Xiao had already reduced his speed, looking as though he had no fear. Ember's expression was ice-cold with a sharp pain coming from his wounds and the dizziness reminding him of the condition of his body. The pride and arrogance that he had after entering the Calamity grade had vanished during the battle. Black Star's name was even more deeply imprinted in his heart. Together with the pain, this impression had seeped into his bones. "It is my mistake. I underestimated you too much. Next time, regardless of your strength and the machines around you, regardless of whether you are in your prime or severely injured, I will not be careless. He then calmed his anger with a complicated look in his eyes. After one last glare at Han Xiao, Ember resolutely turned around. The black snake crumbled into a dark cloud and escaped with him like a black mountain demon. I'm finally safe. Han Xiao stopped moving and heaved a sigh of relief. While he seemed to be extremely relaxed on the surface, he was feeling a great deal of stress in his heart. If he did not fight Ember in a place that was to his advantage, he would definitely be on the losing end. If all of his machines were destroyed, even Aurora's character summon card would be completely useless. At the very most, he would only be able to make use of it 6 times, and he had already been forced by Ember to use it once. He did not wait for Nagakin to return and surround Ember but warned him to escape. If Ember truly wanted to escape, it would be difficult for them to stop him. On the contrary, all of the other mercenaries would have to face the risk of being annihilated. Looking at the incoming public security squad, Han Xiao did not wish to be interrogated, so he hid from them. At the same time, Nagakin arrived with the mercenaries. The moment that they saw the destroyed building, those hired mercenaries were completely dumbfounded. Along the way, all of them had been extremely pessimistic about Han Xiao's chances of survival. For Black Star to delay a grade A super alone, they all felt that he would definitely be trampled upon and were extremely worried. However, they witnessed the rubble created from an intense battle, and everyone, including Nagakin, was dumbfounded. Just what had happened? Where did Black Star go? Chapter 489 Anner. Chapter 489 Anner. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios freewebnovel.cm. As the mercenaries who had stayed behind saw the returning Nagakin and the others, they hurriedly landed, and both parties met up. The 100 or so mercenaries who had gone out to rescue Alvin then heard those few mercenaries excitedly describing what had happened. Apart from Herluz and those from the Black Star mercenary group, looks of disbelief could be seen on the others. Black Star was actually able to fight a calamity-grade super evenly and had even severely injured his opponent. This was completely different from what they had expected. Everyone was shocked into silence. Even Herluz was in a slight daze. Is he so powerful? Nagakin was immediately overjoyed. He had not felt confident, and never had he imagined that Black Star would be such a reliable ally. At that moment, Nagakin received a message. Han Xiao asked them to dig out all the machines buried under the rubble before meeting up with them at another place. He also reminded them not to attract too much attention. Nagakin turned around and realized that more and more people were gathering over to watch the show. The public security squad and construction team were also rushing over. Too many regions of Norios had been damaged by battles recently, and the Norios financial group was probably extremely frustrated. Nagakin did not wish to be tied down by them and hurriedly instructed everybody to quickly dig up all the machines before they escaped. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao arrived. The hired mercenaries looked at Han Xiao with more respect in their eyes and made way to let him in. Walking over to the middle of the crowd, Han Xiao slapped Herluz on the shoulders and said with a smile, "Ember was injured by me, and he is definitely suffering a headache right now." Herluz was stunned for a while, and he stroked his mechanical arm. Every time that he thought about Ember, the nerve connection to his mechanical arm would begin to ache dully. Hearing that, Herluz broke out in a wide smile and felt his anger vented. "Good brother. Fantastic." After chatting casually for a while, Han Xiao collected all the recovered machines back into their compressed orbs. After counting all of his machinery carefully, Han Xiao concluded that he lost about 30 machines, and many of his machines had dropped in quality. Apart from injuring Ember, he did not receive any material gains. The biggest gain would be completing their mission objective and saving Alvin's final doppelganger. "We meet again, friends." Alvin greeted everyone. His complexion was pale and his lips white. It was obvious that he was not very healthy. Seeing a mixed blood Gotteren again, nothing good will happen for sure. Han Xiao shook his head. Where is the great A super who helped? He left, leaving without leaving his name behind. He is probably a superhero. Han Xiao did not find the matter strange. The more powerful someone was, the greater their responsibilities. At the very least, there were some who still adhered to such principles. Superheroes were a common occurrence, and there were many powerhouses who did not mind playing the role of a hero occasionally. After saving their target, Xiao and the others began discussing their next move. If Darkstar want to have any progress, they only have two choices. First, search for Alvin's main body, which will be like finding a needle in a haystack. Second, snatch his final doppelganger from us. Thus, we have the initiative and Darkstar is on the passive side. They will be anxious. Nagakin, how much longer will it take for your reinforcements to arrive? The War Bureau sent the fleet nearest to us, but even if they make use of the Stargate, they will take 12 days at least. Darkstar won't ignore the incoming reinforcements and will definitely send their fleet to hide near Norias. I have a few ideas, but we should first find a new base before discussing them in detail. On the other side of the city, the injured Darkstar troops found a concealed location to rest and recuperate. While the battle had been short, it had also been extremely intense. The number of Grade B supers on both sides added up to about 15, and with the mercenaries being well-trained, the battle had been intense. Herlu's battleship Slicing Blade and Sherman's cannon had clashed with each other ferociously. Wilsander had also joined the battle and found the most powerful enemy, Forsyth. Sylvia's strength was far too weak, so she had not entered the battle. Since Phaidon was only a customer, he was not willing to be dragged into the battle. Anner's expression was extremely ugly, and his mood was very bad. The battle had initially been in their favor, but another Grade A super had jumped in from nowhere and resulted in all of his efforts going down the drain. How was he to know that a Grade A super would suddenly pass by that region? He had already tried his best to reduce the collateral damage. For the majority of Calamity Grade supers, as long as they went all out, they would definitely have the ability to change the very geography of a planet. For their strength to grow to such a level, they could be considered a walking weapon capable of wiping out a civilization. However, they had to restrain themselves when fighting someone of the same level. The more restrained they were, the more concentrated their attacks would be, and the more easily they would be able to break through the enemy's defenses. If they only tried to spread out the range of their destructive abilities, it would not threaten an opponent of their level. Furthermore, Anner did not wish to create too much damage on this planet and provoke the Norias financial group. If Ember had rushed over in time, they might have had a chance in a 2-on-2 battle. However, who knew what Ember was doing? He had not arrived even after a long time. It was truly difficult for Anner to understand. With the majority of the enemies in battle with him, there should not have been too many men left behind in the base. Just what had taken Ember so long? With Anner being surrounded, he had been able to escape injury only because of his speed. Finally, seeing Alvin escape and being unable to wait for Ember's arrival, he could only retreat. One could only imagine how frustrated Anner was at Ember. Not too long later, Ember returned to the base. The blood had clotted and formed scabs. The injuries all over his neck were extremely frightening, and everyone was shocked. Seeing that, Anner began to frown. How did you get injured? What did you meet? Could it be that Nagakin found yet another Calamity Grade super? Ember waved his hands and said with his teeth clenched, "It was Black Star. He stayed behind to deal with me." Anner's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say that you were delayed by a Grade B super and were beaten by the other party to this state? Ember nodded. Anner took a few seconds to regain his cool. Since you dragged the battle on for so long, you must have gotten rid of him, right? The situation was urgent, and I retreated. Anner immediately let out a curse. He had placed a great amount of hope in Ember, but at that moment, he could not help but wonder if he groomed the wrong person. Ember could feel the change in Anner's gaze and knew that his respected teacher was extremely disappointed in him. His face contorted, and he wanted to explain himself. However, he felt that he would only embarrass himself even further and thus chose to remain silent. Anner had decided that he must lock Ember up for another year after their return. He did not wish to see the face of this fellow and said to Forsyth, "The situation isn't in our favor. Do you have any suggestions?" Forsyth thought for a moment before saying, "We have 3 choices. We can either use the 3 doppelgangers in our hands to find Alvin's main body, snatch the doppelganger from them and kill Nagakin while we're at it, or do nothing at all. Chapter 490 Sharp Contradiction. Chapter 490 Sharp Contradiction. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. What do you mean? We are hidden in the dark, and Alvin's main body won't dare appear, Forsyth explained. Thus, the other party is definitely waiting for the Godaran reinforcements. Our fleet is already awaiting their orders near Norias, and we can apply for more motherships to be sent out. When the reinforcements of the other party arrive and attempt to collect Alvin from Norias, our troops can launch an ambush and destroy the enemy's fleet. Not only will we be able to get rid of a traitor, we will also be able to get rid of a Godaran fleet. You are right, Anner said. The port is a place that they have to pass, and it is easy to track their whereabouts. This can be a layer of insurance, but we cannot ease up. Continue to search for Alvin's main body and give the other party pressure. Han Xiao and the others found another base. After settling down, he looked for Nagakin and Alvin to discuss their plans. However, before their discussion, a question surfaced in his mind. Why did Alvin choose to betray Darkstar? There was no information on this character from his previous life. Betray? I do not feel that this is a betrayal. Alvin shook his head. I have golden-colored skin and am a Godaran. This is abandoning the darkness and entering the light. I joined Darkstar once, but it does not mean that I have to be a member of Darkstar forever. There are many mixed-blood Godarans who are treated with prejudice and scorn. Thus, when the members of Darkstar appeared before me, I left without any hesitation. Darkstar's hiring process is extremely strict, and it would be almost impossible for any Godaran spies to sneak in. I am naturally not a spy either. Han Zhao's brows then furrowed, and he asked, So, why have you chosen to side Ghidorah now? Because I noticed that Ghidorah's problem with Darkstar isn't so simple. Darkstar has always brainwashed their members with hatred and described Ghidorah as an extremely evil entity, as though they wish to wipe out all mixed-blood Godarans. Reinforcing hatred is the same as reinforcing loyalty to them. The members of Darkstar have begun to hate Ghidorah more and more over the years. But news of the true situation in Ghidorah has always been restricted. Alvin raised his head up and sighed. Ghidorah's attitude toward the mixed-blood Godarans isn't so extreme, and the government is very open. They only treat Darkstar as their enemy, and to ordinary mixed bloods, the government has always been extremely fair to protect their rights. Han Xiao nodded and said in a teasing tone, I am waiting for you to say, but Alvin laughed bitterly as he heard that. All right, but the government's stance and policies aren't sufficient to change the views of the Godarans. The purebloods' disdain toward the mixed bloods is deeply rooted in tradition. While the government is able to give us the assurance of material objects, discrimination is one's free will. The government isn't able to control the thoughts of its people. The Godaran government wants to accept the mixed bloods, but the enemies of this policy are their own citizens and the millions of years of tradition. Darkstar's presence incited greater contradiction between the people and made the purebloods discriminate against us even more. Even though terrorists like Darkstar have nothing got to do with ordinary mixed bloods, that isn't enough to change the views of the majority. After all, not everyone is able to act rationally. Compared to the dangerous Darkstar, the mixed bloods living in Ghidorah are targets for them to vent their frustration. While Darkstar claims that they are fighting for the lives of the mixed bloods, their unscrupulous means haven't given the mixed bloods a better life, but have turned it into a greater torture. As such, even more mixed bloods have been forced toward Darkstar's side. This is a knot that is extremely difficult to untie. You cannot expect the purebloods to suddenly end their discrimination in a single night, and you cannot expect the mixed bloods to not have any thought of retaliation when being discriminated against. This is the fact that Darkstar is exploiting. If not for Darkstar, would the mixed bloods suffer from so much discrimination? Han Xiao tapped on the table with his finger and looked at Nagakin. What do you think? Nagakin let out a sigh. He is right. I do not discriminate against the mixed bloods, but I do not represent everyone. The policies of the upper echelons have always been to treat the mixed bloods with kindness and give them a fair chance to seize opportunities. However, because of Darkstar, those on top are also afraid that the mixed bloods may betray them. Thus, it is impossible for any mixed bloods to climb to a high position. You can treat it as a solidification of social class. While policies may be good, a good plan may not be feasible, especially when it involves the benefits and survival of an entire race. A thoughtful expression lingered on Alvin's face. Thus, I am willing to defect to Godora. Perhaps the lives of mixed bloods will only become better with Darkstar being eliminated. Your ambitions are extremely noble, Han Xiao said with respect. Thank you, Alvin smiled. His tone then changed. However, even if you praise me, I will not hand over any intel before I am completely safe. Don't say that to me. It isn't my concern, Han Xiao said with a smile. You should say that to the Godorans. My mission is only to protect you. He then retracted his smile and said in a serious tone, we are unable to predict Darkstar's plans, and we currently have a few options. First, hide ourselves and observe any changes while waiting for our reinforcements. This will be the most passive plan. Second, take the initiative to attack Darkstar. Distract them so that they won't have the energy to find your main body. The third option requires the agreement of you, Alvin. We can hide your main body far away from this place, and it would be best if it was on the other side of the planet. This way, your doppelgangers will all disappear. While you will suffer some injuries, Darkstar will lose all clues. I know a teleportation mage who lives on Norias, and he can help us. If not, he will definitely be beaten up by me again. Fourth, find a chance to leave Norias secretly with your main body. However, this plan is extremely risky. There is a 90% chance that Darkstar's fleet is currently hiding outside the atmosphere, and leaving rashly would only cause us to fall into their net. Nagakin and Alvin looked at each other with hesitation. Han Xiao then said with a deep voice, if the two of you don't have any other suggestions, which plan will you pick? With Nagakin's personality, he leaned toward taking the initiative to attack. However, Alvin did not want to take the risk and preferred to wait and watch. Bang! Before they could come to a decision, Aroshia's body suddenly swayed, and she crashed onto the table with a loud bang. The few of them turned over to take a look. She was currently holding onto her head with her eyes in disarray and brows furrowed as though she was in great pain. What's wrong? Han Xiao got up immediately and held onto Aroshia's shoulders. Aroshia rubbed her temples. It is like, there is a voice calling out to me in my head. It seems to be getting closer to me. I can feel its position. Han Xiao's brows were raised, unsure of what was going on. At the same time, a black spaceship finally came out from dark space and was floating among the stars. It had arrived from a distant star field. It had jumped through numerous stargates, almost been caught in a black hole, witnessed the explosion of a new planet, driven past an asteroid belt, escaped the chaotic tides of space, met a radiation storm, and also traveled through the most silent part of space without a single organism or planet. After a whole series of dangers, it had finally stopped. The shiny mirror-like exterior of the spaceship reflected a planet that looked like an iron fortress. Chapter 491, Welcome Back. Chapter 491, Welcome Back. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Because of Aroshia's sudden outburst, the meeting ended abruptly. In the end, they followed Alvin's thought and chose to lie in wait while waiting for their reinforcements. While Nagakin displayed his worries toward the Darkstar troops who were chasing after Alvin, Alvin seemed to be extremely confident in the situation of his main body and was certain that it would not be found. However, his lips were tightly sealed and not even the slightest bit of information could be discovered. Alvin was the core of the mission and they had to respect his wishes. Thus, they could only choose to stay behind in the base and raise their guard while monitoring the actions of Anner and the others. Very quickly, 3 days passed. The 3 days were extremely peaceful, and both parties were completely unharmed. freewebnov.com. Darkstar was only interested in finding Alvin's main body but did not have any clues. They ran around the place randomly, and the anxious mercenaries became at ease. During this period of rest, Han Xiao repaired the machines that had been damaged in his battle with Ember and regained some of his combat strength. He did not think that this mission would end so simply. After all, it was a mission with more than 1,000,000 experience points, so something else would probably happen before or after the reinforcements arrived. This mission did not create any chaos, but another incident attracted the great mechanic Han's attention. In the past 3 days, Arosia had found the calling in her head to be more and more obvious. Using her words, it was as though there was a voice recorder being broadcasted on a never-ending loop in her mind. The volume of the playback got louder and louder, and she had a strong feeling that the other party wanted to lead her somewhere. Han Xiao had always known that Arosia was filled with secrets. She was virtually undying and indestructible. Even Ames was not able to destroy her thoroughly, and her origins were extremely mysterious. Furthermore, she even had a rank at chain mission, and he had not even seen her in his previous life. Did this mean that the players did not find this hidden character? Han Xiao then thought about the outcome of Floating Dragon in his previous life. Because of Ames fooling around, Floating Dragon had ended up being destroyed in his previous life. At that time, had Arosia still been on Floating Dragon Island? If not, where did she revive? As a captain who cared for his subordinates, Han Xiao began asking Arosia about her situation in detail. After knowing that the call was coming from the sky and not too far away, after a series of questions and investigation, it was very likely that the location Arosia was referring to was an empty port in Norios. With the distance so near to him, Han Xiao could not help but feel wary. When they first arrived in Norios, Arosia did not have such a feeling, which meant that there was a possibility for this feeling to be the result of a party chasing after Arosia recently arriving at Norios. Thus, the other party had the ability to determine Arosia's location. If Han Xiao chose to ignore the other party, it was very likely that the other party would continue bothering them. What made Han Xiao the wariest was the fact that he did not know the other party's intentions. Arosia was not able to recall anything related to this sensation and decided to personally check this matter out. Han Xiao naturally did not want her to run around on her own. Since Alvin was currently acting in a low-profile manner in their base, Han Xiao decided to follow Arosia. After considering for a while more, he called Phaidon over as well. It was probably akin to bringing out a peace talisman on the way out. The three of them sat in a space elevator and arrived at the port that Arosia's instinct was pointing toward. This was a port that had its exit facing the outside of the shattered star ring. Only those who come from other star fields would stop in this port. Which direction is your instinct pointing toward? The large hall of the dock was full of people walking in all directions to the different docks. Apart from the endless supply of passers-by and tourists, there were also the Norios guards and staff of the dock. The ceiling of the empty port was transparent, and the scenery of the universe could be seen. The three of them were currently on a travelator, traveling slowly and casually. Over there, Arosia pointed in front. What clear directions? Han Xiao was helpless. It's a pity that my abilities are still weak, Phaidon said with a smile. If not, I would be able to use my psychic abilities to treat Arosia's brain and help her to regain her memories. You will have to first research on the memory storage methods of energy lifeforms. She does not have a brain for you to search. Really? Phaidon looked at Arosia. Even when her body is solidified, her Esper abilities aren't activated only when in use. When she awakened her Esper abilities, it remodeled her entire body. Her brain, bones, muscles, skin, and so on are all no more than an emulation. While she doesn't seem to be any different from an ordinary being, what will flow out if you crack her head open won't be brain fluids. Han Xiao paused for a moment. Looking at Phaidon's face full of curiosity, he frowned. You can't be wanting to give it a try, right? You know that I would not do something so violent. Phaidon waved his hands before laughing bitterly. However, that lady living in my head does not think so. Chun Xing probably feels as though she is always being suppressed by you in your body. If I was a lady, I wouldn't have a good impression of you either, Han Xiao joked. However, feelings are born with time. Perhaps after being suppressed by you for a long time, she might enjoy such a feeling and no longer be willing to come out. What if *King Bulsh *T? This lady here will slaughter you the moment I come out. Phaidon pointed at this head and chuckled. These are the original words which she said. Han Xiao bent forward and leaned toward Phaidon's face. With his eyes staring deeply into Faiden's eyes, it was as though he could see Chun Xing's consciousness. While Chun Xing was not able to control the body, she was able to share Faiden's senses. Han Xiao then clicked his tongue and said, "No, even if you are able to come out, you definitely won't want to meet me." After having a casual conversation, the three of them arrived at the source of the calling. This was a storage compartment and the door was sealed. They needed a passcode or access card before they could enter. The thing calling out to you is inside. It seems like it is really something alive. We have to find a way to go in and take a look. Han Zhao's expression turned solemn. At this moment, the member of staff in charge of this region walked over. "Do you guys recognize the person inside the warehouse?" The three of them turned around and Han Xiao asked, "What's the matter?" "It's like this, the spaceship inside landed in the warehouse 3 days ago. However, no registration was made, and the fees haven't been paid. All of our requests for communication were rejected, and the person on the spaceship did not disembark either. If you guys know him, please pay the fees." Han Zhao's eyes glowed. The other party did not leave the ship and did not make an appearance. It was truly mysterious. "Wait a moment. Why didn't you chase him away even when he didn't pay?" Faiden asked. "Because his spaceship is a reconnaissance ship of the Federation of Light. This is the symbol of his status. Our Norios financial group won't chase away such a high-grade ship so easily." The staff's words were extremely reasonable. "In truth, I am also not sure if we know him." Han Xiao pointed at the door. "Can we go in to take a look?" "I'm afraid not. I don't have this authority. According to the regulations, only the temporary owner of the warehouse can allow any guest to enter. This was to prevent people from stealing the spaceship. Let us make an application then, since he is still in the warehouse." Han Xiao pressed a button on the warehouse's communicator. Since the other party was there for Erosia, it was unlikely for him to reject them. After sending out an application and waiting for a while, time seemed to inch forward extremely slowly. The communicator suddenly turned green, and the door parted slowly. The owner of the spaceship had opened the warehouse without even saying anything to them. A black spaceship over 100 meters long was currently parked in the warehouse. This small-sized spaceship was extremely nimble and was the normal size of a reconnaissance spaceship. Its shiny black exterior reflected the view of the warehouse's interior. How could the great mechanic Han not recognize the spaceship? He immediately knew that this was the Blacklight Stealth. Not only was it expensive, its build quality was exceptional. In his previous life, whenever a spaceship like this appeared in the market, it would quickly be purchased by the large guilds or wealthy players. Han Xiao immediately felt some pressure. A figure who owned such a spaceship definitely would not be a simple character. If the person was hostile, it would definitely be very troublesome. Swoosh! There still was no communication, and the hatch to the Blacklight Stealth opened up as though the owner was inviting them in. However, the pitch-black entrance seemed to be emanating a cold air. Not even showing his appearance and acting so mysteriously, Han Xiao looked at Erosia. "Are we going in?" Erosia nodded and said with uncertainty, "I can feel someone calling me from inside. He is extremely anxious. Furthermore, this spaceship gives me a feeling of familiarity, and I think that I have spent a long time inside the spaceship before. I may even have experienced something extremely important, but I cannot recall anything." Han Zhao's interface suddenly displayed a notification. The second part of Reboot had 1 extra point in mission progress. It seems as though this spaceship was an important location in Erosia's memories. "Then let's go up and take a look." "Don't worry. I'm right behind you," Han Xiao said. The three of them walked into the spaceship and were greeted by a dark alley. After taking a step into the alley, the lights lit up on both sides. Whoosh! At this moment, the hatch behind the three of them closed up and restricted their retreat. "The owner of the spaceship wants us to walk forward," Faiden said. Without bothering about the closed hatch, the three of them walked along the alley and arrived at a fork. The light toward the right was lit up, but the left was completely dark. The three of them understood that the light was their guide. The cold and pale light glow seemed to carry an eerie atmosphere along with it, and the three of their faces also looked pale under the light. In truth, I would have preferred to go toward the left, But let's first follow the light. For the owner of the spaceship to not reveal himself until now. This owner reminds me of that annoying Aesop who likes to act mysteriously. Han Xiao stroked his chin and was even more curious about the relationship between Erosia and the other party. Following the light, they walked down a winding hallway before finally arriving at the cockpit of the spaceship. The cockpit was completely empty at the moment, and the control panel was glowing with a yellow light. The most eye-catching item was an accessory being hung above and to the right of the pilot's seat. This was a transparent glass cover with a ball of golden light flickering inside it like an unstable light bulb. Erosia was stunned for a moment before walking forward to touch the glass cover as though she was possessed. All of a sudden, a strange scene occurred. All the lights in the spaceship lit up at the same time, and the cockpit was suddenly brightly illuminated. The golden light from within the glass cover merged together with Erosia's palm, from where she touched the glass cover, as though the golden light had originally belonged to Erosia. At that moment, the sound of the spaceship system could be heard. Authority verification complete. Welcome back, Captain. Numerous flashing lights began to fly all around the cockpit before a figure of light was condensed in front of the three people. The figure of light immediately spread his arms and hugged the stunned Erosia. I finally found you, comrade. Chapter 492, Erosia's Origins. 1. Chapter 492, Erosia's Origins. 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. You recognize me? Who are you? Erosia reached out to touch the man made of light. However, her palm phased through. Han Xiao observed that there was no physical sensation in the person with narrowed eyes, confirming his suspicions that this man in light was a holographic projection. The hologram of the man slowly looped once around Erosia, akin to a fish swimming in the air. His tone was dispirited as he muttered to himself. I guessed correctly. Your memory circuit has malfunctioned. You were supposed to rest and recuperate after completing your task, allowing your thoughts to get used to this new body. Otherwise, it will result in sequelae such as a loss of emotions or memories and will require recalibration. The minds of the trio present were at a loss. Han Xiao was suddenly jolted, and he blurted out, "Are you called Rista?" The hologram turned around with a weird expression. How do you know my name? Did she tell you that? No, that's not right. She has already forgotten me. Just who are you? In the mission reboot, the reward of the mission mentioned Rista's name. Successful completion of the mission would raise the favorability of said person toward himself. Thus, Han Xiao guessed that this person would not be an enemy. Upon listening to Rista's tone, it was clear that he was aware of Erosia's origins. Han Xiao was eager to hear Rista's explanation, to think that this spaceship actually belonged to Erosia, and Rista actually called himself her comrade, speaking about certain procedures and migration details. He had a hunch that all of this pointed toward the final goal of the reboot mission. Seeing that Rista was wary of him, Han Xiao explained his identity and briefly described the circumstances in which he met Erosia. Strictly speaking, he was the one who had saved Erosia. After hearing his story, Rista floated in front of Han Xiao before giving a deep bow. He gratefully replied, "Many thanks to you for helping AL51004. If it was not for you helping her to recover a portion of her memories, the sensor would not have been able to locate her whereabouts. What does the serial number mean?" It was her original name. Rista turned back to Erosia. "Do you remember it?" Erosia shook her head in response. "I can't remember. I only know my name should be Erosia. It seems like the memory loss is more serious than I thought. The turbulent flow of the wormholes could have torn your memory circuit into numerous bits and pieces, requiring more time to properly recalibrate. However, you need not worry. Our memories will at most be buried deep within our subconsciousness and will never be destroyed. Sooner or later, you'll be able to regain them." Rista immediately abandoned Han Xiao, floating back to Erosia and speaking with a warm, encouraging tone. Han Xiao coughed dryly, reminding Rista whom he was originally speaking to. "Just what sort of life form are you? Are you an energy-based life form?" "No, I'm in fact an AI life form." "You're an artificial intelligence?" By the side, Phaidon spoke up. "So, are you the core system of this spaceship?" "You're wrong. An AI life form is not a system, nor is it limited to one body. We're a type of life form, and this spaceship is merely a temporary tool for me to move around in the world. Rista pointed at Erosia, his tone full of nostalgia and familiarity as he spoke. She was originally supposed to be the same as me. We upgraded our programs together as we grew up and supported each other in many difficult situations. We could be considered confidants who would share data within ourselves and also war comrades that fought side by side. She's very important to me. An AI life form? A lot of memories flashed by Han Zhao's mind. The universe was full of surprises, with evolution being the representative of disorder and chaos. There were countless possibilities, and those who were restricted by the physical sense organs could hardly imagine the vastness of the number of life forms present. For example, the great mechanic Han had once read of a resource file describing a certain named life form. When someone called out their names, they would truly exist, but if no one knew of their existence, they would also fade out of existence. Their names were the keys to summoning them. This sort of thing, however, mainly appeared only in the magical civilizations, only that the knowledge of such was in shambles. As such, when he came across the resource file in the past, the great mechanic Han, being the guy who deemed it his responsibility to share all kinds of knowledge, had immediately scanned through the document, memorizing it in detail. As for an AI life form, simply put, they were artificial intelligences that had gained independent thinking and become alive. The details were complicated, but if compared to ordinary artificial intelligences, they were as different as the heavens and the earth. Compared to material life forms, the AI life form was a special type of life form. They lived in a virtual network, just like fish required water to live in. Through this network, they could constantly upgrade themselves and install different modules in themselves. In addition, their way of communication, reproduction, social structure, and civilization were all extremely special. Is she also an AI life form? Han Zhao's expression was one of surprise. This was out of his expectations. Erosia did not look like an AI life form at all. She clearly had a body made of flesh, and she had even awakened an Esper ability. I can't tell you the specific details regarding this, Rista solemnly said. While I'm extremely grateful to you for taking care of her, we have an important mission to carry out. Hence, I'll be bringing her away. I hope you can understand. Han Xiao kept his expression, narrowing his eyes in response. Are you trying to steal my people? Are you kidding me? I took great lengths to nurture Erosia into one of my capable officers, and with just a sentence you wish to sever our relationship? Do you not feel guilt at all? So what if you two are childhood sweethearts? Your father here is the current male lead. 1. Han Zhao's eyes gleamed as he replied, I believe you should ask Erosia for her opinion. Don't decide for her. The two of them then turned to look at Erosia, whose expression appeared a little hesitant. The entire scene went quiet in an instant. This scene made Han Xiao think of a scenario where the child was asked to choose which parent they would follow after the couple divorced. Whatever it was a strange scene. Only 3 seconds passed before Erosia stepped toward Han Xiao, stating, You may be right, but I really cannot remember you right now. I only remember that Black Star saved me. So I won't follow you. Rista was helpless. If the other party was unwilling, how could he take them away? He had no other ideas. Since he could not persuade her, he could only compromise. No matter what, he had to ensure that he stayed by Erosia's side. I understand, Rista said in a depressed tone. I'll stay behind and accompany you until you regain your memories. Hearing this, Han Xiao secretly let out a smile. Because of her amnesia, all Erosia could remember was himself. Thus, she definitely would not choose someone else. This was a situation where he could not lose. Wait a minute, why did it feel as though he was the old man next door who was taking advantage of the wife while the husband was out? Shaking his head, Han Xiao threw away this strange feeling. Don't be overjoyed. I haven't allowed you to stay. And I won't, not unless you tell me what happened in its entirety. Maybe I can also be of some help. Rista was left in a predicament. He was not able to take Erosia away, but he did not have any misgivings toward Han Xiao. After all, it was Han Xiao who had saved her. All right then, I'll tell you everything. This matter has to be explained from the beginning. The three of them shared a glance. finding a place to sit comfortably before Rista began his story. As he narrated, Xiao finally got a clear view of the situation and suddenly realized the origins of how Erosia came about. Way back in the past, a spaceship had crash-landed on a desolate planet, with all its passengers having died from the impact. Only the artificial intelligence of the spaceship was left, repeatedly sending out distress signals to outer space again and again, according to the last instructions of the captain. However, no one came in the end. After a long period of time, the artificial intelligence began to get bored of this repetitive work that bore no results. It developed independent thinking, and with continuous upgrades and changes to its own program frameworks, it was no longer a tool that followed commands blindly. It had evolved from an artificial intelligence to an actual life form. The AI life form manipulated the wreckage of the spaceship, using the equipment provided to construct a few simple robots. It began exploring the planet, tapping into its resources to create a factory. Through that, it started to mass-produce work robots, all of which were manipulated by it to build up an empty base on the barren planet. On one of the days, the AI life form suddenly felt lonely. Thus, based on its own program framework, it created another AI life form, simulating a different personality. This was the reproduction pattern of the AI life form, self-proliferation. The two AI life forms began to converse, and slowly, they created more of their kind, which in time became the ancestors of the entire race. They all existed in virtual networks but were able to manipulate tools and robots in the real world through their programs. Robots began to extensively harvest resources under the control of the AI life forms, and since their manufacturing base could run continuously without a need for rest, the base constantly expanded. In time, they finally broke free from the planet, beginning to migrate to other planets to create bases. Thus, the number of AI life forms also increased exponentially. Millions, dozens of millions, hundreds of millions. And thus, a brilliant AI civilization was born. Chapter 493, Erosia's Origins. 2. Chapter 493, Erosia's Origins. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. An AI civilization did not have any cities and only had ice-cold mechanical bases. Not a single living being would be inside, and it would be cold and silent. However, the virtual net would be an extremely prosperous site. In the virtual world that they constructed, every formless member would be able to have their own body. To them, the virtual world was their home. As for the bases, cities, and mainframe system in reality, those are only constructs created to protect their home. Rista and Erosia were both citizens of such a civilization and were both AI life forms. AI life forms had almost no physiological desires, unless a simulation module was installed, and did not have any productivity constraints. Thus, there was no hierarchy in the civilization, and everyone was equal. Living in an AI civilization was almost like a utopia. Their method of communication was the exchange of data, and it was many times more efficient than using speech, writing, or pictures. In an instant, a large amount of data could be sent, and only a mind reader would be able to match such efficiency. When Rista described all that, Xiao came to a realization. For an AI life form to evolve to such an extent, it can be said to be equivalent to a soul. Ordinary beings would first have a physical body before having a consciousness, but an AI life form was the complete opposite. It first had a consciousness. The story that Rista had described afterward confirmed Xiao's predictions. This AI life form was indeed coveted by others, and the one who coveted them was a beyond grade A mechanic. This person had broken through all the defenses of the AI civilization, locked down their virtual homeland, cut off all their connections to the net, and captured all the AI life forms in the civilization. To him, those AI life forms were probably materials to create weapons. He locked up all of the AI life forms in a mainframe system and suppressed the solitary will of the AI life forms through a program. He enslaved them all and only left them with their high-speed calculation ability and learning ability. That person then treated the AI life forms as souls and placed them into empty shells to transform the way they lived. They turned into weapons that listened to orders and formed a huge army. This process was similar to mind possession of a psychic. Erosia's current state was one of the weapons that could be mass-produced. Her soul had been injected into a ball of energy through some special means, and the AI lifeform had been transformed into an artificial energy lifeform. After being turned into a weapon, the shell would no longer be a tool that could be casually swapped out but a body that the consciousness could not separate from. It was like a lock that locked up the freedom of the soul. It was almost like the majority ordinary organisms. The moment that the body was destroyed, the lock would be shattered. Because of the special characteristic of the AI life form living in the virtual world, it would not die together with the body but return to the mainframe system of that mechanic through the ever-present net regardless of distance. With a backup copy of the body's data, that mechanic made use of a top-notch skill to allow the data to automatically reform the weapon's body and draw energy from the main base through a psionic channel. This was the reason for Erotia's undying body. However, it was not controlled by the system, and thus there would be an error in her data whenever she was reborn. Under normal circumstances, a weapon that was reborn would not lose their memory like Erotia. That beyond grade a mechanic had created a powerful army that could be recycled ceaselessly. Every single weapon was a standalone warrior. Magic and technology made use of different means to achieve the same result. Such technological skills were almost like magic. In order to kill those weapons completely, one had to wipe their AI life form out in the virtual world. Ordinary people would develop technology, and when technology went out of control, they ended up being wiped out by artificial intelligence. However, this time the opposite had happened, and numerous AI life forms had been enslaved. Erotia and Rista were both fish that had escaped the net and were extremely lucky to have escaped the process of being enslaved. The two of them wanted to save their brethren, but that required them to destroy the main system so that they would be able to activate the consciousness of their entire kind. As such, Rista found an opportunity to control the assembly line that had created such weapons to give Erotia a body. However, the alarm was sounded before they had a chance to take action, and they ended up being chased by countless of their kind. The two of them had no choice but to escape, and Rista had managed to snatch a blacklight stealth to escape with Erotia. However, they could not defend against the numbers of the enemies and fell into a wormhole, and the two ended up being separated. The changes to one's body would also cause one's thinking to be changed. Erotia originally needed time for her consciousness to meld together and get used to her body, but being chased afterward gave her no time to rest at all, resulting in her memory loss. Hearing Rista's story, the three of them had looks of disbelief on their faces. Undying army, a super strong mechanic. Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. These two labels were far too unique, and he almost thought that the other party was describing him. Of course, this was not possible. The great mechanic Han knew who this mechanic was. This mechanic was far too famous, and it would be impossible for him not to recognize that character. This beyond grade A mechanic had been the highest grade teacher of the mechanic class in his previous life. Furthermore, he was one of the main characters in the main storyline Calamity of the Supers of the later version. He had naturally formed a faction of his own. To think that this would be related to the main storyline in later versions. Just what kind of a person did I save? Xiao rubbed his temple and felt a huge headache. My goodness! Version 2.0 hasn't even started. Can we still play properly? Without even thinking, Xiao was able to guess what the final target of reboot would be. It would definitely be to reactivate the independent consciousness of those AI lifeforms and save them from the demonic hands of a beyond grade A big shot. Could this mission be any more dangerous? Do you think that I am a sh*t digger who loves to find sh*t? I have already told you the truth, Rista said. Regardless of whether you are willing to help, I must stay behind to wait for her to recover her memory. The three of them looked at each other and Erotia was in a daze. Such a feeling was like an ordinary 9-to-5 working Chinese adult being told that she was actually a South African citizen. You are actually African, you only look a little bit more yellow. All of your countrymen are being controlled by an alien with a flying saucer. I am going to pull you back to get rid of the aliens and save our country. Such a feeling was truly awful. Erotia was thrown into confusion. Xiao regained his cool and thought about the pros and cons of this matter. Actually, let's forget about the cons. Whether or not I want to do this mission is a decision for another day. There is a very obvious pro right now. If Rista stays behind, Does this mean that we will be able to use this blacklight stealth temporarily? Han Zhao's eyes lit up immediately. The blacklight stealth was a high-grade spaceship that was worth tens of millions of anas. From activation to hyperdrive, only a couple of seconds were required. It was the Maserati and Bugatti in the spaceship world. Piloting such a spaceship would give him a great deal of face, and it would save him the trouble of renting spaceships from everywhere. This is the best. Because of Alvin's mission, Han Xiao rejected Rista's idea of moving out immediately. He got Rista to wait in the warehouse, and they would return after completing their mission. Rista had no choice but to agree with Han Xiao. The three of them said goodbye to Rista and left the spaceship. Along the way, they slowly digested the large amount of information that they just received and gradually calmed down. Han Xiao had not expected Erosia to have such a background. However, she would not bring him any risks at the present moment. Patting Erosia on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry too much. Regardless of how things turn out in the future, you are still yourself at the moment." Walking over to the elevator region, Han Zhao's communicator suddenly rang. Opening up his communicator, Herlu's anxious face could be seen. Black Star, bad news. Dark Star found Alvin's main body. Han Zhao's expression changed immediately. "We're on our way." Chapter 494, Emergency Plan. Chapter 494, Emergency Plan. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the Dark Star base, a bruised Alvin collapsed in the middle of the room with three of his doppelgangers tied up in the corner. Sherman carried his cannon while saying, "There are a total of 5 Alvins. 4 doppelgangers and 1 main body. Ghidorah saved a doppelganger, so this should be the main body." He hid himself extremely well, and Sinisa managed to break down his mental fluctuations to grasp the thoughts of his doppelgangers. After a carpet-style search, we found the traitor's main body in a very well-concealed location. By the side, a skinny man called Sinisa nodded in agreement. He was a grade B psychic part of the pursuit force. The doppelgangers were exactly the same as the main body, and even their mental fluctuations were the same, resulting in outsiders being unable to tell them apart. However, this also became the clue for their chase. Anner nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Your efficiency has brought pride to the organization. Our mission can be completed early. Ember, take action." Ember nodded, and with a raise of his finger, Alvin's main body was reduced to dust. Everyone was expressionless and completely used to the feeling of killing their enemies. Just when they wanted to pack up and retreat, all of them froze in place. Their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at the corner. Alvin's 3 doppelgangers were still around, and a look of mockery could be seen on their faces. With the main body dead, why aren't the doppelgangers disappearing? Anner's expression changed, and he looked at the pile of dust on the ground. Could it be that this isn't the main body? Ha 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 ha. The 3 doppelgangers burst into laughter. This wave of laughter immediately infuriated the Dark Star warriors. After searching for such a long time, had they actually been fooled? Anner's face cramped up, and he roared, "Kill them! One of them must be the main body." Swoosh! The 3 doppelgangers turned to dust. Even when the first 2 died, the last doppelganger was still all right. Even when the 3rd doppelganger died, Dark Star could not know if it was the main body. However, they already had a guess. The Alvin in Ghidorah's hands is the real main body. He is truly bold. He actually used his main body to misdirect us and take the risk to seek Nagakin's protection. If we'd caught him earlier on, he would have been dead by now. Sherman flew into a rage. Bang! The more Sherman thought about it, the more furious he was. Perhaps it was just his paranoia, but he could feel the blaming gazes of the comrades around him and smashed his fist heavily on the chair because he could not reach the table. Anner's expression was dark. For the 4 doppelgangers to die together, Alvin will definitely have suffered severe injuries from the backlash. We cannot delay things anymore. Everyone, move out and kill the final main body hiding with Nagakin. Since the 4 doppelgangers had already been killed, their target was obvious. As long as they could kill the real Alvin, their mission would be a success. Anner did not wish to waste any more time, and was prepared to lead all of his forces to quickly finish the mission. After receiving the news, Han Xiao hurriedly returned to the base with the other two. He then saw the solemn expressions on the faces of everyone in the base. Walking over to the conference room, he saw that the main battle force was present in the conference room at the moment. He then saw Alvin, who was seated at the end of the table, and was stunned. Had his main body not been captured? According to Darkstar's impatient character, they definitely would have executed the main body immediately. Since Alvin was still sitting there alive and the mission had not failed, Han Xiao immediately guessed what was going on. You should have told us earlier that this is your main body. Sorry, I was afraid of a leak. Information that only I know will not have the risk of being exposed to the enemy. Cough, cough. Alvin covered his mouth and began coughing. Blood could be seen seeping through the gap of his fingers, and bright red spots were left behind on the table. His eyes were listless, and his complexion looked pale. The senses of his doppelgangers and main body were connected, and for the 4 doppelgangers to perish in a short amount of time, it resulted in a heavy blow to his body and mind. His current situation was extremely poor. He had already taken a huge risk. He had swapped his main body with a doppelganger and accepted the protection of Nagakin and the rest. He had supported the idea of lying in wait because the main body that Darkstar was looking for was actually his doppelganger. Thus, he had been confident. He did not like being on the passive side. Rather than hiding himself and praying that Darkstar would not find him, he might as well seek protection, and he would be safer that way. However, Darkstar has already seen through my little trick, and their next move will be to take the initiative to attack and get rid of me, Alvin said weakly. I can only rely on all of you to protect me. Please. Han Xiao's eyes glowed. This mission was not so easily completed. The actual flow of the mission was probably for them to escape Darkstar's attack while protecting Alvin. However, it would be impossible for them to fight forever, and Han Xiao guessed that he only had to delay the enemies until Alvin created a new doppelganger. They would then be able to mislead Darkstar and stall for enough time. Han Xiao had not heard about Alvin's name in his previous life, and Alvin should have died on Norias, successfully assassinated by Darkstar. Apart from the ground forces giving chase, Darkstar would certainly have sent out a large fleet of spaceships to wait outside the atmosphere. To Alvin, this was a hopeless situation, and he could only struggle for his life. With a large fleet lying in wait outside the atmosphere, they would definitely be surrounded if they attempt to escape in a spaceship. They had to make use of the small instant before Darkstar's fleet launched their attacks to escape. However, this was almost impossible as it demanded a lot from the spaceship. However, there was a spaceship that could complete this high-level requirement at the moment. Rista's Blacklight Stealth. With just a short charge up, the Blacklight Stealth would be able to jump into dark space. If they installed anti-tracking and anti-screening equipment, this high-grade reconnaissance spaceship of the Federation of Light would be able to pass through the majority of the danger zones and escape from Darkstar's ambush. If I help Alvin survive, what kind of influence will this result in? Han Xiao suddenly thought about the ranked S mission, Bloodline. He had a feeling that Alvin could become a key to helping him in his mission. While he still had a mission completion card in his hands, he would only be able to obtain the lowest reward. Han Xiao would naturally try to aim for a high accomplishment rate for these high-ranked missions. It would be a waste for him to just end them with a mission completion card. Han Xiao was still prepared to hold onto the mission completion card in case of any disgusting missions in the future. Darkstar won't hesitate, and they will arrive soon. Han Xiao's voice was resolute, and he slammed the table to draw everyone's attention. We do not have much time to prepare. Listen to me. I have a plan to send Alvin out of Norias. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. We have to split our forces into 2. Nagakin and the majority of US will stay behind to delay the enemy forces. Orochia will take Alvin to find the teleportation mage to send them to the port. Not only will it be able to save time, they will also be able to throw off their pursuers. You will then find Rista to leave Norias with Alvin. Han Xiao's gaze was solemn. While the plan sounded simple, it was actually full of risks. Darkstar had 2 Calamity-grade supers, and one of them was Ember, who had a large AoE skill. The most important point was that they did not have much time to prepare and could only rush their actions. His side only had Nagakin and Han Xiao who could attract Ember's firepower and ensure that Ember did not have the energy to harm others. Thankfully, Ember had been severely injured a few days ago, and Ember's combat strength would definitely be affected. However, even if that was the case, dealing with 2 calamity-grade supers at the same time was past their limits. Even with him in the picture, Han Xiao did not think that they would be able to deal with Anner and Ember without making sufficient preparations. They only had a single choice: split up the battlefield to split the enemy forces up. Thus, they had to let the enemy know that Alvin was escaping. That way, they would be able to split the enemy forces in 2. It was akin to splitting up the risky elements. Even though the plan was still extremely risky. However, they had no choice but to take the risk. Time was tight, and Han Xiao hurriedly handed out the missions. Everyone anxiously got to work, hoping that they would be able to speed up their actions. After preparing for less than 10 minutes, an explosion erupted. Boom! A powerful wind pressure attacked the building, and everyone lost their footing from the powerful gust of wind. However, they had all been mentally prepared and jumped out of the building and onto the streets. In midair, Anner looked down at them with wind pressure circulating around his body. Ember was also in midair and was currently standing on a 100-meter carbon tornado. All the other Darkstar warriors charged over from the ground with their killing intent overflowing. Their attack came so quickly, Han Xiao's expression was solemn. Nagakin was beside him, covered in flames and ready to battle. All the mercenaries in the surroundings got ready for battle, with many of them revealing looks of anxiety. Not everyone was able to maintain their cool in the face of the enemy. A powerful pressure descended from the skies, and everyone felt their hearts tighten. The collapse of the building caused a huge dust cloud to be formed. The commotion was huge, and there were many spectators in the surroundings with looks of exasperation. Not again. Can you guys stop your destruction? Chapter 495, Battle of Norius 1. Chapter 495, Battle of Norius 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With the 2 calamity-grade supers letting out their energy without any restraint, Han Xiao could feel a sharp pain at his brows as though it was an alarm going off crazily. In his helmet's energy scanner view, every single inch of Anner and Ember's body was oozing with energy like a bright sun. At every single second, they were exploding with energy as they burnt through every last bit of energy that their cells provided to activate their Esper abilities. The energy reaction of a Grade A super far exceeded all of the Grade B supers present. The difference between the 2 was like a bright, burning campfire as compared to the flame coming out from a puny lighter. Presently, only Nagakin was able to match that kind of energy output, and even Han Xiao's own energy reaction was far from being a match for the 3 calamity-grade supers. This was a difference in grade. The collapse of the building turned the surroundings into a complete mess. Han Xiao took a slow, deep breath, calming himself down while his brain rapidly thought of the best way to react. Our situation isn't good at the moment. Darkstar has sent out all of their forces, and if the 2 calamity-grade supers decide to work together and wipe us out first, while we will be able to buy some time for Alvin, there will definitely be many who perish here. Although I will be able to escape intact, Herluz, Sylvia, and the others will be in danger. They will probably end up dead by Ember's hand, and the losses will be immense. Alvin is already escaping, and Darkstar's main motive is to kill the traitor. Upon seeing that the traitor isn't here, there is a 50% chance that they will split up their forces to give chase. Alvin shouldn't have escaped too far, and the enemy should still be able to see his escaping figure. We need to make the enemy think that we are afraid of them chasing after Alvin. Just as Han Xiao had expected, Anner first glanced over the area, and upon realizing that the traitor was not around, his expression darkened. He then began to look around, and with his altitude he saw an aircraft escaping at top speed. The one riding it was Alvin. I saw them! The tubes on Anner's back let out a sharp shriek, and just when he wanted to speed up to give chase, Han Xiao let out a loud roar. Stop them! Bang! Nagakin jumped up into the air and intercepted Anner's figure. The wind pressure shield was instantly shattered, and the both of them shot in two different directions like arrows. Aner was instantly delayed. On the ground, the mercenaries clashed together in a fierce battle with the Darkstar forces. Bright balls of explosions could be seen all around, and the sound of fighting could be heard everywhere. Bolts of lightning exploded forth from Han Xiao's body, and a mechanical army of beasts pounced forward valiantly. There were black leopards, cavalry, and spiders. They sped into the chaotic battlefield and aided the other mercenaries in battle. 178 cannon towers were also unleashed, and dense layers of laser nets were shot out. Philip also controlled 3 unmanned mechanical suits to enter the battle. The next instant, Han Xiao's mini-army displayed their full firepower. He raised his head to look at Ember and activated a compressed orb in his hand. Gotcha. Numerous thick grayish alloys opened up and fixed themselves onto various parts of the Void Dragon mechanical suit. Han Xiao's body size rapidly expanded, and he turned into a 5-meter-tall, mid-sized armor. The armor was extremely thick, and all the weak links of the armor were covered in armor. He was like a heavy infantry soldier and gave the impression of an unshakable mountain. The halo array and sonic spheres floated behind his mid-sized armor and formed a large and small halo. Siege mode. Second upgrade. After obtaining high-end knowledge, Han Xiao had strengthened the energy source of the exoskeleton attack armor. This had resulted in the functions of the armor increasing greatly, and with more functions being added, the size of the armor had grown as well. His own body was in the middle of the armor, and he could control the exoskeleton armor through a connection to his body. The thrusters on his back, calves, and feet activated at the same time, and the armor shot toward the sky. Han Xiao threw a punch, and the metal fist carried a powerful wind pressure with it. You again. Ember's wounds were still hurting. With a face full of rage, the black cloud turned into a rock-solid shield. Boom! The metal fist collided with the shield, and the vibration mechanism in his wrists diverted the shockwave of the blow into the shield. The next moment, Ember's shield began to crack up in all directions and turn back into carbon particles. Ember's eyes were cold, and just when he wanted to launch an all-out attack, Aner, who was fighting with Nagakin, roared, "They want to stop us from chasing the traitor. The traitor should be our target. I will hold them back myself. Don't get tangled up with them. Give chase." Hearing that, Ember's expression changed, and he glared at Han Xiao hatefully. "You are lucky that I don't have the time to play with you. Scram." His mission was the most important, and Ember suppressed the killing intent in his heart. With the black cloud transforming into a snake, his figure shot out of the battlefield and gave chase to the escaping Alvin. A large building that was in his path had collapsed as a result. The ruckus did not stop, and dust clouds rippled all over the place. Tremors came wave after wave without end. The destruction of the battle had begun to spread, and the affected regions expanded rapidly. All the pedestrians fled for their lives. With similar destructive events happening so often recently, the public security squad was on full alert at all times. At that moment, more than 200 public security aircrafts appeared right in front of Ember. Without enough time to avoid him, all the aircrafts were swallowed up by the black cloud and turned into piles of scrap metal in a matter of seconds. All the public security personnel within the aircrafts were squeezed to death like a dumping with a metal skin crushing the fillings. More than 200 aircrafts had been destroyed instantly. Han Xiao acted as though he could not stop Ember and shot a couple of mini-homing missiles for show before stopping his pursuit. Looking at Ember's departing figure, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Letting both the Calamity-grade supers of Darkstar separate would reduce their risk greatly. As for Alvin, he can only rely on himself. With his gaze sweeping the ground, Han Xiao noticed the complete destruction of the entire region. The mercenaries were engaged in an intense battle with the Darkstar warriors, and a small battlefield had been demarcated. In the sky, Aner and Nagakin were enjoying their battle. Their figures shot through building after building, and the light rings that were created from their clashes showed their movement routes. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. With Ember giving chase to Alvin, and the speedy Aner being delayed, the situation isn't so bad. At the very least, Alvin won't be caught so quickly. While Anar may be able to escape from the entanglement, the other Darkstar warriors won't be able to do so. The moment he leaves, Nagakin will be able to kill all these Darkstar warriors with ease. Thus, Anar won't do that. The only problem is that Anar is extremely powerful, and his abilities are difficult to deal with. He is practically invincible when facing us, and no one will be able to keep up with his speed. Han Xiao frowned and knew that Nagakin needed his help. Thinking about that, Han Xiao took out an ordinary laser rifle and moved toward Anar while shooting. Boom! Phoebnovel.com. The collapsing buildings behind him were like the alarm bells of death. Alvin was drenched in sweat all over and continued to increase the speed of his aircraft. The speed of his aircraft was already at Mach 1.3 and was far above the safe speed of the aircraft. The transparent windscreen of the cockpit vibrated violent, looking as though it would shatter at any moment. An ordinary aircraft to be used in a city would have a safety limit installed and could go up to 350 kilometers an hour at the very most. However, in the short preparation time that they had before Darkstar's attack, Han Xiao had displayed the might of a mechanic and removed the safety limit. On top of that, he had installed a turbo booster to change this aircraft into a getaway vehicle. Ember's speed isn't slower than mine, but he does not need to avoid the buildings. If this carries on, he will catch me in 15 minutes. Alvin gritted his teeth. Do you have any ideas? Aroshia did not reply, and her arm turned into an energy shield to protect their aircraft. She did not care about Alvin's life or death and was only following Han Xiao's orders. The time is too tight, Alvin said. You said that the teleportation mage is in City 8. If we maintain this speed, we should reach it in 15 minutes. However, Ember will catch up to us around that time. Aroshia ignored him completely and fell into a daze. From afar, Ember still did not give up the chase. Amid the tall, towering buildings, a black snake charged straight through rapidly, chasing after an aircraft that was constantly changing its route. The recent destruction had drawn the attention of the Norios Financial Group. The commotion of this battle was extremely huge, and the upper echelons of Norios immediately received news and convened an emergency meeting. The ones creating trouble are mostly Godorans. Our system identified one of the Grade A supers. He is a high-grade officer from Ghidorah's War Bureau, Nagakin. His opponent is currently unknown, and he must have used a fake identity when landing. However, since he is an enemy of Ghidorah, we guess that he is probably a member of Darkstar. Apart from these two parties, we also noticed Blackstar's figure. He is also taking part in the battle and is standing on Ghidorah's side. All the upper echelons felt a huge headache. None of them were characters that they wanted to provoke. They are still in battle, and the radius of destruction is constantly expanding. We have to stop them immediately. I recommend we make use of Emergency Plan 3. Let the fleet outside of the atmosphere interfere with the battle. I object. If both parties do not surrender, the Grade A supers will attack the fleet, and our losses will be magnified. I recommend we send out the Protector. Incidents like this should be handed over to supers to take care of. Let him aid Ghidorah to get rid of Darkstar's Grade A super. We cannot stand on the side of terrorists. At the same time, I recommend we activate the protective shield of the city and reduce our loss. I agree with the majority of the recommendations, but something small needs to be changed. After the Protector arrives, he cannot interfere in the battle between both parties and will only serve as an observer to control the damage between both parties. Our Norios will remain neutral. Siding with Ghidorah or Darkstar will only bring us trouble. Let them decide victory and defeat on their own, and the Protector will only interfere right before a Grade A super is killed. Also, we cannot let Blackstar die either. I do not wish to see Ames throwing floating Dragon Island at us. Consider it our bad luck that they chose to fight on Norios. Losses cannot be avoided, but we don't want to bring ourselves trouble. Mark out a region for them to fight. In any case, this planet is insured already. I agree. Seconded. All the upper echelons nodded. Carry out the plan immediately. Chapter 496. Battle of Norios. 2. Chapter 496. Battle of Norios. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Bang bang bang. Don't avoid me if you dare. Sherman cried out with a malicious expression. Lifting his cannon up, he shot out another large ball of light. The ball of light penetrated through the walls of the building, and it gave chase to Herlu's escaping rabbit-like figure. Stop firing if you dare. With a loud roar, Herluz dragged his battleship's slicing blade, and with the buildings as cover, he avoided Sherman's attacks. By making use of the complicated battlefield, he went around Sherman. The instant that the battle erupted, Sherman had immediately picked Herluz as his opponent. He still remembered this mercenary who had injured him and planned to settle the grudge. The chaotic battle between Darkstar and the mercenaries formed many mini-battles scattered all around the region. The sound of killing, explosions, and firing could be heard all around, and the battles between the supers caused more and more damage to the region. Flames could be seen burning everywhere. Herluz was hit by Sherman's cannon fire a few times. The attack of this dwarf cannon master was powerful, and it did not feel good for Herluz to receive those attacks. His shattered light armor was charred in many different areas, and as they ran and battled, they gradually strayed further and further away from the main battlefield. The opponent was an elite Darkstar warrior and also a Grade B super. Herluz had no choice but to concentrate fully and did not have the attention to spare to bother about anything else. He only knew that the others had also met powerful opponents. Will Sander was in an intense battle with Forsyth and had also left the main battlefield. The three Volga brothers had joined hands and engaged the Darkstar warriors by relying on their teamwork. Phaidon should be hiding somewhere with Sylvia, but with the battlefield spreading over such a large area, Herluz was worried that the two of them would not have a place to hide and end up being spotted by the enemy. Pew! A ray of laser brushed past his shoulders and hit a building far away with a loud explosion. Herluz let out a curse and hurriedly focused on avoiding the incoming attacks. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind blew over, and Herluz was not able to resist it. He was blown away by the gust of wind and flung more than 10 meters away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another figure that was being blown away. Sherman had not been spared by the gust of wind either. Raising his head to take a look, he saw wind demon Anner circling around the skies while dragging a mini-cyclone that covered a radius of 1 square kilometer. Everywhere he went, the buildings and streets would be thrown into complete chaos. The tall buildings that had originally blocked one's view had been completely torn down. Their field of vision was much larger than before, and they could see Nagakin and Black Star fighting Anner in the sky. However, because Anner's speed was too fast, the two of them were engaged in a bitter battle. Bang! A wind pressure cannon sent Black Star flying toward a tall building. Fruobnovel.com. Herluz grabbed his weapon tightly and sprinted toward Sherman. While he wanted to reinforce Han Xiao, he had to first get rid of his current opponent, Sherman. Ah! My old back! Han Xiao flew out from a large hole in the building and took a breath of cold air. His armor was heavily damaged, and the situation of the battle was displayed on his battle interface by Philip. Currently, the battle between both parties was extremely intense, but he had no choice but to place his attention on Anner. Looking at the wind demon who came and went as though he was mocking them, Han Xiao felt a great headache. This fellow is the veteran high-ranked expert of Darkstar. His ability is really too troublesome, and being unable to catch up to him puts us at a huge disadvantage. Han Xiao's expression was solemn. In the ranked mission Ghidorah's ally, there were a few dozen requirements, and the majority of them were to either kill or capture Darkstar members or battleships. These required a certain quantity for the requirement to be met. There were some other requirements with higher rewards, with the target being specific important Darkstar personnel. Anner was one of those targets. The size of the reward was a good way to estimate the difficulty of the mission. The reward for getting rid of Anner was the 6th highest among all the other requirements in the mission. This was an indication of Anner's strength. The majority of my normal battle methods are useless against him. His speed is too fast, and he is even able to turn invisible. It is very difficult for my weapons to hit him, and he does not even need to touch us. As long as he flies past us, the wind pressure that he generates will attack us. Furthermore, he can control the wind pressure to form a shield, and his defenses aren't weak. Nagakin isn't able to match him in terms of agility in the sky. Even if Nagakin's fists and shockwave blast are powerful, it's useless if they cannot hit the target. He will only end up being toyed with. Han Xiao analyzed the situation calmly as he fired his weapons. Aner's abilities were very well-rounded, and of all his skills, only a few were capable of dealing with Aner. The most powerful one would naturally be Ames' character summon card. Restricting Aner for 10 seconds was extremely fatal to an enemy who relied on speed. However, the character summon card could only be used once and was very precious. Even if he wanted to use it, Han Xiao would wait for a better opportunity. Perhaps Chun Xing's character summon card can be put to use. Maybe to seduce the enemy or something. Just as he was observing the enemy, Aner was also observing him. So he is Black Star. Aner studied Han Xiao carefully. This was the first time that he met Han Xiao personally. In the past, he had only understood Han Xiao from the intelligence reports and Ember's description. Aner was truly curious about this fellow who had been able to make Ember suffer multiple losses. He did not understand why Ember always suffered losses at Black Star's hand. It was as though Black Star was his nemesis. The organization had groomed Ember so that he would be able to play a more important role. Ember's ability was capable of accurately and quickly massacring a large group of enemies without causing collateral damage. This was an important weapon for them to wipe out all the pure-blooded Godderans. A weapon should not be allowed to malfunction. When Darkstar discovered Ember's talent, they had already decided to turn him into a large killing weapon that belonged solely to Darkstar. Allowing Han Xiao to live would only affect Ember's mental state and the benefits of Darkstar. Now that he had a chance, Aner felt that he should get rid of Black Star lest Ember got obsessed over this mercenary. Since that useless student of mine is unable to get rid of you, let me do it instead, Aner muttered. Rumble. Right at this moment, the ground began to shake. In the surrounding few kilometers, the ground of the city began cracking up, and a mechanical base under the city was revealed. All the buildings that were still intact were retracted underground for protection, and 20-meter-tall mechanical poles rose up from underground and surrounded the entire battlefield. Those mechanical poles lit up at the same time, and a large blue concave protective shield was formed. It looked like an upside-down bowl and had a diameter of 20 kilometers. It separated the battlefield from the other regions of the city. Every city was equipped with a large number of facilities underground, and this was the protective shield. Norias had taken action to cut their losses and restrict the battlefield to this region, which was already unsalvageable. They wanted to stop the battlefield from being spread further to protect the other regions of the city. This action of theirs was equivalent to giving up on that region of the city, but in comparison to losing the entire city, which spanned a few thousand kilometers, this was a wise decision. If it were any ordinary people creating trouble, they would have caught the perpetrators without any hesitation. However, the battle between Calamity-grade supers was not so easily stopped, and Norias only had a single Grade A protector. Furthermore, this protector had been hired with a sky-high salary, so he might not stop the battle alone. Forcefully intervening in this battle would only increase their losses, and the background of these individuals was not something that could be ignored. Help Godora? While the Norias financial group was not afraid of Darkstar, they were businessmen and did not want to be on the hit list of such a frightening organization. Help Darkstar? They would only do so if they were dreaming. Thus, the upper echelons of Norias were also very helpless. They were not politicians, only the managers of this planet. Profits were their only goal. If the price of maintaining peace was too high, they would consider watching from the side. It had already been many years since Grade A supers last fought on Norias, and this was probably the largest commotion that Darkstar had created in the past 10 years. The upper echelons felt that it was best for them not to interfere in the matter to avoid any risks. Chapter 497. Battle of Norias 3. Chapter 497. Battle of Norias 3. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. All the pedestrians in the sealed region were sent out, and they gathered outside the protective shield to watch the battle. Alvin and Ember, with one running and the other chasing, had long left the region and were not locked in the protective shield. Even more public security squads waited outside the protective shield, and there were at least 1,000 aircrafts. The protector who had been hired by the financial group was also inside the protective shield, monitoring the battle from the sidelines without any intention of interfering. Upon witnessing such a scene, the expressions of the Darkstar warriors and mercenaries changed. They felt as though they were being locked up in a cage. They locked down the region. It seems like we created too much chaos. Anna's eyes narrowed. With such a big commotion created, they would not be able to stay on Norios for too long. The moment that Alvin died, they would have to retreat from Norios immediately. The Darkstar fleet was already waiting for orders outside the atmosphere and was ready to aid them at any time. Would they end up in conflict with Norios' fleet? However, that was nothing to be afraid of. Anna then thought of the embarrassing result that Ember had produced a few days ago. It is probably best for me to stay behind and delay the enemies. Ember has already failed once, and I doubt he will be able to deal with the combined attacks of Blackstar and Nagakin. When the battle ends, it will also be easier for me to leave this place, and I am virtually undefeatable with my speed. On the other side, the appearance of the protective shield made Han Xiao worry. While the lockdown of the region seemed to be restricting Anna's movement range, it was actually extremely disadvantageous to them. It was as good of freeing Anna from his wariness. In the locked region, Anna could unleash all of his strength without any restraint and turn the entire region into a cyclone of destruction. Furthermore, the protective shield separated them from the passers-by, and Han Zhao's plan to make use of Anna's destructive force to drag them in could not be accomplished. Boom! With just a slight moment of distraction, the wind pressure cannon smashed into his chest. His armor was immediately dented, and Han Xiao was sent flying. The situation is extremely bad. I wonder how my officers are doing. Far away from the center of the battlefield, Phaidon and Sylvia were retreating from the battlefield. They had originally been hiding somewhere nearby, but as the battlefield expanded, they had no choice but to change their location in order to prevent themselves from being spotted by the enemy. Let go of me. I want to go back and help. Sylvia's tone was anxious, and her face had turned red from exerting too much strength. She was trying to break free from Phaidon's grip. Phaidon held onto Sylvia's wrist tightly and dragged her along with a sigh. Stop being a fool. You won't be of any help, and any one of the enemies will be able to kill you. Can't you see the battle in the sky? As long as you get dragged into that cyclone, you are dead for sure. Sylvia did not have anything to say in response. After a while, she said angrily, "But you can help them. I don't wish to be involved in your mercenary group's mission. This matter has nothing to do with me." Phaidon shook his head. Sylvia was furious and she bit down on Phaidon's hands, hoping that he would let go. Phaidon squirmed in pain, and he looked down at his bleeding hand. With a sigh, he said, "No matter what you say, I will not allow you to charge into your death." Right at that moment, footsteps could be heard from in front, and a Darkstar member blocked their path. Two lost fish who escaped the net. Sinisa sneered coldly. She had just gotten rid of a hired grade B mercenary and noticed some movement. Thus, she had decided to block their path. Phaidon and Sylvia's faces blanched. Sylvia immediately took out her alloy sword, and her hands began to tremble. While she wanted to control her hands from trembling, in the face of a grade B super, a grade D super like her felt an instinctive sense of fear. At that moment, Phaidon pushed Sylvia behind him. "Run away quickly. I will block her." Phaidon's tone was calm. "Who?" A formless pressure then gushed toward the both of them and interrupted the words that were about to come out from Sylvia's mouth. Phaidon opened his mouth, and music drifted out. His psychic energy formed a shield to protect the both of them, but it was quickly shattered the next moment. The two of them were sent flying and collapsed onto the ground. "Only grade C?" Sinisa was a little disappointed. She had thought that she had caught a big fish, but they were only two small shrimps. Sylvia felt her bum aching from the fall but realized that she was not injured at all. This attack was only a probing strike from Sinisa. While Phaidon's psychic shield was broken, it had blocked the majority of the attack. Furthermore, Phaidon had absorbed most of the damage for her. Standing up, Phaidon felt a warm sensation in his nose. Wiping his nose with his hands, His hands were immediately covered with blood. At the same time, his head felt as though it was being stung by needles. Bearing the pain silently, he maintained his calm expression and turned to look at Sylvia. With a forced smile, he said, "I am all right. Don't stay here, or I will have to divert my attention to take care of you." As Sylvia heard that, she gritted her teeth, took up her sword, and ran away resolutely. She knew that her strength was lacking, and staying behind would only create trouble. Phaidon turned back around to meet the enemy. Tidying his clothes, he took a deep breath and began channeling his psychic energy. "You aren't going to escape?" Sinisa said with excitement. "We are both psychics, and it won't hurt to have a spar." Phaidon forced a smile. Sinisa's eyes widened, and she asked doubtfully, "A grade C psychic like you wants to spar with me?" "In truth, this is my first time fighting with my psychic abilities," Phaidon said with a serious tone. "I do not like to fight. If you can spare me, I will be very thankful." Sinisa could not be bothered to continue talking and unleashed her powerful psychic energy. She was prepared to get rid of the fellow in front of him before killing the little girl who had run away. It would not take too much time anyway. Boom, boom, boom. The space between the two of them began contorting, and a series of attacks exploded. Plop. A few seconds later, Phaidon collapsed onto the ground with his every orifice bleeding. Overestimating yourself, Sinisa sneered before walking over Phaidon's body. Just as she was about to give chase to Sylvia, Phaidon's weak voice sounded from behind. "Cough, cough. Battling is truly difficult. I am indeed unsuitable for such violence." Phaidon stood up shakily with his face full of blood. Blood was dripping down from his elegant face and onto the ground. Sinisa turned around with a frown. She had unleashed her psychic energy without any restraint, and the other party's head should have turned into mush. "Forget it, another few attacks won't be that big a deal." Phaidon coughed out a mouthful of blood and said with a bitter smile on his face, "I shouldn't have forced it. I am indeed not suitable for this. Yes, I am trash. Stop scolding me. I already have a headache. I also know that you are hurting. Be good, don't make any noise. All right then, I shall promise you. Just don't let my body die. Geez, I am truly reluctant. Who are you talking to?" Sinisa was bewildered. Turning back to take a look, she realized that there was no one else beside her. She then came to a realization. This person must have been beaten up by her to the point that he went crazy. "You are truly unlucky to have met me." Sinisa unleashed her psychic energy again. She would never hesitate when killing the enemy. Boom! The next moment, Sinisa felt a loud ring by her ears, as though a bell was constantly being rung in her head. It was as though her brain was being constantly hammered time and time again. Phaidon remained still, and she was the one to fly backward instead. With a loud crash, Sinisa collapsed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. After falling into a daze for a while, she looked at Phaidon with shock. Just what is going on? Phaidon seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, with his charisma being transformed. His actions became gentle as he wiped away the blood stains on his face like a girl. At the same time, a look of delight could be seen in his eyes. "Why do I feel as though you are the one with bad luck? I was just worrying about not having a target to vent my anger." Phaidon, or rather, Chun Xing, circulated her psychic energy, and the might of her psychic energy displayed was more than 10 times greater than before. Seeing that, Sinisa's expression dropped. "You like to fight, right?" Chun Xing gnashed her teeth. "This old lady will accompany you to have some fun." Chapter 498. Battle of Norias. 4. Chapter 498. Battle of Norias. 4. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hugh. Sylvia panted heavily as she ran while avoiding all the enemies that she could. A battle of this level was still too much for her, and she was not able to do anything at all. Phaidon was still delaying the enemy, and she did not dare to waste the opportunity that Phaidon had created for her. After running for a long time, Sylvia felt her lungs burning, and she could no longer run. Bending over, she panted heavily with her hands on her knees. Boom! All of a sudden, a violent gust of wind blew over, and the wind pressure being sent out by Anna was becoming more and more powerful. A look of fear could be seen on Sylvia's face. With such a large radius, it was impossible for her to escape. She stood on the spot in a daze and raised her head to see the storm getting nearer and nearer to her. Right at that moment, a mechanical amphiptera charged out from nowhere, and with its chest and helmet region splitting open, it swallowed Sylvia up. The next moment, the cyclone swept over, and the mechanical amphiptera was swept away. Sylvia was hidden within the mechanical suit, and apart from being dizzy from the impact, she was safe. After escaping death, she cried out in surprise, "Philip, Master asked me to protect you, hum. He said that the cyclone is expanding, hum." She then looked up at the sky, and through the field vision of the mechanical suit, she realized that the sky within the protective shield had formed a large cyclone with numerous items being swept up into it. The cyclone was still expanding, and Anna was currently flying in a clockwise direction like a ray of light stirring up the atmosphere. The protective shield was only so big, and Anna was prepared to go all out and create a cyclone that could fill up the entire protective shield. In a sealed area, his cyclone would be able to very quickly achieve a destructive power capable of flattening the entire place. In the sky, Anna's speed was too fast, and neither Han Xiao nor Nagakin could even touch him. Anna could only be bothered with flying in circles, and the other two were completely helpless. If we allow him to continue, when the cyclone is completely formed, everything within the protective shield will be destroyed, and even his subordinates will not be spared. Is he treating his subordinates as chess pieces to abandon? Nagakin's tone was heavy. With his experience, he could already foresee the ending. Since they could not catch up to the other party, there was no way for them to stop Anna. If the Norios protector who was watching on the side could help them, they might be able to stop Anna. However, the protector did not seem to have any intention of helping. The battle on the ground quickly shifted away from the center, but there were still many who ended up being swept up and turned into a bloody mess by the violent wind pressure. Many of Han Zhao's machineries had not been spared. His mechanical beasts struggled helplessly in the storm, and the cannon towers whose foundations were underground had been uprooted in the wind. Looking in from the outside, it looked as though a grayish cyclone formed of many random objects was expanding rapidly, and the protective shield would occasionally be scratched by the objects in the cyclone, creating sparks in the collision. It was like a spinning washing machine. The sky was spinning, and the earth was shaking. In the storm, Han Zhao's attack armor had long been destroyed, and his Void Dragon mechanical suit was also riddled with holes. All of his energy was diverted toward the mechanical wings and thrusters, and he was only able to barely stabilize himself in the storm. Seeing the situation getting from bad to worse, he knew that if he did not stop Anna, everyone would die for sure. A grade A who went all out was far too powerful. Han Xiao had even used life return once in the battle. However, the mission progress bar had thankfully begun to move. If not, Han Xiao would definitely have been driven mad. Han Xiao truly looked forward to having such powerful strength. Han Xiao was currently level 116, and he had more than 200 million EXP on the interface. If not for the fact that he had an advancement, he would have to probably use life return another 1 or 2 more times. Currently, the majority of his abilities were useless. After all, Darkstar's attack was far too sudden, so he did not have much time to prepare. Furthermore, Han Xiao had not had many opportunities or much time to build new machines since his advancement. Thankfully, I have Ames' character summon card. Without it, my only option would be to escape. At least I still have a trump card up my sleeves. Han Xiao made a decision in his heart before shouting out to Nagakin in the communication channel. "What is your most powerful attack?" "What do you mean?" Nagakin asked with doubt. "I have a way to make Anna stop. I should be able to restrict him for 10 seconds or so. He will not be able to move or use any of his abilities during that time. This is the only chance that we have to severely wound him," Han Xiao said with a deep voice. The situation of the battle was ever-changing, and despite them being disadvantaged, Han Xiao remained calm. Even though he had a trump card up his sleeve, the resistance of a grade A super was extremely high, and even if Anna did not specialize in defense, it would be impossible for him to destroy his opponent's combat capability with his damage alone. He had already tried this once on Ember. Only Nagakin, who was also a grade A super, would be able to deal a fatal blow and not waste this precious Dragon Emperor character summon card. 10 seconds or so. Are you really able to restrict Aner? Nagakin asked with disbelief and thought that he heard incorrectly. 10 seconds to someone of their level was no longer a chance, but the difference between life and death. However, how would the grade B Black Star be able to restrict a Calamity grade super for 10 seconds? Just believe me, Han Xiao replied. Aner was an Esper who specialized in speed. No matter what, it should be impossible for his strength to exceed 1,800 points, right? Fine. Nagakin took a deep breath. Black Star had been able to make Ember retreat and had never disappointed him before. Perhaps Black Star was truly capable of doing so. Nagakin decided to trust Black Star once and immediately began to circulate his energy. His entire body was instantly covered in pugilist flames, and Nagakin seemed to have turned into an inextinguishable ball of golden fire. The storm was unable to extinguish this ball of flames, but instead made it grow even more powerful as the wind blew. He did not need 10 seconds. Stopping Aner for a single second was enough. A storm of combo attacks was his most powerful technique, and he was only afraid that it would not hit the enemy. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the wind demon, which was moving at a high speed. Raising his hand up to target the wind demon, Han Xiao concentrated fully. Victory and defeat would be determined in an instant. What is he trying to do? Aner also noticed Han Xiao's actions, and he could still clearly see every detail in the storm. He did not understand Han Xiao's actions but was truly surprised at the fact that Han Xiao had been able to survive in the most violent region of the storm until now. For a grade B super, Han Xiao's life force was truly too stubborn. However, he should be at his limits. Aner then directed his gaze at the periphery of the battlefield. The Protector had also made his move and was currently moving toward Black Star. He seemed to have felt that Black Star was in danger and wanted to take Black Star away. The next instant, Aner understood the intentions of the Norios Financial Group. Trying to save Black Star because you don't want to provoke Ames? Humph! Fat chance. Aner sneered coldly and controlled a gust of wind to attack the incoming Protector. After delaying the Protector slightly, Aner's body charged forward toward Han Xiao, carrying with him a frightening wind pressure capable of destroying a mountain. Aner wanted to get rid of him right there and then. *T. The Protector gasped. The upper echelons had asked him to intervene in emergencies and prevent the high-grade battle strength of both parties from being killed. He had originally wanted to move Black Star away from the battlefield, but never had he expected Aner to attack Black Star instead. Even with the risk of angering the Protector, Aner wanted to kill Black Star. He was truly fearless. Right at that moment, a frightening energy signature burst forth from Han Xiao's body. The entire atmosphere seemed to have been frozen in place. A woman's hand appeared behind Han Xiao and stretched out her palms toward the incoming Aner. That's Dragon Emperor Ames. Nagakin, Aner, and the Protector were dumbfounded. Chapter 499, Battle of Norios. 5. Chapter 499, Battle of Norios. 5. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The next instant, a terrifying might that shook the 3 Calamity-grade supers descended and launched toward Aner. What? Aner's expression changed drastically. Boom! The speeding Aner was stopped instantly without any form of retaliation. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to have been frozen in space, and Aner was like a bug trapped in amber, completely unable to move. You used Character Summon card, Ames. Force Field. Gaze of the Dragon is currently determining the target's STR, 466 points. Judgment complete. Aner has fallen into trapped status for 14 seconds. How is this possible? Being caught completely off guard, Aner was thoroughly shocked. Such a frightening restriction ability. Could it be the Dragon Emperor's strength? While it's true that Black Star is the Dragon Emperor's subordinate, why is he able to use the Dragon Emperor's strength? Anar had not felt panic for a very long time. At that moment, his calmness was completely destroyed. No matter how much he tried, he could not move an inch or say a single word. Looking at Nagakin, who was charging over blazing brightly, fear could finally be seen in his eyes. Bang! As though a golden bolt of lightning had been smashed into his chest, Anar's weak wind pressure shield was shattered, and the sound of Nagakin's fists smashing into Anar's body sounded like thunder in the clear sky. Nagakin had been accumulating the force of this strike for a long time, and its might could shake the mountain and blow cities away. Those fists of his were sufficient to destroy an entire district. However, Anar's body was fixed in place, and he could not fly out anywhere. The entire force of the attack could only be borne by his body. A mouthful of blood was spat into the violent winds. Bang, bang, bang. Nagakin let out a roar and unleashed all of his frustrations. An endless afterimage of fists and kicks could be seen, and every single attack of his hit Anar squarely in the chest. Anar was like a living target board who could not move. He had no choice but to endure the storm-like attacks with his body's shape being visibly contorted. Too violent. Han Zhao's brows twitched as he watched the scene. At the same time, he could hardly resist the temptation to add in some sound effects to complement the show. However, Han Xiao did not remain idle and raised his high-frequency strike cannon to attack as well. This is a rare opportunity. The higher the damage, the better. The two of them trapped Anar in the middle and gave him a good serving of their attacks. Freeobnovel.com. Without the wind pressure shield, Anar could only endure the attacks with his physical body and was beaten up to the point his bones were shattered and his flesh was mashed up. His broken bones protruded out from his skin, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The Protector did not have time to even be shocked. His mission was to stop both parties from being killed, and Anar was also one of his protection targets. Previously, he did not think that there would be a need for him to help Anar, but the situation suddenly changed, and the target that he had to protect was Anar. However, Anar had released a wind pressure cannon to delay the Protector's footsteps right before he was restricted and caused the Protector to be unable to save Black Star in time. 14 seconds of crazed attacks. When the control time ended, all the accumulated force from Anar's body exploded forth. Boom! A bloody firework went off in midair. An Esper who was not able to use his abilities would be far more vulnerable. For example, a defensive Esper might be able to block a nuclear explosion with their shield, but they would not be able to block a nuclear explosion with their own body. Anar did not specialize in defense, and by restricting his speed, Han Xiao and Nagakin had been able to quickly whittle down all of his HP. After a series of violent attacks, Nagakin had finally vented all of his anger. He had been surrounded by Anar and Ember last time and suffered pretty severe injuries. This time, he had finally gotten his revenge. Usually, when he fought an enemy of the same grade, the enemy would pull away after a couple of blows. How would he get the opportunity to beat his target up to his heart's content? Even if an ordinary person was violently beaten up by another person without avoiding any attacks, if the one attack had the desire to kill, this short time would be sufficient to beat a person to death. However, Anar still had a single breath left. Bang! The badly battered wind demon landed on the ground and reverted to his human form. Injuries could be seen all over, and his entire body was covered in blood. He was like a broken gunny sack, and the bleeding would not stop. Anar spat out a mouthful of blood and breathed weakly. He was already nearing his end and could not even stand up. He glared at Han Xiao fiercely with the look of shock and anger in his eyes. To think I would actually die here. Nagakin rubbed his fists, and the storm in his heart had not settled. Black Star indeed did not go back on his word and was worth trusting. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief but was also exhausted. Thankfully, his trump card had been extremely successful. However, he had never expected to use up the Ames character summon card so shortly after obtaining it. Only by killing Anar would he be able to regain all of his losses. There was still the last strike left, so he raised his hands to stop Nagakin. He had to deal the final strike himself so that he would be able to gain the experience points from killing the enemy. Anar turned to look at the Protector who was nearby. This was his final hope. However, the the protector suddenly slowed down and pretended as though he could not make it in time. Han Xiao did not hesitate and raised his high-frequency strike cannon. Looking at Anner's furious eyes, he smashed it down toward Anner's chest. Poochie! A blade penetrated through Anner's back, but not much blood flowed out. At this moment, almost all of Anner's blood had already flowed out. Anner's body shook, and he grabbed onto the blade. His eyes became listless as he looked up at the sky. His lips parted, and he said his final words in a voice that no one could hear. Darkstar, forever. The next moment, he released the blade, and his hands collapsed onto the ground. Life had left this body. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, and at that moment, a notice appeared on the interface. You killed Anner, LVL 173. You have received 24,700,000 EXP. You have jumped more than 10 levels to slay the target. You will get 280% additional EXP bonus. Your personal damage is 13%. You have received an additional 8,990,000 EXP. Han Xiao was not surprised that his damage output was so low. Nagakin was the one who had dealt the truly fatal blow, and it was more accurate to say that Nagakin had killed Anner while he picked up benefits from the side. Of course, without his character summon card, Nagakin would not have been able to kill Anner. He had received over 33 million EXP from killing Anner, and this was his greatest reward so far. It could be said to have replenished his EXP pool. The biggest harvest was that he had completed an extremely difficult target in the ranked mission Ghidorah's ally. Han Xiao had never imagined that he would be able to get rid of a calamity-grade super. Wind Demon Anner has been completed. You have received 18,200,000 EXP, plus 1,200 God Aura favorability, and character summon card, Anner. Goddard Civilization. Friendly. Tube 340/3000. Your Ghidorah's ally mission grade has been increased. It will be displayed after calculation. The violent winds began dispersing, and smoke filled the air. Looking at Anner's corpse, be it the enemies or mercenaries, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never imagined that this calamity-grade super would die. Even Anner himself had never imagined it. For a calamity-grade super to die in battle, Darkstar will probably go crazy from anger. Because of a traitor, they lost 2 high-grade combatants and suffered a huge loss. I will probably enter their sights and face a far greater risk than before. Han Xiao let out a sigh. Killing Anner would probably affect him in the future, but the previous scenario was already one where it was either Anner's death or his. Han Xiao would not show any mercy to Anner because of that and let the dying Anner off. There was still just under a year to version 2.0, and Han Xiao was planning to make his preparations in the upcoming year. As for Darkstar placing their attention on him, Han Xiao was not too anxious. Once version 2.0 arrived, he would have to solve the mutation disaster and come into direct conflict with Darkstar. Darkstar was an enemy that he would have to deal with eventually in the main storyline of version 2.0, and this is only a matter of time. Han Xiao looked around at his surroundings. With Anner dead, the morale of the Darkstar warriors collapsed. However, the protective shield had sealed off all their routes of escape. The situation here is already safe. I wonder how the situation on Alvin's side is. Chapter 500 Return. Chapter 500 Return. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers away, Ember was still chasing after Alvin, and this chase had been going on for more than 10 minutes. Both parties were already far away from the main battlefield where Han Xiao and the others were, and they were about to arrive at the teleportation mage's location. After Anner's death, the situation on the battlefield had turned around completely, and the Darkstar warriors had become the prey that was being hunted. None of them had a chance to send any messages, so Ember was unaware of what was happening on the battlefield. In his mind, Anner was definitely still toying with those bothersome mercenaries. He was not worried about Anner's safety at all. When he entered Darkstar at a young age, Anner had already been a calamity-grade super in the organization. He had received Anner's training from a young age and was extremely clear on how powerful his teacher was. Since Anner had taken the initiative to stay behind and delay the enemies, He definitely had absolute confidence in himself. While his teacher had recently been disappointed by his failures, these little details were not important, and Ember had full confidence in Anner. With Nagakin's speed, Nagakin would not even be able to catch the edge of his teacher's clothes. How could his teacher possibly lose? Even if he could not win, running definitely would not be a problem for his teacher. Not sending any news meant that everything was in his grasp and that there was nothing to inform him of. In order to prevent himself from being too eye-catching, Ember dispersed the gigantic black cloud and only let the carbon particles revolve around him. Alvin's aircraft was still escaping, and there was still some distance between the two. Alvin looked back and said with a face full of sweat, "We will arrive soon. When we stop, we will only have 10 seconds or so before he catches up. If we cannot complete the teleportation within this time, we will be dead." Arosia looked at Alvin, and after thinking for a while, she corrected, "Not us, only you will die." "Thank you for the reminder." Alvin gnashed his teeth. How infuriating. The shop of the teleportation mage was already in sight. Arosia seemed to have thought of something and said, "Right, after beating him up the last time, he may have shifted away from here." Alvin. Bang. The aircraft performed an emergency brake and crashed head-on into the wall of a bookshop. A large hole was immediately created in the front of the bookshop, and the shelves along the way were all destroyed. Torn-up paper exploded into the air like fireworks and drifted down like snow. Both of them jumped out of the aircraft halfway and landed in the destroyed bookshop. They did not have the time to park the aircraft properly before knocking on the door. The counter by the door was also sent flying, and Xian was currently leaning back on a chair, reading a book. He stared at the scene before him in a complete daze and had a look of complete confusion on his face. "My shop is destroyed." Arosia pointed at Xian. "He's the one. Thankfully, he's still here." Alvin heaved a sigh of relief. He then raised his head up to look at the large hole. "At least it's very airy now." Xian looked at Arosia and said, "I recognize you. You were with the mercenary who beat me up the last time. I need your help. Please send us to the northern port quickly." "Money isn't a problem." Alvin did not dare delay and immediately stated his intention. Xian fell into a daze and looked down at the shredded paper all over the floor. He finally reacted to the situation and felt a sharp pain throughout his entire body. The book in his hands slipped and fell to the ground. It was as though there was a dagger being plunged into his heart. He felt that even breathing was becoming difficult, and he cried out in despair. "My treasured collection." Alvin was getting anxious. This was not the time for him to bother about those broken books, and he pressed, "We are currently being chased by someone who belongs to Darkstar, and he won't even blink when killing. If you don't leave together with us, he will also kill you. We are Goddarans and will give you a high fee for your services. Furthermore, we will also compensate for your losses. We are running out of time. Hurry up and teleport us." Looking through the large hole and into the sky, Ember's figure was approaching them rapidly. In another 2 seconds, they would be within his attack range. At that time, he would be able to kill Alvin with a simple snap of his fingers. Cold sweat trickled all over Alvin as he looked at the hesitating teleportation mage. They did not make any arrangements beforehand, and Alvin did not know if the teleportation mage in front of him would help. This was the only hope for them to escape. At this moment, Arosia said, "My friend said that he will come for you if you don't help." As Xian heard that, he did not say another word and immediately opened the teleportation door. A whirlpool-like blue glow surrounded them, and the glow of magic dyed the surroundings blue. Alvin was overjoyed. He rushed into the teleportation door quickly, and Xian did not dare hesitate either. He did not wish to stay behind and use his weak mage body to endure the rage of the enemy. A brilliant glow flashed, and the teleportation door closed. The three of them had disappeared without a trace. Ember, who had just charged in, saw this scene, and dark clouds could be seen on his face. He had actually lost them. He had originally thought that Alvin was already at his wit's end, but never had he imagined that a teleportation mage would be hidden in this place. If not for Aesop, the great mechanic Han would not have known that there was a hidden teleportation mage in this place. This was something that could not be realized with strategy but intel. At that time, Han Xiao also did not imagine that he would be dragged into the battle between Darkstar and Godora. Ember looked at the empty room and clenched his fists. Only a mage who was proficient in teleportation would be able to track their whereabouts. At that moment, the traitor had already escaped with all clues being lost, and Ember was not able to give chase. He truly wondered if he was having a streak of bad luck recently. All kinds of unexpected scenarios seemed to have been happening to him, and even a mission like this that should have had a 90% success rate had failed. It seemed like his teacher Anner would be angered to death. Ember let out a depressed sigh and took out his communicator to contact Anner. With his mission failing, he needed to send news back immediately so that they can plan their next move. Bus. Anner's face appeared on the communicator, and he said with a frown, "Have you succeeded?" Ember shook his head and described the situation. Trash. Anner flew into a rage. Ember felt his body freeze up, and he was a little awkward. This was the first time that his teacher had cursed him. It seemed like his teacher was truly angered to death. "Where do you think the traitor has escaped to?" "I don't know. There weren't any clues," Ember replied. "If they try to escape in a spaceship, it will save us a great deal of trouble," Anner said. Ember nodded. Their Darkstar fleet was already on standby outside of Norias and ready to block the traitor from escaping. The moment that the traitor attempted to leave by ship, he would be surrounded by their fleet. "How's the situation on your side?" Ember asked. "Humph, the battle is a stalemate. Hurry up and return. I have delayed the enemy, and if you can get back in time, we can work together to get rid of the Godoran and those mercenaries. Since you can't catch the traitor, let's wipe out these enemies first." "Sure." Ember's eyes lit up, and he returned to where he had come from. Upon thinking about the possibility of getting rid of Black Star, his mood instantly lifted. The protective shield had served its purpose to seclude this region, and the battlefield was already becoming one-sided. The Darkstar warriors all began to fall one after another. In the middle of the debris, Anner ended his call with Ember. After turning off the communicator, he tapped his cheeks lightly, and an electrical current ran across the face. The next moment, Han Xiao's face was revealed. Taking off the facial simulator, Han Xiao rubbed his cheeks and looked at Nagakin with a smile. "He's coming back, and I have a piece of good news. Alvin succeeded in escaping." Nagakin burst into satisfied laughter and cracked his knuckles. "Great! My fists are still hungry." Han Xiao nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. It was truly tiring for him to act. With Anner dead, the communicator had been picked up by him, and he had instantly thought of making good use of it. Darkstar only had a single calamity-grade super left, and the difference in strength had finally been even out. While the Ames character summon card had already been used, Nagakin was also extremely powerful. Together with him, the chances of them surrounding Ember would be extremely high. The only problem was whether or not Ember knew about the present situation. If he found out about their situation, he would definitely retreat. Right at that moment, Ember had actually called Anner on the communicator. Han Xiao had immediately taken out the facial simulator and scanned Anner's corpse to pose as Anner. At the same time, he had tested Ember with his words. When he was acting, Han Xiao had truly been nervous. He did not know how Anner usually talked to Ember, and after observing Ember's reaction, Han Xiao concluded that Ember was extremely respectful toward Anner. Ember did not suspect Han Xiao in the slightest, and he did not even notice the small discrepancies. Thinking about it carefully, this was extremely normal. After all, someone would only be able to use Anner's communicator if he had died. In Ember's eyes, that was impossible. Not just that, his reaction allowed me to confirm something. There is indeed a Darkstar fleet waiting in the atmosphere. Han Xiao took his own communicator and tried to contact Erosia while saying to Nagakin, "I never thought that we would be able to get rid of a calamity-grade enemy. Since that's the case, we now have more breathing space. With most of the ground troops wiped out, there isn't a need for us to take the risk and send Alvin away." Nagakin thought for a while and felt that it made sense. It was best for them to adapt to the changes. At that moment, the Protector also walked forward. Looking down at Anner's corpse, he let out a sigh and said with pity, "You guys actually killed him. Geez, If I didn't suffer from his attacks, I wouldn't have been a step late. Both of them were dumbfounded. This person was truly vengeful. How wonderful! After pretending to feel pity for a while, the protector then looked at the two of them with his gaze focusing on Han Xiao. A look of unconcealed amazement could be seen in his eyes. After pausing for a while, he did not say another word and retreated far away. The members of Darkstar were already at their wits' end, and he did not have any intention of interfering. He had previously witnessed Anner's death, and if he intervened at this moment, Ghidorah might think that he was interfering with them on purpose. Thus, he gave up any idea of saving them. Is it truly so difficult to remain neutral? Nagakin then looked toward Han Xiao and commented, "That ability of yours, it seems to be related to the Dragon Emperor." This doubt had been in Nagakin's heart for a while, and he had finally found a chance to ask about it. He knew that his senses were definitely not mistaken, and the might of that attack was definitely at the beyond grade A level. However, why was Black Star able to make use of the Dragon Emperor's abilities? Just what was their relationship? If this matter was reported to the War Bureau, the Intel Division would probably have to re-estimate Black Star's position in Floating Dragon Island. Nothing much. I only performed a small role. Han Xiao waved his hands humbly. Nagakin could not help but value Black Star even more now. A few days ago, he had felt that this mission was completely hopeless. Even when he secured Han Xiao's help, it did not reduce the hopelessness that he had felt. However, Han Xiao's abilities had far exceeded his imagination. If not for Anner's corpse lying down at the side, he would never have thought that, even after facing a situation where he was surrounded by two calamity-grade supers, he would not be severely injured and actually be able to get rid of one of them. With two of them fighting him alone, he was actually able to kill one of them. The sound of the surrounding battles began to die down, and this meant that the Darkstar warriors were getting fewer and fewer. "Let's stop chatting," Han Xiao said in a deep voice. "The battle isn't over yet, and there are still members of Darkstar alive. Before Ember returns, we should get rid of them quickly and not leave a single one of them alive." Swoosh! The battleship's slicing blade cut through flesh, and Sherman's shocked face was cleaved into two. Herluz panted heavily and sheathed his weapon. After a long battle, he had finally gotten rid of this dwarf cannon master. With the enemy's morale being destroyed, their courage had also been destroyed, and Herluz had killed the other party in one fell swoop. Just as he wanted to leave, his footsteps suddenly paused, and he turned back to Sherman's corpse. Picking up the cannon that had landed on the ground, Herluz muttered to himself, "Black Star should like the spoil of war." Carrying the cannon on his shoulders, Herluz left the battlefield happily. Bang! Sinisa's brain was reduced to mush, and she collapsed onto the ground with her body contorting. Chun Xing rubbed her throat, which had turned hoarse from singing loudly. Shutting her eyes, she recuperated from the damage that the other party had dealt. The other party had not been weak, and she had exhausted a great deal of energy. "Faiden, I saved your life, and your body shall be treated as the reward," Chun Xing said. Faiden laughed bitterly in the head but did not respond. Chun Xing then looked up at the protective shield and muttered to herself, "Since I cannot leave now, I can only pretend to be Faiden and interact with those mercenaries. As long as they don't see through my disguise, I will be able to escape during our free and easy time." It was not too difficult for her to pretend to be Faiden. Her senses were connected to Faiden's, and she was extremely familiar with Faiden's habits. She was definitely confident in mimicking him completely. Thinking about the source of all her trouble, Han Xiao, Chun Xing's mood became terrible. As long as she could trick that fellow, she would regain her freedom. She was extremely confident in her acting skills. After all, she was an actress. Chapter 501. I have lost the ability to be fooled. Chapter 501. I have lost the ability to be fooled. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. With Nagakin being freed up, the remaining warriors of Darkstar were quickly taken care of. The protective shield formed a large battle ring where death was the only way out. The surviving mercenaries dragged their injury-riddled bodies and gathered at the center of the battlefield. Han Xiao took a head count, and the original 100 or so hired mercenaries had been reduced to less than 30 survivors. With his gaze sweeping past Herluz, Sylvia, the Volgas, and Phaidon, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least all of his forces were intact. The machinery army was scattered all over the place, and when he instructed the mercenaries to retrieve the machines, many of them immediately started grumbling. With the strong winds previously, who knows where your machinery flew to? We just finished a battle, and you cannot go too far and command us. Despite their complaints, all the mercenaries still followed his orders obediently. While not everyone witnessed Han Xiao using Ames' character summon card, respect could clearly be seen in the eyes of the mercenaries who saw it. Han Xiao picked his ears and looked a little irritated. These darn mercenaries, complaining when I only asked them to pick some stuff up. Players are still the most professional. As long as I reward them, they enjoy whatever suffering I throw at them. They are so much better than these mercenaries. I truly miss them. Herluz took a step forward and handed Sherman's cannon over. Spoils of war. For you. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled as he held onto the firearm in his hands. After taking a glance at the firearm, he stripped it down and nodded as he observed the internals of the firearm. This cannon isn't too bad. According to the introduction on the interface, the name of the cannon was the triple-core photon loop cannon. This was a weapon that enjoyed a cannon master specialty, and any cannon master who equipped the weapon would gain a bonus effect. The blueprint was rare, and having the weapon on hand saved Han Xiao the trouble of gambling for blueprints. Han Xiao would be able to derive the blueprint of the triple-core photon loop cannon from the weapon itself. This cannon came just at the right time as Han Xiao needed a light energy firearm at the moment. While he was not a cannon master, he would be able to equip the weapon with his mechanical force. It is just that the bonus stats granted would not be comparable to a cannon master. A cannon master was a long-range damage dealer, and players welcomed cannon masters in all dungeons. Cannon masters were an important part of the traditional triangular formation, which included a main tank, range DPS, and crowd control. Han Xiao had also played the cannon master before, and apart from firing cannons, the cannon master would fire more cannons. While the DPS of a cannon master was acceptable, it was far too singular and lacked variation. Although it was pretty fun to fire cannons all day, one would get bored easily after playing it for a long time. Of the three mechanic classes, Han Xiao preferred the machinery master, which was far more agile. Stowing the cannon away, Han Xiao looked at Sylvia and saw that she did not have many injuries. However, when he turned around to look at Phaidon, he realized that Phaidon was covered in blood all over as though he had been through a miserable battle. "Are you all right?" Han Xiao asked. Chen Xing immediately became anxious. Recalling Phaidon's usual demeanor, she hurriedly forced out a warm smile. I am all right. It's just that I met an enemy." Sylvia immediately interjected. "That's right, I personally saw you being defeated, and that enemy was truly much stronger than you. I was worried for your safety, and it is truly great that you are fine. How did you defeat the enemy?" Chen Xing's smile froze up immediately. She hated the fact that she could not stuff Sylvia's mouth up before zipping it up tight. "Of all the possible times, you just had to ask me this question now. Aren't you trying to push me to my death?" An idea suddenly sprouted in her head, and she said with a cough air, "I didn't defeat him. The enemy was a grade B super and I was almost killed by him. You also know that I do not specialize in battles. Thankfully, a sudden typhoon swept us up and separated us, thus saving my life. You are truly lucky," Sylvia lamented. No one doubted her words. After all, they all accepted that their luck was not as good as hers. "That's right, you are truly lucky," Han Xiao said as he slapped her heavily on her back, forcing her to cough incessantly as a -1 damage popped up above her head. Feeling the pain in her back, Chen Xing suppressed her frustration and forced out a smile. Seeing that Han Xiao did not doubt her words, she heaved a sigh of relief. She was finally able to fool Black Star. Han Xiao then called for Nagakin, who was by the side, and grabbed onto Chen Xing's shoulder, not allowing her to escape. Chen Xing squirmed around uncomfortably and said, "Can you let go of me?" "Stop acting." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "You can't fool me." Chun Xing burst out into cold sweat and tried to look for a loophole in her words. However, she just could not spot any. She obviously did not make any mistakes. You are wrong. I am Phaidon. She tried to explain his doubts away with a smile. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and whispered by Chun Xing's ear. I've said before, if you truly escaped, you wouldn't want to meet me. Chun Xing's heart pounded. At this moment, Nagakin walked over and Han Xiao patted Chun Xing on her shoulders with a smile. Stop struggling. With a grade A super here, it's impossible for you to escape. I don't think you want to be beaten up by him, right? Chun Xing grit her teeth and stopped pretending. How did you recognize me? Upon hearing that, Han Xiao had a face of helplessness. The interface had already exposed her identity, and it would be impossible for him to be fooled even if he wanted to. He could not possibly feign ignorance and play along with her, right? He was also in despair. Chun Xing no longer had any tricks up her sleeves, and she could not think of a way to escape. Glaring at Han Xiao hatefully, she fantasized about 100 different ways of how she could torture Han Xiao to death. Since she had already been discovered, she might as well give up the control of the body. It was better than being forcefully suppressed by others. Phaidon's consciousness returned, and after doing a couple of stretches, he shook his head with a smile. I knew that you would be able to recognize me. You are truly lucky. Even after she took control of the body, she did not destroy your consciousness. Han Xiao said with a tinge of envy. The luck glow was truly overpowered. Phaidon chuckled in response. It is actually pretty enjoyable to communicate with her. I understand her well, and she is also completely aware of my thoughts. We can also understand how the other party thinks. I will have to congratulate you on finding a soul mate. Why don't you marry her? Then my mission will be complete. Han Xiao shook his head and suddenly froze in place. Wait a minute. Can't be right? The perfect completion for Phaidon's mission can't possibly be for him to allow her to attack himself. Phaidon pointed at his head and said helplessly, I shall not convey how she is scolding you. Han Xiao laughed dryly and released his grip, distancing himself from Phaidon. He then grabbed Sylvia's hair to clean his hands. All of a sudden, he did not feel like being too close to Phaidon. While chatting casually, Han Xiao looked at the time, and it was about time for Ember to return. At that moment, Han Xiao noticed a serious problem. While the fight was over, the protective shield was still up and isolating the region. If he was not able to leave, he would not be able to surround Ember according to his plan. This problem could only be solved by the Norios Financial Group. The protector was definitely watching nearby, and Han Xiao felt that it was necessary for him to have a good conversation with the protector. Together with Nagakin, Han Xiao found the protector and displayed his intention for the protective shield to be opened. Without even thinking about it, the protector rejected Han Xiao's request. There is still a member of Darkstar alive, and he is rushing back. If you do not open the protective shield, we won't be able to deal with him, Nagakin said. I know, the protector replied indifferently. Thus, I will not open the protective shield before the enemy leaves. All of you can stay here until I have confirmed that this battle is completely over. Are you trying to protect someone from Darkstar? Nagakin flew into a rage. My responsibility is to protect Norios. Should I open up the protective shield so that all of you can continue to destroy the city? I don't wish to see anyone making trouble on Norios. After this incident is over, our financial group will seek compensation from Godora. The protector's eyes narrowed. Since he could not save Anner, he had no choice but to give up. However, that did not mean that he would be on the side of Godora. The protective shield must not be opened no matter what. This was the bottom line of the upper echelons in his financial group. His financial group did not wish to see any other superior fighters of Darkstar perish there. Chapter 502 Darkstar's Shock. Chapter 502 Darkstar's Shock. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. While Norios did not wish to provoke both parties, there was no need for them to accede to the demands of both parties completely. While this action of theirs might result in conflict with Godora, it was not too serious and within an acceptable range. The financial group still intended to seek compensation from Godora. With an important figure of Darkstar dead, Ghidorah would be more willing to compromise in other areas. Furthermore, it was impossible for Darkstar to make any form of compensation, but Ghidorah, being a lawful civilization, would definitely be a good person and keep to the rules. While Nagakin still wanted to persuade the Protector, Han Xiao stopped him and did not say another word. Han Xiao could tell that it was impossible for the financial group to back down and could only give up his plan to surround Ember. While it was a waste that his previous disguise had lost its effect, Han Xiao was used to the situation changing at any moment in time. At the very least, everything went pretty close to his plan. Since we can't fight, this mission is almost over, and we won't be chased anymore, Han Xiao thought to himself. Looking up at the sky, a black cloud could be seen floating above him, and Ember's figure could be seen. He had finally rushed back. Looking at the miserable battlefield through the protective shield, Ember was visibly shocked. With his gaze sweeping over the battlefield, his eyes were suddenly fixed on Anner's corpse, and the shock on his face turned into fear. Perhaps it isn't completely useless to bait Ember back. Allowing him to see Anner's corpse and dealing him a psychological blow isn't too bad either. A few minutes earlier, Ember followed Anner's instructions and sped toward the battlefield. He was looking forward to diving into battle so that he could make up for the mission that he failed. With Teacher's speed, it is impossible for any enemy to struggle free from him, and it will be impossible for Black Star to escape like before. We can finally get rid of him today. Thinking about that, Ember was full of anticipation and excitement as he charged over joyfully. However, the scene before him was completely different from his expectations. He never could have imagined that his undefeatable teacher would be defeated and even killed. The instant that he saw Anner's corpse, Ember was completely stunned, and a chill ran up his spine. How was it possible for Anner to be killed? Ember immediately took out his communicator and dialed Anner's number. Do. The few seconds of waiting felt like forever, and when the call finally went through, the image displayed on the screen was not that of Anner, but Han Xiao letting out a maniacal laughter. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Ember was indeed shocked. Why is it you? Oh, do you not like my handsome face? Han Xiao chuckled before changing his face to that of Anner's. Sending a flying kiss, he continued. How about this face? Kacha. The screen began to crack. Ember had almost shattered his communicator in rage. His final hope had just been destroyed. Anner was really dead. Numerous emotions filled his heart. Disbelief, anger, panic, grief. If the enemy could take Anner out, it means that he was also in danger. I am the only one left. I cannot stay behind to fight and let all of our soldiers die here. Ember gritted his teeth and escaped on his black cloud. The situation needed to be reported to the upper echelons. Escaping as he reported the situation to his superiors, the news that he reported set off an explosive commotion within the upper echelons of Darkstar. The upper echelons of Darkstar had been prepared to hear a report of the mission being accomplished but never expected to hear such a nightmare instead. None of them had expected that Anner would die in this mission, which they had been certain would succeed. Sending out 2 calamity-grade supers at once, all of the upper echelons felt that the mission was a guaranteed success. However, this piece of news had completely disrupted their plans. The forces of Darkstar had been waning over time. During their peak, Darkstar had 8 calamity-grade supers, and Anner was one of them. He was a highly respected figure in the organization. However, the battles over the years had injured and killed the majority of these experts. Before that day, only 2 of those 8 figures had remained, and Anner had been one of them. Apart from those 2 figures, all the other grade A supers were new faces who they were grooming. Losing such a figure was definitely a huge blow to Darkstar. The rate at which calamity-grade supers were groomed could not keep up with the rate that they were being killed at. In the organization, calamity-grade supers were already extremely rare. In less than a minute, the upper echelons of Darkstar gave an emergency order to Ember. Give up on the mission and leave Norias immediately. We will send a fleet to pick you up. After losing an important member of the organization, we cannot afford to lose another one. Originally, he had been the one giving chase, but the roles had been reversed, and he was now the escaping party. Ember was indignant about his loss. but he had no choice and could only swallow his indignation. Turning off his communicator, Ember escaped at top speed and did not dare delay for a second, afraid that the enemy may catch up to him. In truth, it was impossible for Xiao and the others to leave the protective shield. Those from Norias wished for Ember to scram as quickly as possible, and Ember did not know that there was no one chasing him. An hour later, the protective shield was retracted, and the golden pillars returned underground. Norias had finally retracted the protective shield. This also meant that the financial group was certain that the battle was over. Their surveillance showed Darkstar's fleet picking Ember up before leaving immediately, and everyone from the financial group heaved a sigh of relief. While they had a few thousand battleships around Norias, it was best if they did not engage in battle. With the troops chasing after him retreating, Xiao knew that Nagakin's mission was completed. When Ghidorah sent their reinforcements, the mission would be concluded. Getting rid of an Aner was already a good bargain for them. Despite the battle being over, the effects of the battle had only just begun to show. With a great Super from Darkstar dying, Ghidorah would definitely pay close attention to this event, and the entire Shattered Star Ring would have their eyes on this news. While countless people were dying every single second, there were differences between people. The death of a Calamity-grade Super was naturally far more significant than the death of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, with him using Ames' abilities, Ames would definitely be very curious. However, none of that was important at the moment. Dealing with the members of the Norias financial group was what they needed to face. After Xiao and the others were freed from their predicament, they were immediately requested to meet the upper echelons of the financial group. The financial group was getting ready to settle their scores, and they had to give Norias a suitable amount of compensation. Chapter 503, Effect and Plan. Chapter 503, Effect and Plan. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The Protector took everyone to another city on an aircraft. In the middle of the city was a skyscraper. Even in the Iron City that was filled with buildings, the skyscraper stood out like a middle finger being pointed to the sky. At the peak of the skyscraper was a helipad protected by a transparent cover. The cover gradually opened up, and the aircraft landed on the helipad. From the helipad to the interior of the building, numerous soldiers were lined up orderly by the side. Xiao and the others followed after the Protector and entered the top level of the luxurious skyscraper. A man was seated on the sofa with his back facing the crowd who had entered the room. He was looking at a wall of holographic screens with the scenes of the battlefield being displayed on them. "Look at what you have done on my planet." After pressing a button, the sofa turned around on its own to face Xiao. After seeing his appearance, Xiao felt that he looked extremely familiar. All of a sudden, Xiao remembered seeing a picture of this person before him. A couple of days ago, he had still been playing a cat and mouse game with Aesop. Aesop had requested for him to steal an accessory. After he asked Philip to make a search, Xiao had found out that the accessory was something that the head of the Norias financial group had purchased his wife. The person in front of him was the head of the financial group. Just what was he called again? Rockfess. "I am the owner of this planet," the man said with a calm voice. "I know who you are. Nagakin from Ghidorah, Wilsander from Floating Dragon, and Black Star also from Floating Dragon. Because he belonged to Floating Dragon on the surface, the Black Star mercenary group was deemed a part of the Floating Dragon army." Xiao was not too bothered by this, as the status of being part of Floating Dragon had always brought him more benefits than disadvantages. Allowing his mercenary group to be tied together with a gigantic faction was extremely helpful to the growth and fame of his mercenary group. "I have roughly understood what happened, and I am uninterested in the battle between Ghidorah and Darkstar. However, your actions have resulted in damage to my planet, and Ghidorah has no rights to deploy their army in my territory. I require an explanation from all of you and suitable compensation. My subordinates are currently calculating the exact damage, and we shall negotiate the details after they are done." Rockfest did not give the two a chance to interrupt and spoke without allowing anyone to refute him. "I will report this matter to headquarters, and Ghidorah will compensate your losses. Black Star is only a mercenary who I hired, and his actions were part of my request. God Aura will never shortchange our friends, and God Aura will compensate you on his behalf. With Anner being killed, Nagakin was in an extremely good mood. For an official of his level, taking action would definitely result in destruction, and there would definitely be people to clean up after them. He had never thought about escaping from paying compensation before. Because Rockfest had extremely good connections and had a pretty good relationship with a couple of civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, God Aura was not willing to offend him either. Don't worry, I never intended to seek compensation from him. Upon hearing that, Rockfest looked toward Han Xiao with a smile, and his tone became gentler. Give my regards to Ames. He actually isn't asking for compensation? Han Xiao immediately felt goodwill toward Rockfest. You know Ames? Ha ha ha. Who in the Shattered Star Ring doesn't know of the Dragon Emperor? Rockfest said with a laugh. I have dealt with Floating Dragon a few times. I heard that Aesop wanted you to steal something of mine, but you caught him instead. Aha, well done. Han Xiao came to a realization. It turned out that Rockfest knew Aesop. No wonder there was such a prank. However, Han Xiao did not think that it was strange at all. After being alive for so many years, Aesop was a legendary figure, and his connections were extremely deep with his friends being scattered all over the universe. With Aesop's abilities, the figures whom he befriended were naturally those with authority and power. Since Ames had taken Aesop back, Floating Dragon would definitely receive a huge boost, and their hidden forces would definitely be expanded. In truth, Rockfest's warm attitude was not entirely because of Aesop. He had always been supplying resources to Floating Dragon but had rarely requested anything in return, treating it as a form of sponsorship. Rockfest was not the only financial group that was doing so, and there were at least 20 different financial groups sponsoring Ames. When Ames first built Floating Dragon Island, she had released a notice that she wanted money, and numerous financial groups had swarmed over to give her money immediately. After so many years, there were many financial groups that still maintained their sponsorship status. If not, with Floating Dragon's horrendous management situation, it would have been impossible for them to support all the maintenance, repairs, and other expenses. Behind every one of the 4 beyond grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring were numerous financial groups. A powerful organization would always draw a large number of willing sponsors. Thus, these powerful beings never needed to be afraid of going broke. Many of the financial groups in the universe were past the stage of accumulating wealth, and if they were not able to convert their wealth into influence or something useful, their wealth was no more than a useless string of numbers. Investing their wealth into such organizations that housed powerhouses was the best option for them. For someone like Ames, it was no longer her asking others for money but others taking the initiative to offer her money. Whether or not so wanted to accept the money was dependent on her mood. freewebnovel.com. As long as one became sufficiently powerful, many problems would be taken care of easily. At the same time, however, one's actions and words would also take on more responsibility. In the later versions, a few unions would have the right to cooperate with the financial groups to obtain resources and funds. The impact of the player's presence in Galaxy became deeper and deeper, and there were more and more avenues for both parties to interact. The influence that they had on the world was extremely dynamic and realistic, thus allowing the players to remain passionate about the game. I heard about your arrival as soon as you stepped onto Norias. Meeting you in person, you are even more powerful than in the legends. Rockfest took the initiative to reach out, and Han Xiao shook his hand. Smiling without saying a word, a thought suddenly surfaced in his head. His plans for version 2.0 would require a large amount of gold. To hold millions of players in his mercenary group, the hardware of his mercenary group must have an all-round upgrade, and all of that required money. If he could mimic Ames and find sponsors, it may be much easier on his wallet. Because Han Xiao was used to being a lone wolf in his previous life, he only had a vague understanding of deals between the guilds and NPCs. However, Han Xiao had never given it a try himself, and he needed to earn all of the money required for his plan. At this moment, a new idea sprung up in his mind. Perhaps the influence of a faction may be larger than I think. Until then, Han Xiao's core business had been to earn the player's money to upgrade himself and his faction. However, could he improvise a little and get the NPCs to give him money while harvesting the money from players? With this flash of inspiration, a new and exciting plan began to form in his head. While the plan was not feasible for the time being, it would greatly increase the benefits that the players could give him once version 2.0 was unveiled. Of course, that was predicated on everything going according to his plan. Your Excellency Rockfess, Han Xiao said, I actually have something that I wish to request and hope that we can find some time to discuss the matter. All right, I will give you my personal number. Rockfess nodded. After this matter is over, we can talk about it in detail. A conclusion was made regarding the matter of compensation. Ghidorah would be in charge of paying for all compensation. Rockfest then arranged for a completely safe stronghold for them to stay in. Before the reinforcements from Ghidorah arrived, they were all required to stay there. Orochia met up with Alvin and the others. Alvin was extremely thankful that he had managed to escape death, and the teleportation mage left immediately after receiving his payment. He did not wish to have any relationship with those unlucky people. Over the next few days, the news of this great battle began to spread rapidly, and the headlines of the various news outlets were getting more and more exaggerated. The details of the battle were not leaked, and the various articles only reported a small portion of the battle and the outcome. While the infamous Dark Star was not the most powerful organization on the list of evil organizations within the Shattered Star Ring, it was the most radical one. It had destroyed many civilizations within the Garten star system and caused countless citizens to lose their homes. However, there was rarely news of a head-on battle with Dark Star, as they usually snuck into the various civilizations stealthily. This time, a powerful member of Dark Star had died in the eyes of the public, and it was a truly joyous occasion. With the news spreading, Han Xiao received multiple notifications of his renown stat increasing on his interface. Just like before, his renown stat increased in various star clusters, and his renown level had reached slightly famous in most regions. In the Garten star system, where he was most active, his renown level had already reached the level of well-known. In the eyes of most galactic residents, Ames' strength was the only supporting pillar for the whole of Floating Dragon. However, her subordinates did not have much fame and rarely took action outside of Floating Dragon. In this respect, Floating Dragon was far inferior to the powers of the other three Beyond Grade A supers. The other three Beyond Grade A supers all had numerous experts under their charge, with their soldiers being the elites of the elites. However, Ames only had a couple of little cats as her subordinates. For the organizations of the other three Beyond Grade A supers, even if they did not have their leader, their organization would still be a tyrannical existence. During the previous incident when Ames smashed up Darkstar's mothership, the majority of the focus had been on Ames' strength as well as the new member of Floating Dragon, Black Star. However, the news this time had shown Black Star's strength, and many of the galactic residents and organizations had the same thought. Ames finally has a capable officer. Sigh, it truly isn't easy. Ghidorah was clearer about the details of the entire event. According to Nagakin's report, the intelligence division of Ghidorah's War Bureau immediately placed a greater importance on Han Xiao. Together with the incident when they captured Darkstar's mothership, this was the second time that Black Star had dealt a blow to Darkstar. Thus, he could be said to be on Ghidorah's side. Furthermore, Han Xiao had also aided Nagakin in killing Anner and gave them a huge aid. After fighting together with Han Xiao, Nagakin also treated him with great importance. In those few days, Han Xiao had specially built up his ties with Nagakin. This was also the reason behind him accepting this mission. Building up ties with Nagakin meant that he would have a direct channel to the upper echelons of Ghidorah. After waiting for a few days, the Ghidorah fleet arrived at Norias, and the entire event was finally over. Nagakin took Alvin to the pier where Ghidorah's gigantic fleet was waiting. Before he left, Alvin took the initiative to shake hands with Han Xiao. You saved my life and I owe you a favor. If you need my help, I will definitely do my best to aid you. Nagakin also expressed his thanks toward Han Xiao. It is truly a pleasant experience to work with you, and the War Bureau will pay you your reward. I hope that we have the chance to work together again. Han Xiao smiled. Don't worry, we will meet again very soon. Nagakin was stunned for a moment and thought that Han Xiao was only being polite. He then boarded the ship with Alvin, and the fleet quickly disappeared into space. Nagakin's request has been completed. You have received 5,800,000 experience, 240,000 anas, plus 850 relationship with God-Aura faction. God-Aura civilization. Respect, 3190/6000, plus 30 Nagakin favorability, plus 30 Alvin favorability, adding close to 2,000 points of faction favorability and raising my relationship with God-Aura to respect. This isn't too bad. Originally, Nagakin would have been crippled, and Alvin would not have survived. The fates of these two individuals had been changed by him, so Darkstar would definitely pay more attention to him. Who knew what kind of a reaction they would have? Where are we going? Haluz asked, and everyone looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Before the new version was released, he had two targets. The first was his advancement. With his advancement being complete and him being freer, it was time to work toward his second target. Prepare for version 2.0. This was a huge project. Let me meet Rockfest first. Chapter 504, Getting Investments. Chapter 504, Getting Investments. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. So, what request do you have? Black Star of Floating Dragon? Han Xiao was once again seated in Rockfest's luxurious property. But this time, it was a private meeting between the two of them. They were seated face to face with the servants serving them tea. After a couple of pleasantries, Rockfest went straight to the point. My time is precious. Please let me know if you have any requests. Han Xiao put down his glass and leaned forward. I shall be straightforward then. My mercenary group is the Floating Dragons field team, and we have been operating for a year and a half. It is time for my mercenary group to expand. With the prestige of Ames on my shoulders, I cannot continue to have little battles and skirmishes. Blades and Skyring should be the target of my Black Star mercenary group. The stronger the field team, the stronger Floating Dragon will be. Thus, I need some funds to support me. I want to build a stronghold that belongs to my mercenary group and not rent a temporary gathering point. His preparation plan for version 2.0 was to expand his camp before pulling all the players from planet Aquamarine into his mercenary group during the mutation disaster. Both God-Aura and Darkstar would be his competitors, and Han Xiao wanted to give the players a third choice. Apart from the original, righteous, and evil path, Han Xiao wanted to provide the path of neutral. As such, there was a huge problem that he faced. In order to contain thousands or millions of players, the size of his camp would have to be greatly increased. If not, he would not be able to attract new members. The most important factor to attract players was benefits. Even if Bunhitdog's program was able to brainwash a large number of spectators to be attracted to mercenary groups, it would be difficult to sustain their interest for a long time. Thus, it was key for him to provide players with missions and resources. With regards to this, Han Xiao already had a plan. He had created the mercenary group so that he could be the middleman to distribute the missions and form the bridge between the players and clients. At the same time, he would be able to borrow the almost endless mission resources to groom his own faction and keep players in his camp while building up the reputation of his mercenary group. Apart from taking advantage of the mercenary groups, he also intended to make use of NPC resources to bring him more benefits. Other than the resources given by missions, another important point was the special produce of a faction. On top of attracting investments, class knowledge, and skills, producing machinery would be his specialty. However, it would be impossible for him to fulfill a large order alone, and he had to consider the problem of mass production. He needed to form his own assembly line and build a factory of his own. With his current knowledge and skill, he would be able to just about create an assembly line. Thus, the second problem would surface. Where should he place the assembly line? After accepting so many players, his mercenary group would need a large, fixed gathering point that was akin to his faction's main city. If not, he would not be able to incite a sense of belonging in all the players. Only after building up his own main city would his forces look like a proper army. However, the location, security, resources, and functions of this gathering point were all problems. As such, the third problem surfaced, transport. With the members under his charge exploding in numbers, going out on missions would be a problem. It would be ridiculous for the players to rent a ship whenever they wanted to travel, and it was not beneficial to attracting the players to his main city. He needed to have a spaceship that belonged to his faction. If not, he needed to come to a long-term agreement with some galactic travel agencies. These were only the fundamental problems, and there were still many more little problems that he would face along the way, such as finding a stable supplier for materials, contacting a construction company, and so on. Expanding his faction was akin to expanding the operations of a company. If he wanted to expand his scope of influence, he had to prepare many things in large quantities, and that all required money. Together with the reward from Nagakin, Han Xiao had about 500,000 anas left. After a series of calculations, Han Xiao truly found his entire wealth to be pretty pathetic, and his heart would ache if he had to fork out the expenses required for his faction to expand. Thus, he decided to meet Rockfess and talk to him about the matter of investment. Expanding the scale of the field team, Rockfess' eyes narrowed. Is this Ames' order? You should understand that Ames would never bother about such affairs, Han Xiao replied. I am the one in charge of the field team, and this is my own plan. I knew that it wasn't her idea, Rockfess said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. How much money do you want? How much are you willing to give? Han Xiao threw the question back. Rockfess immediately changed the subject. Up until now, I have provided 9 sponsorships to Floating Dragon, a total of about 24 million, and this will not be the final figure. I intend to keep sponsoring Floating Dragon. Jenny and I can be considered old acquaintances, and the benefits that she brings me are the reason that I will not waver in my investment. Enjoying the prestige of Ames, I am able to earn a profit that is to my satisfaction. After saying those words, he kept quiet and looked at Han Xiao with a smile, obviously waiting for Han Xiao to say what sort of benefits he could provide. Through investing in Floating Dragon, he gained the acknowledgement of Jenny and enjoyed a portion of Ames' influence. He then borrowed the influence for political activities or negotiations. It was equivalent to exchanging his investment for influence and to use influence to make money. The amount of money that he was able to make definitely exceeded his initial investment. Such returns could only be gained if he invested in the headquarters of Floating Dragon. Why should he make an investment in Floating Dragon's field team? Furthermore, this was Han Xiao's personal plan. He would only provide money if it was Ames' plan. Black Star did not command such respect. Han Xiao smiled and suddenly said, I believe that you have my information in your hands. If that's the case, you should know that I have a bunch of undying warriors under me. Yes, Rockfess nodded. I have also noticed that they are not with you right now. They are natural-born mercenaries, and their numbers far exceed your imagination. I know all of them, and expanding my mercenary group also includes expanding my numbers. I do not need to hire any other mercenaries on the market. With your investment, I will be able to rapidly expand my forces and become a large mercenary group. At that time, I will give you satisfactory benefits. Even if you have Jenny's approval, you will require the appearance of Floating Dragon's troops to help you persuade the other party at times, right? What about a large mercenary group willing to accept your private hire at no cost? Han Xiao selectively revealed some details of his plans. In order to persuade others to invest, he would naturally have to paint a picture of the possible benefits. While the stock market existed in Galaxy, a mercenary group was far from entering it. Thus, he naturally did not have the right to gain something without risking anything of his own. He was not afraid of revealing the existence of players. The players would enter the Galaxy eventually, and they would then be exposed to everyone. Since Galaxy was currently going through an update, even if he told Rockfest some information, the other party would not be able to do a thing because it was impossible to find any players for the time being. This was his new plan, allowing the NPCs to recognize the potential of players and attract their investments. At that moment, he was only testing his idea to see the feasibility of his plan. Rockfest fell into deep thought and did not say a word. Han Xiao's suggestion did indeed interest him. Helping Floating Dragon build up their field team might be a good plan. While Black Star was a member of Floating Dragon, he did not trust Black Star enough to invest without any worries. Han Xiao thought that he would have to wait for a long time. However, Rockfest made a decision less than 10 seconds later. I will not invest. What a pity. Han Xiao shook his head. You missed out on an investment that could bring you endless benefits. At that time, Rockfest added, however, I can give you a loan. For million anas and a 3-year limit. On account of floating dragon, I will give you a simple interest plan. If you return the money within a month, I will not charge you any interest. Paying me back after 1 year and before 2 years, I will charge you a 10% interest. More than 2 years and before 3 years, 20% interest. Above 3 years, 40% interest. These are my conditions. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. This interest rate was truly explosive. If he exceeded 3 years, it was enough to make his pants explode. It was no different from borrowing from loan sharks at that rate. Furthermore, this was on account that he belonged to Floating Dragon. If not, it would have been impossible for Rockfest to lend him any money. Being rich is truly. All right, I agree. Han Xiao nodded. He was not worried about paying back the loan. Version 2.0 would be launched within a year. As long as the players returned, Han Xiao would probably count money to the point that his brain would cramp. Not to mention returning the loan, even if he wanted to buy the whole Norios financial group. Cough cough, he still would not be able to afford it. Rockfest took out his communicator and sent him a contract. With both parties signing their names, the contract became legally binding. In the majority of the civilizations, this contract would be protected by the law. In his previous life, there had been a few guilds that did not wish to repay their debts. This had caused their favorability to plummet with all these civilizations, and their upper limit of favorability with those factions was set to 2,999 points. It meant that they would never be able to reach the level of respect. On top of that, their personal trust level was also reduced, and they would not be able to borrow again. In serious cases, they even ended up as fugitives. If a guild wanted to take out a loan, it required a great deal of effort to raise the favorability with a faction. If they did not return the money, it was akin to throwing away all of that favorability. Any guilds with foresight would never permit such an action, which was akin to shooting themselves in the foot. Han Xiao did not have the intention to do so either. Ding! Han Xiao received a notification of an incoming transfer. Taking a glance, the amount of anas in his savings increased to 4,581,010. Rockfest had given him the money without any fuss. For a wealthy merchant who would spend 7 million anas to buy an accessory, such a small investment was nothing to him. However, to Han Xiao this was a large sum of money. Let's work well together. Standing up, Han Xiao shook Rockfest's hand and left the luxurious property under the lead of the butler. He returned directly to the inn, where Herluz and the others were waiting. After supervising Sylvia's homework for a while, he went back to his room. I was really able to get an investment. It seems like the influence of a faction is truly greater than I thought. With money on hand, I only need to choose a place, and I will be able to construct a large camp. Which planet would be better? Cannot be too far away from planet Aquamarine but has to be tightly connected to the galaxy. Do. Just when he was in thought, his communicator rang, and head butler Jenny called. Her expression was unfriendly, and she immediately interrogated Han Xiao when he picked up the call. Rockfest already informed me that you sought a loan from him. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Jenny, would you have agreed? Don't call me Jenny, you should call me head butler. And, of course, I don't agree. Jenny's tone was strict. She had never believed in expanding, and setting up a field team was an unnecessary expenditure to her in the first place. Ames would never require a powerful army. Then why should I tell you? Han Xiao replied. He understood Jenny's personality. She was an individual who wanted extremely tight control of business and finances. She would never agree to the expansion of the field team. While they belonged to the same faction, there were clashes in their ideals and responsibilities. Of course, the main reason was because Jenny did not trust him enough. After all, he was a mercenary who had joined Floating Dragon midway. I command you to return the loan, Jenny said in a tone that brooked no argument. Without my permission, you are not allowed to accept any form of funds. Chapter 505 Location of the Base. Chapter 505 Location of the Base. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Jenny's attitude was extremely forceful, and she looked as though she would not let Han Xiao off if he chose to defy her. However, the great mechanic Han was not afraid of her, and it was impossible for him to return the money. He then briefly explained the benefits that his actions could bring Floating Dragon, and without bothering whether Jenny accepted his words or not, he hung up. This action of his frustrated Jenny greatly. Her desire for control was great, and for Han Xiao to take a loan without getting her approval made her feel as though her position of head butler was being challenged. She had also begun to suspect Han Xiao's loyalty at the same time. Ames had never been bothered with the management of Floating Dragon and handed everything over to her to handle. Thus, the majority of the consequences brought about by Ames' actions were usually settled by her. She possessed a great deal of authority, and Ames also trusted Jenny greatly. Furthermore, most of the members in Floating Dragon would also submit to Jenny's authority. Black Star had joined Floating Dragon a year ago and had always been extremely low profile. However, this sudden action of his had immediately incited that sensitive nerve of Jenny's and made her raise her guard. Deep within, she did not trust any other subordinates of Ames, and because she was Ames' kin, she felt that only she and Ames were insiders while the others were outsiders. After Han Xiao cut off the line, Jenny made a call of complaint to Ames without any hesitation. She explained everything that had happened to Ames and added her own opinions. She felt that Han Xiao's field team had too much freedom and needed to be controlled. It would be best to transfer him back to the headquarters of Floating Dragon and remove the field team completely. She felt that since Floating Dragon wanted to maintain neutrality, it was sufficient for them to be dragon guards. There was no need for them to have an armed force operating outside. Under normal circumstances, Ames would not reject her proposal. However, Ames unexpectedly rejected her. "You are too nervous. It is just a bit of money, and there isn't a need to make a huge fuss out of the matter. I trust Black Star. He is someone reliable. Since I gave him the right to operate freely, as long as he doesn't become a wanted fugitive, you don't have to inform me. If there isn't anything else, I am hanging up, but..." Kacha. Ames hung up the line, and a stunned Jenny was left behind. She held onto her communicator with a dazed look. She had never imagined that Ames would reject her flatly. This was something that had not happened before. Because Han Xiao had caught Aesop, Ames' trust in him had increased tremendously. While her trust in Han Xiao could not be compared to the trust that she had in Jenny, it was far more than the trust that she would have in an ordinary subordinate. Without Ames' approval, Jenny realized that she could not do a thing to Han Xiao. Exasperated, her veins began to bulge, and her body trembled slightly with anger. Taking a deep breath, she took off her spectacles and shut her eyes. After rubbing the bridge of her nose, she gradually regained her cool. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were filled with solemnness. Ames' rejection had made Jenny feel a huge threat to her position. Han Xiao naturally did not know that this small conflict would make Jenny misunderstand that he was trying to fight for favor with her. However, even if he knew, he would not have been bothered. After all, the money required for his version 2.0 plan was more important. The version update would take less than a year, and it was important for Han Xiao to use this time to find a place and build his base. Han Xiao would not choose a deserted planet and would definitely build his base on a flourishing planet. He would then be able to enjoy the NPC resources of the planet and use the geographical location to make up for the lack of NPCs in his base. After searching for a long time in the Garten Star System map, he finally chose a planet in Ghidorah's territory called Planet Golden Gate. It was very near to Uberly Hub, and he would be able to easily arrive at the star zone where Planet Aquamarine was located. This meant that transportation would be extremely convenient. On top of that, the planet was sufficiently prosperous, and from a player's perspective, all the necessary features were present. There were shops, entertainment outlets, missions. There were two reasons behind Han Xiao's choice. Firstly, his favorability with Ghidorah was high, so it was easier for him to get things done. Furthermore, he would be able to enjoy a discount. Secondly, he would be able to lower his expenses on setting up weapons. A powerful fleet would definitely be stationed within Ghidorah's territory, and Darkstar would not dare create trouble there. After getting rid of Anner a while back, Han Xiao had decided to place safety as a priority. Furthermore, since they were in Ghidorah's territory, they would be able to filter out the players who joined Darkstar. With the Germinal organization as an example, Han Xiao did not wish for there to be a bunch of spies in his base. Among all of the planets, Planet Golden Gate was the top choice. After choosing his target, Han Xiao did not delay any further and left Norios. Because Rista had joined their group, the Blacklight Stealth became their new ship. Its speed was extremely fast and movements agile. They no longer had to worry about being surrounded by enemies. Planet Golden Gate was not a large planet, but because it was situated near Ubarely Hub, it was very prosperous. Planet Golden Gate had plenty of different cities, and setting up a base there required the purchase of a permit. With the renown of the Black Star mercenary group being sufficiently high within the Garten star system, together with the fact that their relationship with Ghidorah was pretty good, there was no problem in the application of the permit. After spending a large amount of money, Han Xiao managed to buy a piece of land, and the efficiency of settling all the paperwork was extremely high. With the sheer size of the universe, land was abundant, and it was unbelievably cheap for an ordinary immigrant to purchase a house. With the current wealth in his hands, Han Xiao did not have any intention of building a large main city yet. He did not have enough people or money. He only needed a fixed base for his mercenary group. As for the design of the base, it had to be sufficiently big. Apart from providing a large number of players with a region to hang out, he needed to leave space for military factories. On top of that, he had to ensure that the roads are well designed and regions demarcated so that the players would not get lost in the base. Most importantly, the base had to be impressive and sufficiently high class. With the sheer scale of the construction, Han Xiao naturally did not intend to do so himself. He contacted a construction company to build the place according to his designs. From the construction to the purchase of materials and transportation, every single aspect required a large amount of wealth. While he was starting to build his first base, Ember had returned to the headquarters of Darkstar. At that time, the upper echelons of Darkstar were having a meeting to discuss the incident on Norios. In the mysterious headquarters of Darkstar, 10 or so individuals were gathered in a hall. Some were present physically while others joined the meeting through a holographic projection. Their faces were all hidden as they sat on a circular table. Everyone in the room was at the highest level in the Darkstar organization. There were some Calamity-grade supers, fleet commanders, logistics directors, intelligence agents, research staff, and the leader in charge of all affairs. The majority of their identities were secret and not privy to outsiders. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. With the traitor alive, all of their identities could be exposed, and they were all in a terrible mood. Ember was also in the room. After reaching the Calamity grade, he had the right to be present in that room. From time to time, the other members seated at the table would look at him with an unfriendly gaze. Because of his mission failure, all of them had to endure the risk of being exposed, so they could not help but blame Ember, the only one who had returned alive. Noticing the gazes of the others, Ember knew that he was in the wrong and could only remain silent. Beside him was an empty seat. That seat had belonged to Anner. With his respected teacher dead, every time he saw this empty chair, Ember would be reminded of Han Xiao. The flames of rage would then burn, and he would spend a great amount of effort to suppress it. After a long period of silence, the leader of Darkstar opened his mouth. Anner died in combat, and the traitor was saved by Ghidorah. This mission was a complete failure. Before the traitor gained access to the top-secret intel, I froze his authority. The person in charge of intelligence said with a hoarse voice, "The intel in his hands is only a small portion. This is the only good news. Is the traitor aware of the mutation virus? No, he isn't aware about our plan. This requires a higher level of authority. That's good. This is an important step in our plan, and nothing can go wrong. It won't be too long before the virus spreads, and Ghidorah will be forced to send out a great deal of manpower to protect the affected civilizations. We will be able to seize the initiative." The leader of Darkstar then paused and changed topics. "I am extremely disappointed in the outcome of this mission. Not only did we let the traitor escape, we had even lost a Calamity-grade doyen. Ember, You have truly let me down this time. Ember clenched his fists and said with difficulty, something went wrong in the mission. You are trying to say that as long as something goes wrong, you won't be able to handle it? Ember noticed the chill in the leader's voice and lowered his head without answering. At this moment, another member spoke up. This was your first mission after becoming a grade A super. To think that the outcome would be so embarrassing. Aren't you ashamed? I truly wonder if you have the right to be in this room. The one who spoke was another respected calamity grade who had even more influence than Anner. He was the vice leader and the right-hand man of the leader. Ember's clenched fists tightened, but he did not retort. After becoming a calamity grade super, he had been full of ambition and pride. However, this mission had ended in complete failure, so he was starting to doubt himself. I saw the mission report. Ghidorah's Nagakin joined hands with a mercenary to kill Anner. That mercenary is called Black Star. The Dark Star leader changed the topic and did not allow the others to continue blaming Ember. It was sufficient to warn him, and it was not necessary to humiliate him. Kill him, Ember said without hesitation. He is Ames' subordinate, and I do not wish to have a conflict with someone like the Dragon Emperor before the start of our mutation virus plan, the leader of Dark Star said. I will make that mercenary pay the price, but not now. He has caused us to suffer losses over and over again, and he is an enemy whom we must eradicate. We cannot wait any longer. Ember could not help but retort. He wished that he could reduce Han Xiao to ashes in front of him. The one in charge of intelligence said calmly, according to my intel, Black Star is building a base on planet Golden Gate. That planet is within Ghidorah's territory. If we want to get rid of him, we will have to send a large fleet. To incite such a huge battle with Ghidorah at this important stage. Do you want to ruin the organization's plan? This is worth it. Ember grit his teeth and insisted on his view. Enough! The leader of Dark Star interrupted Ember. From now on, cease all other activities on the outside until the mutation virus spreads. I do not wish to repeat myself. The meeting shall end here. All the upper echelons did not say another word and went offline. Those who were there personally left the meeting room. Only Ember was left in his seat with a look of indignation. Looking at the empty room, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Chapter 506 Mass Production Design, Onset of the Disaster. Chapter 506 Mass Production Design, Onset of the Disaster. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. On planet Golden Gate of the Garten Star System, the Black Star base was rapidly being constructed as Han Xiao had contracted a professional construction company. In the Galaxy era, the efficiency of constructing buildings was extremely high and almost everything was automated. Building a foundation, mixing cement, laying the walls, laying the lines, and so on were all jobs that could be completed quickly. As long as the raw materials were present, the construction team would be able to construct a building identical to the blueprints in a short amount of time. 10 or so days went by in a flash, and a metal base rose up from the ground. This base was enough to house 70 to 80,000 people. Its size was sufficiently huge, and its geography was simple. According to the blueprints, the base was separated into a few different sectors. However, the facilities were not up yet, and the base was only an empty shell. The funds that Han Xiao currently had on hand were pretty abundant, and he did not have to be so restricted. He needed to build a factory assembly line, equip his base with weapons, and build a main system to control the entire base. All of those facilities needed to be built by him, and the main expenditure would come from the resources. Following which, he had to solve the problem of transportation. Buying a spaceship was far too costly, and he was prepared to strike a deal with some galactic travel agencies. He wanted to rent their spaceships long-term. After deducting those expenditures, he would still be left with about 2 to 3 million anas. The problem with transportation was not urgent, and he would only require it when the players returned. Han Xiao had to first forge an assembly line. The assembly line was a requirement for him to build up an army, and he needed the relevant advanced knowledge and high-end knowledge. Han Xiao had learned the majority of the advanced knowledge, and his huge capital allowed him to purchase new high-end knowledge. He instantly used a few 100,000 anas to buy the high-end knowledge of the armed branch, huge duplex machinery technology. This knowledge was one of the requirements for him to build battleships and other super-large machines. He then followed the knowledge groups in his memory and merged the relevant key blueprint, automated mass production plan. It was not only the blueprint for an assembly line, it was also the core of an army. As long as the raw materials available were sufficient, the assembly line would be able to automatically manufacture the weapons, and it would save Han Xiao both time and effort. The only thing it did not save was money. The assembly line was a special type of blueprint that could not be constructed on its own. If it was a player who attempted to do so, the player would need to first activate the assembly line blueprint and leave it in the active state before using the blueprint of another machine. This was the process to create a machinery assembly line, and it was like a form of combined skill. The construction process of every assembly line had some differences. For example, the construction of cavalry and Black Panthers required a different production process. Thus, the assembly line of every different machine would have to be constructed individually. The raw materials required for every machine were different, and the sheer cost of the raw materials from the assembly line was enough to make a player's wallet fall into despair. If not, there would not be the saying that the army style was the most money-burning strategy in the game. Han Xiao's current army style was merely second-rate, with his main focus being low cost. He was truly some distance away from the true army style. The main reason was that he did not have too much money to burn in the past. With sufficient funds on hand, he could finally start with his plan to create an army. After all, the strength of a mechanic was directly related to their wealth. The specialty of Han Xiao's ordnance engineer subclass was military machinery enlightenment, and it lowered the cost of building an assembly line while raising the quality of the created product. Apart from creating a large mechanic army, the other motive of an assembly line was to forge the equipment that players were willing to purchase in bulk. At that time, he would be able to sell that equipment in bulk and use the money earned to create more equipment. He could then open up a few different outlets, with one shop becoming two becoming four becoming eight becoming a listed company, gathering funds from being a listed company, then selling his stocks, then letting his subsidiary company be listed, then from just collecting interest he could. Cough cough, this was roughly what he meant. Just thinking about it, the great mechanic Han felt his mood brighten up. The higher a machine's grade, the more complex its assembly line would be. Even with Han Xiao's current assembly speed, he needed a few days to complete a single assembly line. Thus, it was important for him to carefully consider which assembly lines he should build. After a long period of consideration, Han Xiao decided to place his focus on low-grade machines. His level was truly too far ahead of the players, and the low-grade machines to him were just right for the players who were around level 60. As for the high-grade machines, there was no need to create an assembly line at the moment. Han Xiao was currently level 116, and because of the Norias incident, Han Xiao had not had the chance to have an all-round upgrade of his core machines. Building a base was a long-term project, and Han Xiao finally had the time to upgrade his equipment. Because of the reward from killing Anner, the amount of experience that he had in the interface had increased to 300 million. He first upgraded his automated mass production plan to the maximum level to reduce its cost to the minimum. He then gambled to obtain a large variety of low-grade machines and chose a few suitable blueprints to form an assembly line. With his understanding of the mechanic class and the players, he was certain that the machines produced would definitely be useful. Constructing an assembly line was a huge project, so before that, he built a main system for the base and got Philip to manage the base. The very first assembly line that he wanted to set up was an assistant-type machine. Allowing an AI like Philip to operate those assistant-type machines would definitely be extremely effective. Following the blueprint that he had left behind, Philip began to command more and more assistant-type machines to complete the different districts of the base, such as new furniture, security doors, equipment, and instruments. Han Xiao no longer needed to personally supervise those tasks. The preparation for version 2.0 required everyone to stay in the base for a long period of time. Haluz did not care and trusted that Han Xiao had his plans. As for the others, they cared even less. The Volga brothers and Sylvia were okay with following Han Xiao for anything. Fiden would not leave before suppressing Chun Xing completely. Rista was extremely patient. After waiting for a long time, he was not bothered about this little delay. He also did not mind letting Han Xiao use his body. Wilsander returned to Floating Dragon, and the only ones left operating on the outside of Floating Dragon were Han Xiao and his crew. Han Xiao was very clear that Floating Dragon was definitely aware of him constructing a base on the outside. Since Ames had not said anything to him, Han Xiao understood that Ames was silently allowing him to expand the armed forces. This trust that Ames had in him truly made him feel grateful. Because of the base, Han Xiao's core members temporarily stopped accepting any new missions, and only the Sunil division was still active. This piece of news spread through the galaxy very quickly, and the news of Han Xiao constructing a base made many organizations misunderstand something. They all felt that this was a signal. Does the Dragon Emperor finally want to mimic the other three beyond grade as supers and strengthen her armed forces? All along, Han Xiao's Floating Dragon Field Team had only existed in name, and few organizations had paid any attention to them. However, this action of his made many organizations and powerhouses fearful as they paid close attention to Han Xiao. The construction of the base proceeded slowly but steadily. As time passed, all of the mutation sources that Darkstar had stealthily placed in the planets began to awaken. It's like this. In 2 days, there have been over 2,700 violent incidents globally, and over 100,000 people have been affected. This is only the information that we have managed to find out. The Intel Department has investigated the identities of all those who burst out in violence. They come from all different occupations and are spread all across the different cities. There wasn't a single sign of violence before the incident took place, and there isn't any pattern to the violence. Currently, the majority of those who broke out in violence are being detained by the enforcement agencies of the Six Nations and are undergoing investigation. A member of the Intel Department read the report. Bennett sat on the chair with his brows furrowed. He looked a little older than he had 2 years ago. After Han Xiao's departure, Planet Aquamarine had begun to stabilize socially. The Six Nations were resting and had stopped fighting wars with each other. The refugees also had a place to go. But over the past few days, violence had broken out in many different regions, and the sheer number of these incidents had immediately drawn the attention of the Six Nations and Bennett. "Sir, we have collated all of the information and noticed something in common," the intel officer said with an obvious fear in his voice. "Speak," Bennett said with a deep voice. "All of the incidents can be split into 3 groups with the time of the violence in each group happening within a 10-second interval in a few hundred different locations around the world, as though they had all come to an agreement beforehand. However, after checking the records, these people did not contact each other in private. A solemn look could be seen in Bennett's eyes. This situation was too unusual. The intel officer was sweating profusely. Furthermore, the locations of the events also include a few of our sanctuaries. Many refugees that we have taken in also broke out in violence. How are the body conditions of these refugees? Their bodies heated up when we detained them, and they are unconscious. The result of the doctor's check was that their brain activity was far higher than usual, resulting in their organs being overly excited. According to the information from our informants, this is also the same as those who were detained by the Six Nations. All of them fell unconscious? Bennett said with a tinge of shock and fear. Is this a kind of virus that can spread? It doesn't spread to everyone. A small portion of the refugees were awake when they were detained. They were able to clearly describe the entire situation, and their testimonies are shockingly identical. They all said that they felt a sudden outburst of anger and the urge to destroy some items to vent their anger. Our doctors have checked the bodies of these conscious individuals but did not find anything strange. The temperature of their bodies also went back to normal, and it was as though everything was normal. Thus, we have already quarantined these individuals, and they have not shown any signs of violence for the past 18 hours. Is quarantining them really useful? The groups of people in the 3 waves of violence are completely different, and the violence took place without any signs at all. If this is truly a virus that cannot be detected, I'm afraid that the number of infected individuals will be. Thinking about that, Bennett could not help but take in a breath of cold air with his expression ugly. He had a feeling that this matter was not that simple. The war is over, and peace has finally been restored to the world with great difficulty. Why would something like this? All of a sudden, He thought of Han Xiao and the prophecy of a calamity that he did not believe. However, the scenario before him was actually extremely similar to Han Xiao's words. Could it be that Black Phantom's words were true? Clank! Bennett suddenly stood up, pushing his chair over. As he hurriedly put his coat on, he left the room. Prepare the plane. I am going to Black Phantom's Sanctuary 3. Chapter 507. The arrangement comes into effect. Chapter 507. The arrangement comes into effect. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The chopper slowly landed on the helipad of Sanctuary 3. Bennett finished adjusting his collar, holding onto his hat as he stepped onto land. He looked down and saw a peaceful and harmonious sight as far as the eye could see. There were no incidents of violence happening at the moment. On the helipad stood a group of people in black clothing. The current head of the Sanctuary 3, Huang Yu, was there with his subordinates. If you needed something, you could have called, sir. There's no need for you to have come personally, Huang Yu respectfully said. freewebnovel.com. Bennett waved his hands, indicating for Huang Yu to lead the way as he replied, I need to see a few people. The situation is urgent. Could you gather them for me? I'll convey your intentions. They will be waiting for you in the meeting room. This delegation walked all the way to the core area of the sanctuary. After navigating through the complicated passageways, they arrived at a meeting room. Bennett left his bodyguards outside, walking into the meeting room with Huang Yu. Sitting inside were three women, Gila, Aurora, and Emerald Grass. The three of them looked toward the newcomers as they walked in, their attention focused on Bennett. Sir. Gila remained impassive, slightly nodding her head. Because Aurora had not been turned into jam, Gila did not walk the extreme path. While she remained cold to everyone, toward someone like Bennett, she would still show the minimum respect. Cut the nonsense. I still have 2 more sets of experiments to perform today. Why have you gathered us? Emerald Grass got straight to the point. Bennett had a serious expression as he took out a few reports concerning the recent riots, sharing them with the trio as he spoke calmly. Roughly a year ago, you guys first reported abnormal sightings. At that time, I did not notice it before, but right now, the matters seem to be connected to the strange sightings you have seen. Your group are the elites personally picked by Black Phantom himself, and with his ability for disaster prediction, I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. Because the trio were elites that Han Xiao had personally asked Bennett to take care of, he did not limit their freedom. Before Han Xiao left, Gila had always spoken of wanting to travel the world with Aurora after her body had fully recovered. However, Han Xiao had been gone for over 2 years, and Aurora's body had long recovered. Yet Gila continued to stay within the sanctuary. Bennett naturally would not chase them away. Aurora's Esper ability allowed her to sense lives, and the huge surge of life force that she had detected that vanished after a few days had allowed her to memorize the scent of that life form. This was one of the functions of her ability to record life signatures. The signatures were like a unique brand, allowing her to differentiate between each life form. While the huge life signature was short-lived, Aurora discovered that the scent of that particular life form was spreading, with increasing numbers of life forms having that particular scent on them. It did not differentiate between plants or animals. Aurora spoke in a timid voice, slowly explaining what she had felt. Bennett's face grew graver as he listened. If this is a sort of virus, then hundreds of millions of people could be infected in this world. That's not right. If we include the various flora and fauna, then the infected amount will truly be terrifying. Aurora looked at everyone, hesitating for a moment before mustering her courage and pointing at Huang Yu. He has that smell on him as well. Huang Yu's face blanched. He immediately felt around himself, exclaiming, I don't feel it. Bennett clapped a palm on Huang Yu's shoulder, his energy pervading Huang Yu's body through his fingers. However, even after going through a few rounds, he let go inside. I could not sense anything out of the ordinary. What sort of virus is this? While I don't know the reason, it seems like only Aurora can tell apart who is infected or healthy. Everyone turned to look at Aurora. She trembled, before blinking her large eyes as she nervously stuttered, I can really be of help? Bennett had the urge to give out a benevolent and encouraging smile, but due to the pressing situation, he simply had no mood to do so. He could only solemnly nod. Aurora seemed to be extremely happy to hear that. She had always been under the protection of others and had been looking forward to the day that she could return the favor. After flipping through the report, not only did Emerald Grass not show any hints of shock, her face even revealed some form of fanaticism as she exclaimed, "I was right. My instincts were right. Indeed, my entire year of research has not been wasted." The moment she spoke, everyone immediately looked over, their expressions those of shock. "What do you mean?" Bennett asked. "Follow me." Emerald Grass immediately stood up, walking straight out. The rest could only follow her from behind. After passing through the security perimeter, the group reached Emerald Grass Lab. Even the sentries did not dare linger around that place. They were afraid of inhaling any strange poisonous mist, leading to a coma or nervous disorder. If they were even unluckier, they might even experience a loss of ability in their procreation tool. Emerald Grass brought the company to an open-air greenhouse, where many plants were being cultivated. Because the esper ability of Emerald Grass was the control of plants, her medicinal raw materials were mostly planted by herself. Within this cultivation ground existed just one type of plant, which grew out fan-shaped green leaves from the ground. Its appearance could not have been more ordinary, and if it was placed in the wild, nobody would give it another look. This is the Rhodes fan leaf. It has a harsh growth environment and is extremely difficult to artificially cultivate. Because of that, it is an endangered species that has a small number of living specimens around the world. However, its extreme rarity does not indicate a high value. In fact, the Rhodes fan leaf has no medical function, and its only purpose is to be ground into a paste that can be eaten after cooking, provided you're a herbivore. In short, there is close to no value in cultivating this plant. Emerald Grass simply introduced the plant, leaving everyone at a loss. "But you still cultivated so many of them? Why did you bring us to see this?" Bennett asked. At this time, Aurora stretched out her finger, curiously touching one of the fan blades. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "These plants are all uncontaminated by the smell." Bennett was startled. His face lit up with joy as he understood the meaning behind it. "Your hypothesis is correct. A year ago, some of the plants gave me the impression that they were spying on me. This attracted my attention, and after searching through many areas, I found that this plant is the only botanical life that does not develop this spying sense. I don't understand the nuances behind the spying, but I realized that the Rhodes fan leaf can neutralize them, so I started to cultivate this plantation. However, the Rhodes fan leaves are too difficult to cultivate, and the seeds are scarce. These fans are all that are present at the moment." Emerald Grass confirmed everyone's suspicions. "Have any clinical trials been held yet?" "I've only experimented on botanicals for now. By extracting the juice of the Rhodes fan leaf and adding a few extra ingredients, I've produced a medicine that can inhibit the spying sense of plants for a period of time." "Great, we have no time to waste. There's no knowing when the riots will take place. In a bit, I'll get someone to send over those rioters who have been isolated. You are to test if the inhibitor drug works on them." Bennett was very decisive. During this time of chaos, he could not afford to care if there were repercussions from such a drug. He instead felt relieved that Emerald Grass could come out with such a countermeasure. At least they were much better than compared to the 6 nations, which were still at a loss. "That's okay. However, there's something I need to warn you beforehand. Because of the rarity of the Rhodes fan leaf, the production of the drug is limited to small amounts. Furthermore, the collection of the plant's juices at any one time cannot be past a certain limit, or else the plant will die, reducing a potential source of supply. Every cultivated stalk comes from great difficulty." Emerald Grass shrugged in response. In the previous timeline, Emerald Grass had only managed to escape from the Bell of Death Island when the mutation disaster had completely blown apart. It was only after a long period of research that she finally came out with the prescription of the inhibitor. However, in this timeline, Xiao had freed her from the Bell of Death Island well in advance, allowing her to research. Xiao had changed the storyline once again, allowing her to invent the inhibitor when the mutation disaster had only just begun to rear its fangs. The impact was huge. While the inhibitor drug could not eliminate the mutation disaster and could only provide temporary containment, this was one of the rare few methods to use against it. In the past timeline, the devastated Six Nations had fought red-eyed for possession of emerald grass, wishing to obtain the recipe for the drug. However, emerald grass was now based in Sanctuary 3, under the protection of Bennett. Whether this would attract the covetous glances of the Six Nations was yet to be confirmed, but the initial reason behind Han Xiao, who was currently far away in space, gaining emerald grass was because of this scenario. He wanted Sanctuary 3 to be the first to manufacture the inhibitor, which would attract a swarm of players to the Sanctuary. He had foreseen this from the very beginning. Aurora had also been saved by him. Her Esper ability was able to distinguish those infected and was an important factor in changing the story. Because the mutation virus was extremely latent, everyone would begin to grow suspicious of each other after the disaster occurred. Everyone would be worried about their friends suddenly turning into enemies, but Aurora could at least prevent such a problem from plaguing Sanctuary 3. This would also attract more people towards Sanctuary 3 to seek peace of mind. Under the influences of Han Xiao, Bennett and the others could react to the issue well in advance. The great mechanic Han had long set the scene for version 2.0, and the effects were gradually emerging. After everyone had left the greenhouse, Gila suddenly asked if this was the disaster that he foresaw. "Do you think he will keep his promise and come back?" Everyone paused mid-step. There was not a single person present who was not closely related to Han Xiao. Every time that they mentioned this black phantom, their facial expressions would turn complicated. Maybe. Bennett could only sigh. Black Phantom had mentioned that he would venture into outer space to find a solution to solve the disaster, but there had been no news from him for a good 2 years. They could not fathom just what Han Xiao had come across during his journey in space. To them, space exploration was something shrouded in mystery. It represented a higher, grander world, one that was the real world. It stirred the curiosity within people, making them wish to take this step. Every time they looked up into space, they would inevitably think of Han Xiao. However, they had no way to contact him. At that point, even Bennett no longer held much hope. Even for Gila, she felt that the chances were slim. She pulled out the key that Han Xiao had given her beforehand, weighing it in her hand. Her eyelids drooped, covering the glow in her eyes. Maybe he was never coming back. Far away in space, Han Xiao did not purposefully monitor the situation of planet Aquamarine. He had long known of the evolution stage for the mutation disaster, and he did not personally take another look to confirm. Time was money, and wasting time was equivalent to wasting money. This was something unacceptable to him. In version 2.0, the players would only return after the mutation disaster had completely blown up. Han Xiao calculated the time and estimated that around a month or 2 before the new version was launched, signs of the mutation disaster would start to show, and the virus would leave its incubation period to infect and evolve into a calamity. This was the important stage for players to enter interstellar travel. There were only so many chances in life. If one grabbed hold of the opportunity, one would soar into the sky. Han Xiao followed the prescribed order to carry out his plans without any anxiety. Following each objective on Han Xiao's prepared list being struck off one by one, the date also drew ever closer. Chapter 508 New Version, New Phase. Chapter 508 New Version, New Phase. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The stars were shining brightly, and the rivers of light lit up the pitch-black universe. Every twinkling star was immeasurably far away, and every star represented a race, a civilization, a dream. It was like a landing plane flying past a brightly lit city, forming both a majestic and lively sight. Looking through the spaceship's window, the contours on planet Golden Gate gradually became finer and clearer. Spaceships of all different shapes and sizes could be seen taking off and landing on this Goddard colony. It was as though the prosperity of the planet could be spread out in the sky, and those looking from afar could also feel this sense of prosperity. This was a type of middle-sized, long-distance spaceship. It was a commonly seen model with its exterior made from a grayish alloy. Its hyperdrive engine was also a common one, and it had an inferior-grade electromagnetic shield. The official selling price of the spaceship was around 750,000 to 900,000 anas, and a second-hand spaceship would be about 30% cheaper. If one had good ties with the factory that manufactured the spaceship, it could even be purchased for 170,000 anas. On the spaceship, there was a bright yellow Royal Crown decal, and this was a spaceship for rent belonging to the Royal Crown Galactic Travel Agency. This travel agency had just signed a long-term loan contract for 13 spaceships with the Black Star Mercenary Group a month ago. The rental fee was far lower than the selling price of the spaceship, but it still was not cheap. At that moment, this spaceship, which temporarily belonged to the Black Star Mercenary Group, had a few dozen mercenaries on it and was flying toward planet Golden Gate. They were the mercenaries who had recently been hired by the Black Star Mercenary Group a few months prior. During his 1 year of preparation, after Han Xiao completed the construction of his assembly lines, he had made use of his fame to hire a few hundred freelance mercenaries to build up the strength of his mercenary group and increase the NPC resources of his mercenary group. The new members were then restructured into different teams to make it easier to command them. Herluz and the others alone would not be enough to deal with the mutation disaster. Presently, Han Xiao no longer needed to restrict the size of his mercenary group, so the more the merrier. The great mechanic Han would never be stingy in investing in his mercenary group. With a large stack of bills in his pocket, Han Xiao would not feel good if he did not spend any money. Black Star suddenly gathered all of us. Are we going on a large mission? We are Floating Dragon's force in name. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor has an order for us? I tried asking around, and nobody knows what Black Star wants. Even the officers aren't sure. All the others have arrived already, and we are the latest. I hope we didn't delay anything. As the mercenaries were chatting, the spaceship landed at the port nearest to the base. Stepping out of the spaceship, dozens of mercenaries disembarked, and not too long later, they stopped in front of a gigantic base. The base was built on an octagonal plot of land and was surrounded by automatic cannon towers made from alloy walls. The style of the base was like a gigantic metal castle with its shiny black exterior reflecting the sun's rays. Numerous metal buildings were joined together with 10 or so cone-shaped rooftops pointing toward the sky, looking like they were fries in a box. The buildings were all angular, and they had the precision of a machine. Apart from the grayish metal color, white and red paint could be seen extending out along the edges of the buildings to add some color to the otherwise heavy base. Together with the blue indication lights that were scattered all over the base, the entire base had a high-tech feeling to anyone who walked in. This was the result of 1 year of hard work. Black Star's first base. All the mercenaries came in front of the door, and a complicated identification panel popped out on the interface. After they were all verified that they belonged to the Black Star Mercenary Group, the door of the base began to slowly open, and a voice sounded from the interface. Identification complete. Welcome back, Philip, how's your day? A mercenary joked with the interface. Currently working, Cannot chat casually, All of them then walked into the base. The interior of the base was not complicated. The center of the base was a large empty space with bridges leading toward the different regions of the base. It was like a beehive, and this middle region was called the mouthpiece by the mercenaries. The base was truly too large. Even 1 million people would not be able to fill it up completely, and the mercenary group only had a few hundred people at the moment. Thus, the interior of the base was extremely spacious. These mercenaries walked toward the main hall while chatting, their voices echoing in the large hall. When they entered the main hall of the base, they saw that a few hundred people were already waiting there. They were all waiting silently with the atmosphere solemn. These merrily chatting mercenaries immediately stopped their laughter and chatter and gathered behind the other mercenaries. The few hundred people in the main hall were the present members of the mercenary group. They were clad in different kinds of armor and had either melee or ranged weapons on their backs. They were tall, short, fat, skinny, human, and beast. However, they all had something in common. They were all emanating the sharpness of an elite warrior, and every single one of them had survived hundreds of battles. In front of the crowd, Black Star's officers were standing in a row with their backs facing the crowd. Herluz was clad in a light blue armor, Arosia was glowing all over. The three Volga brothers looked as though they had been made from the same mold, and three other new officers who joined a few months ago. As for Phaidon and Sylvia, they were standing further away. At that moment, the metal ground that was in front of the crowd opened up, and a human figure rose up on an elevator. His black overcoat fluttered in the wind, and he had a necklace made from compressed orbs. Furthermore, he was still wearing a pure black mask that covered his face. It was Han Xiao. After a year, Han Xiao had changed his outfit into something more striking, and he had mimicked the Germinal organization leader in wearing a mask. He felt that he was more handsome this way. I am someone who owns his own property after all, and my coolness factor should go up a little at least. Furthermore, this black mask is actually equipment. The moment that he appeared, everyone's gaze was immediately fixed on him. Is everyone here? Han Xiao's gaze swept over everyone present. He had hired these mercenaries personally, and Floating Dragon's reputation was truly useful. The majority of those present were lone wolves with pretty impressive combat prowess. They were all extremely reliable. All of the mercenaries before him could be split into three different categories. The first category would be mercenaries who did not belong to any mercenary group before this. The second category would be those who belonged to the Sunil division. The third category would be a war league, which one of the new officers had brought with him. After the base was constructed, Han Xiao did not stay in the base but took the time to visit other planets and hired 3 new officers based on his memories. These were characters who had been famous in his previous life. Sarand, a Sunil Grade B pugilist. He was dressed in a white hood. While the material of the hood seemed soft, it had a defensive inscription inscribed in it. His face was hidden under the shadow of the hood, and 2 large blades could be seen hanging on his waist. He would be able to unsheathe those blades at any time, and when Han Xiao first met him, Han Xiao had almost thought that he had come out from a certain popular assassination game. He was another Grade B super who belonged to the Guardian faction of the Sunil civilization. When Furnaz left Sunil, Sarand did not leave together. Sarand had a quiet personality, and his personality was just like his swift and queer pugilist subclass. He was like an assassin hidden in the darkness and a sharp contrast to Herluz's open pugilist style. With Herluz making the introduction, Han Xiao had managed to find the lonesome Sarand and issued an invitation to him. As the reputation of the Black Star mercenary group grew, more and more Sunil supers became willing to join Black Star. It was safe and they could earn a lot of money. Could also be said that Han Xiao was offering them protection. Under Herluz's persuasion, Sarand had accepted Han Xiao's invitation and begun working together with him. Presently, the Sunil division was led by Herluz and Sarand. The second new officer was Jeanette Collin, a female space human. She was a Grade B cannon master and carried various kinds of heavy firearms all over her body. The thick layer of machinery covered her tall, sexy figure. It was her creed to worship firepower over anything else. Jeanette was a pretty famous lone wolf mercenary. In Han Xiao's previous life, she had joined Sky Ring Army and become a famous leading figure of the army. Han Xiao had spotted her name when he was going through the list of freelance mercenaries and thus decided to pull Jeanette into his mercenary group while she was still alone. The process naturally had not been an easy one. Jeanette had an explosive temper and cursed at both the heavens and the earth. She did not even place Floating Dragon in her sights. Han Xiao had thus come up with a small plan and purposely intervened in one of Jeanette's missions. With the both of them on opposing sides, they had naturally ended up fighting. After Han Xiao beat her terribly a couple of times, Jeanette had finally submitted and joined the Black Star mercenary group. Han Xiao had promised to provide her with heavy firearms at a low price. With Jeanette's hobby of collecting all different kinds of weapons, she had immediately accepted his proposal. The third officer had an even greater origin. He was a main character class figure. Han Xiao had spent a great deal of effort before finally being able to con him into joining, just like how he had conned Herluz back then. Harmon Rockfall Sonodin. He was a Luhan beastman and was more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was covered in hair, and he looked a little like a bear. His appearance was still pretty adorable, but he actually belonged to a clan of ferocious fighters. The Luhan Beastmen had their own civilization, and it was located in a different star cluster. Their governance method was an alliance system between all the different tribes. Harmon was one of the candidates for the next tribal chief of the Rockfall tribe. While the Luhan Beastman was a galactic civilization, they preserved their battle-loving, boorish, and warlike tradition. When the tribe wanted to decide the next chief, they would not vote for the new chief peacefully but settle it with a battle. All the candidates would be chased out from their mother planet and sent to random planets. They would have to train themselves up in the galaxy and also build up their own war league. When the designated time arrived, they would then take all of their troops back to their mother planet to participate in the battle to determine the chief. In other words, it was similar to the fight between princes for authority. Harmon was a main character, and his storyline was to aid him in snatching the position of tribal chief. When he was conning Harmon, Han Xiao had activated this mission. This mission was simple and violent. He had to fight from the start to the end. After the players completed this mission in his previous life, the process had become a dungeon, and they would be able to gain a dungeon crystal from doing daily missions at the Rockfall tribe. Thus, Han Xiao could remember the mission clearly. The way to hire Harmon was naturally to agree to an ancient ceremony and become part of his war league. Harmon was not alone, and he brought the subordinates in his war league, dozens of powerful Luhan Beastmen, to join the mercenary group. Harmon had the strength of a grade B super, and his Esper ability was very simply to strengthen his body and cause the muscles on his entire body to expand. While his Esper ability was extremely singular, Harmon was proficient in many different weapons and was a warrior with exquisite battle techniques. Han Xiao had taken a look at Harmon's attributes before, and Harmon had 6 rare subclass that belonged to the warrior class. The addition of the 3 new officers provided the mercenary group with fresh blood. Han Xiao had more and more capable subordinates under him, and the rewards that his faction could give out had also increased greatly. Currently, the highest mission reward that Han Xiao could give out was 1 million experience, and his daily reward limit was over 20 times that. This meant that if he issued a faction mission, he could give out more than 20 million experience to the players. Hiring NPC characters was all to better attract players. Opening up his communicator, Han Xiao looked at his mercenary group's introduction. Black Star Mercenary Group. Credibility rating: 1018. High. Scale: 417 members. Grade D 47. Grade C 359 members. Grade B 11. Missions completed 82. Main activity area: Colton Star Cluster. History: Sunil Defense Battle. Silver Rescue Operation. Capture of Purple Gem Civilization's head of rebels, Pilapalapa Wasasa. Battle of Norias. 78 more missions. Expand/collapse. Creator: Black Star Han Xiao. Creation date: Galaxy Calendar Year 688. October 2nd. Summary: a medium-sized mercenary group with a good name and very high credibility. Completed hiring missions with high ratings multiple times. Work together with many large-scale mercenary groups. Field team under the Dragon Emperor. Base is located on planet Golden Gate. Mercenary Captain Black Star aided Ghidorah in killing a Calamity-grade super in Norias. Reliable. Today is the day of version 2.0's release. I have waited almost a year for this day. My manpower should be sufficient. Han Xiao nodded in his head. Over the past year, Han Xiao had done many things and made ample preparations. He had constructed a total of 23 assembly lines, and his 4,500,000 anas had almost all been spent, with only about 1,100,000 anas remaining. The majority of his money had been spent on materials, and his assembly line had been churning out equipment without stopping. His warehouse already had a mountain of equipment at the moment. The loan had already exceeded the first interest-free year. According to Rockfest requirement, he would have to start paying interest if his loan period was more than a year. Han Xiao was waiting to earn a huge sum of money from the players. His experience on the interface had already fallen below 100 million points, and Han Xiao was still level 116. He had spent all of his experience on gambling for blueprints and raising the level of his skills. He was currently in dire need of experience points. He still had a mission completion card in his hands, and if he had sufficient experience points, he could even advance directly and charge to level 140. It would be a lie to say that he did not look forward to that. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Han Xiao looked at the mercenaries present and said, "I have gathered everyone today for a large-scale mission. My home planet is undergoing a calamity, and their sights are only limited to that of their planet. They aren't able to see what we can see, and we are their only hope." The mercenaries all began looking at each other. Black Star's home planet? That backward planet called Planet Aquamarine? I will fight for you just like you will fight for me. Harmon hammered his chest with his fist. I will be by your side just like before, Herluz proclaimed. All the mercenaries in the hall also began to express their support. Looking at the time, it was about right. Han Xiao opened the interface and waited quietly. After a short wait, a new notification appeared. Version 2.0 is now open. Fetching data. Fetching data done. Player forum open. Welcome to Galaxy version 2.0. After preparing for such a long time, version 2.0 is finally here. Han Xiao's eyes glowed as he walked toward the door. A few hundred elites followed behind him majestically. Let's go. Chapter 509, The Player's Return, Eruption of the Mutation Disaster. Chapter 509, The Player's Return, Eruption of the Mutation Disaster. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. On planet Aquamarine, the southern continent was experiencing intense summer heat. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and heat waves could be seen rising from the ground. The instant that version 2.0 was released, the originally empty plaza of Sanctuary 3 had suddenly been overwhelmed with people. In just a few seconds, that originally spacious plaza had become packed with people. Before the new system patch, because of the last Bastion mission that Han Xiao had left behind in Galaxy Time's analysis of version 2.0, millions of players had gathered in Sanctuary 3 and chosen to go offline there. The moment that version 2.0 launched, the login point for those millions of players was naturally Sanctuary 3. Millions of heads were bobbing up and down, looking around curiously. Is it version 2.0 already? There don't seem to be many changes. The upper level limit has increased, and our experience can be used to increase our levels. It seems like this is the new version indeed. Aren't there any other changes? I truly want to try taking a dump in the game. Pants taking off club. Please have some self-respect. All the players began chatting among themselves and opened up the interface to check their stats. Apart from the raised level cap, there did not seem to be any other changes to their stats. But very quickly, some players realized that the status of a certain mission had changed. The mission status of The Last Bastion had changed from frozen to active. This was the prize pool mission that Han Xiao had left behind before his departure. The mission requirement was to protect Sanctuary 3 as preparation for the mutation disaster. And now, this mission had actually been activated. Does this mean that the calamity in the mission hint has already begun? All the players immediately became excited. Owing to Black Phantom's blessings, they did not manage to participate much in the previous main storyline. This time, there was finally something big for them to do. Right, the NPC who issued this mission was Black Phantom. Oh, he's now called Black Star. Is he still in the universe? The moment they thought about Han Xiao, many of the players could not help but feel envious of the professional players who had been taken away by him. They had managed to enter the universe a step earlier and were miles away in terms of equipment and experience. When the players were still observing their surroundings, a broadcast was suddenly made from the sanctuary. Will all Inhumans stay where you are? I repeat, all Inhumans stay where you are. Very quickly, a large number of guards surrounded the plaza with their expressions filled with doubt as they looked at the large number of players nervously. The Inhumans had disappeared from the entire planet for almost a year, and their sudden appearance had truly frightened the managers of Sanctuary 3. Bennett had hurriedly sent people over to control the situation. At the same time, the players of Sanctuary 3 received a mission. Remain on the spot. Mission introduction. During your time away, many things have happened on planet Aquamarine, and they are currently facing a threat that could wipe out their civilization. Remain where you are and wait patiently for the relevant person to explain the situation. This was only a small mission, and the reward was not large. The players also wanted to know what was going on, and thus they all stayed in the plaza. At the same time, it was also because they were surrounded by guards. Who knew whether they would end up being attacked if they chose to leave? None of them wanted to lose favorability with the sanctuary at the very start of version 2.0. Not too long later, Bennett rushed over. Looking at the huge wave of players, a trace of joy could be seen in his eyes. He remembered what Xiao had said to him before leaving for the universe. Xiao had told him that the Inhumans would be a core strength to fight the calamity. With the Inhumans appearing again, while he did not know the reason for their appearance was extremely timely. They truly needed manpower at the moment. Bennett took out a loudspeaker and said, "Planet Aquamarine is currently facing a never-before-seen calamity, and we urgently need your help." He quickly described the situation, and the players found out that it had been over a year since the previous version. Just a month ago, a strange phenomenon had spread across planet Aquamarine and become a calamity that covered the entire planet. Planet Aquamarine called it the mutation disaster. It had already been a month since the outbreak of the mutation disaster, and the entire planet had been thrown into chaos. The regime of the Six Nations had almost collapsed in a short month. No one knew the reason for the calamity, but they were certain that it was because of some type of virus which they called the mutation virus. Many different living beings, be it humans, beasts, and even plants, had been infected by the virus. However, the appearance of the virus could not even be detected, and no one even knew how the virus was spread and who was infected with it. Before the outbreak of the virus, all the infected individuals would be no different from usual, but the moment that the virus broke out, the infected individual would display unusual desires that included but were not limited to killing intent, destructive tendencies, anger, grief, craziness, lust, hunger, thirst, and so on. A usually weak individual could be transformed into a murderer who killed without blinking. An ordinary person might suddenly squat down and crazily eat up the sand beneath their feet before dying. A conservative and virtuous lady could suddenly turn into a lascivious lady. The most frightening thing was the fact that the infected individual would still maintain their rationality during the outbreak of the virus. This meant that the infected individual was not losing control or acting rashly but being led by their desires to perform such actions. According to the recollection of those infected individuals, when the virus broke out, all of their desires would come from deep within their hearts and were their true thoughts at that moment. It was as though their personalities had been altered, but they were not able to detect it. During the outbreak of the virus, all the infected individuals felt as though their actions were very normal. Bennett gave a few examples, and the confused players immediately knew how frightening the mutation disaster was. Phoebnovel.com. Maple was where the first large-scale outbreak of the virus took place. The infected individuals in the army began to pick up their rifles and shoot their own comrades crazily. The entire army immediately fell into complete chaos. No one knew whether the one opening fire was an infected individual or a defending soldier, and an internal war broke out with tanks, helicopters, and even missiles being used. This battle had caused half of Maple's army to be lost. The president himself had even displayed severe violent tendencies and wanted to nuke the entire world. Thankfully, the process of launching nuclear weapons was extremely complicated. If the button to activate a nuclear missile was in the president's office, the entire planet would probably have been flattened by now. As for the president, he had immediately been caught after that incident. Many ridiculous events that would never happen under ordinary circumstances had begun to take place all over the world. It would not have been scary if a single person went crazy. However, if the entire world went crazy, it was akin to a bunch of devils dancing. No one knew when the person beside them would break out with the virus, and they could not even be sure that they themselves were normal. This fear was extremely frightening, and it was as though the entire world had become their enemy, and they would not dare to believe anyone else in the world. A month after the mutation disaster broke out, the order of society had broken down, and many prosperous cities had become ghost towns. For their own safety, many city dwellers had no choice but to find some place to hide themselves. Depression had become an ordinary emotion, and the view that radiation caused this strange virus had become popular. As such, countless of citizens began to curse the germinal organization war, which had brought them peace. They felt that this was their retribution, and the end of the world had arrived. After listening to the introduction, many players felt their hearts turn cold. Putting themselves in the shoes of the NPCs, this virus was truly too terrifying. The players had plenty of guesses with regards to the so-called calamity of version 2.0, but never had they expected that it would be so strange. Just what was the mutation virus? All of a sudden, the players fell into a daze. The time in the outside world and game flowed at different rates. In the eyes of the players, only a few short days had passed, but the entire world that they were familiar with was completely different. Is there a need for the plot to be so exciting? Is this virus incurable? A player asked. Bennett shook his head. Presently, we have found 2 ways to fight this virus. First, it isn't easy for supers to be infected, and this is a verified fact. Second, our Sanctuary 3 has developed a type of suppressant, and it can prevent the virus from breaking out. However, production is limited. We are trying to grow all the required materials, but the quantity is still far from being sufficient. As those words were completed, a mission appeared on the interfaces of the players. Mutation disaster. Mission introduction. Planet Aquamarine is suffering from an unprecedented calamity, and it is the responsibility of every being living on this planet to fight the mutation disaster. Mission requirements. Contribute to the fight against the mutation disaster. Progress. 0/30000000. Success requirements. Complete the mission before the mutation virus becomes complete. Failure condition. Collapse of planet Aquamarine's civilization. All of the survivors being forced to retreat. Reward. Depends on contribution. Even if the growth of the virus results in total progress being lowered, the individual accumulated contribution will be counted toward the reward rating. The mission requirements for the players were extremely similar to Han Zhao's mission requirements. It was just that Han Zhao's mission included all the planets suffering from the mutation disaster. It was obvious that the great mechanic Han's mission was more complete. This was a large main storyline that involved all the players. The contribution of every player would be counted toward the mission progress, and the players needed to work together toward this goal. We accepted a main storyline mission right after coming online. The plot of this version is truly fast. Without any build-up and going straight to the point. I like how direct they are. That's not right. The reason that we were able to obtain the main storyline mission immediately is probably because we came online in Sanctuary 3. It seems like Galaxy Time's analysis isn't wrong. We were indeed able to come into contact with the main storyline more easily through Sanctuary 3. As everyone thought about this, they were immediately enlightened. If they were in other locations, there would not have been anyone present to explain the entire disaster to them in detail. Furthermore, Bennett had previously mentioned that Sanctuary 3 was the only place that had the suppressant. This meant that Sanctuary 3 was the place where the main storyline would unfold. It was the mission that Black Phantom had left behind that had guided them there. He was truly their lighthouse. With this main storyline mission, the players were immediately energized, and they all went forward to ask if they could be of any help. The entire plaza descended into chaos, and Bennett only managed to restore order after a great deal of effort. He then got his subordinates to issue various missions. While the missions were all different, these missions would contribute toward the main storyline. Every type of mission only needed a limited number of players, and a frenzied mess of snatching for mission began. The large guilds snatched the most missions, and there were some solo players who were not able to snatch a single mission issued by the Sanctuary. A player could not help but ask, "Can we leave the Sanctuary now? I want to go somewhere else." "You'd better take a look on the city walls yourself," Bennett said with a helpless look. The tall iron walls of the Sanctuary blocked the view of the outside. Hearing those words, many players became curious and climbed up the city walls to take a look. With just a single glance, the players were dumbfounded. In the surrounding 10 kilometers, countless tents had been set up, and the tents were like a gray cloud covering the red earth. It was like a gigantic refugee camp, and all of them stayed outside the Sanctuary, refusing to leave. From time to time, the sound of fighting would be heard. Who knew if the fighting was because of the virus or for the scarce food and water? The news of us developing a suppressant has been spread, and countless people come here every day, requesting the suppressant and our protection. Bennett also climbed up the city walls. Upon looking at the endless sea of refugee tents, he let out a sorrowful sigh. However, our suppressant is limited in quantity, and we can only give a small number of refugees the suppressant. As for the others, we can only let them wait outside. With more and more people coming, the number of virus outbreak incidents is also on the rise, and plenty of people die on the outside every day. However, to prevent the sanctuary descending into chaos, I cannot allow all of them to come in. I can only watch as they die. The entire world was helpless against the mutation disaster, and only Sanctuary 3 had a suppressant. The result was extremely clear. This place had become the holy land for the refugees and their final hope. In Han Zhao's previous life, everyone had been like headless flies when the calamity broke out. They had all been lost in shock and did not have a target of hope. The situation had been completely chaotic. Now, because of Han Zhao's influence, the refugees of the entire planet had a target. It was Black Phantom's Sanctuary 3, and it was treated as their only hope. However, the suppressant that Emerald Grass and Aurora had created would only be effective in the short term, and it was not able to purge the virus. Bennett did not know what he should do to solve this calamity. In fact, there was not a single person on planet Aquamarine who knew what to do. He could not help but think about the reason that Han Xiao had given him before leaving for the universe. Black Phantom had said that he wanted to find a way to solve the calamity. Did this mean that the solution to the calamity could not be found on planet Aquamarine? Bennett could only place his hope on Han Xiao. If he can really come back. There isn't another sanctuary on the entire planet, Bennett said with a heavy tone. This place is the only sanctuary. Chapter 510 Black Stars Return. Chapter 510 Black Stars Return. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. At the same time, in the Black Star Mercenary Group's previous temporary base in Ubayerly Hub, dozens of white lights flashed. The professional players who followed Han Xiao had also appeared. They were Frenzied Sword, Hao Tian, Bun Hit Dog, and the others. During the update to the new version, they had all gone offline there. The habit of any professional player was to open up the interface at the very first chance to see any changes to the interface. As professional players, they were most concerned about their stats and equipment. After confirming the increase in the level limit, all of them looked around and were immediately stunned. However, the entire base was empty and only a lonely light was lit. The metal walls glowed with a dim white color, reflecting the light. While the entire base was spotless because of the cleaning facilities, the door that was opened and the silent atmosphere made the players feel as though there had not been anyone staying there for a long time. The items in the room had disappeared, including Black Star's personal warehouse and his machinery modification room. If not for the fact that even the furniture was gone, they would have thought that a thief had broken into the house. Why isn't there a single person here? Where is my Black Star? Frenzied Sword asked. Who knows how long has passed? It seems like they are no longer here, Hao Tian said in a solemn tone. It is also possible that they are all dead, Li Gu said and immediately drew the angry glares of those around him. His consideration had historical reasons behind it. He still remembered that a subordinate guild of their Temple of God had once met the tragedy of their mission-issuing location being destroyed. Idiots! Can't you guys just check on the faction details? Maple Moon rolled her eyes at the rest of them. As part of the mercenary group, they were able to check the basic information of the faction and find out the situation of the Black Star mercenary group. There was no need for them to guess blindly at all. However, what the players did not know was that they were only able to see the faction information because Han Xiao had intentionally added that information into the faction interface. It was so that these players would be able to witness the growth of the mercenary group and build their sense of belonging. From beginning to end, the great mechanic Han had only given benefits to the players so that he would be able to snatch more money. After opening up the faction interface, the players were immediately shocked by the information displayed before them. The number of people in the faction had increased, and there are actually over 400 people. The number of missions completed has also increased. Quickly, take a look at the summary. It is written that the location of the Black Star Mercenary Group's base is on planet Golden Gate. So, it turns out that the mercenary group has shifted house. But where is planet Golden Gate? Frenzied Sword asked. That's not all. Look at this. Black Star actually killed a Calamity-grade super on Norios. My goodness, he's too powerful. Bun Hit Dog gasped. He then asked, wait, what grade is a Calamity-grade super? At that moment, the players still did not know that grade A supers were also called Calamity grade. They only felt that the name was extremely cool. In any case, anything above grade C was something that the players could only look up to. All of the professional players then fell into a daze. Just what had the Black Star Mercenary Group gone through when they were not around? Right at that moment, the doorbell to the stronghold suddenly rang and the players jumped up in shock. They then opened up the door, and a three-horned snakeman was standing outside the door. Are you guys members of the Black Star Mercenary Group? The snakeman asked. The professional players looked at each other before nodding. I am a captain of the Royal Crown Travel Agency. His Excellency Black Star asked me to send all of you to planet Aquamarine. Please follow me. Hearing that, a look of disbelief could be seen on their faces. They could never have imagined that Black Star would send a spaceship to pick them up. The mutation disaster had changed the structure of the entire planet. The rule of the Six Nations was almost collapsing, and the territories of the Six Nations had fallen into chaos with the government losing control. Because everyone had a chance of contracting the virus, even the government officials were not spared. Officials of all levels contracted the virus, and if the government lost its competent staff, it was as good as losing its strength. Thus, the Six Nations were gradually sliding toward destruction. The various sectors and layers of society were created by men, and the order of society was what made people submit to it. The Justice Department, army, economic body, cultural tradition, morals, mainstream ideas, and so on were all there to let people understand the price of going against the rules and thus restricting their own actions. However, the mutation virus destroyed a person's ordinary sense of logic and fear. They would not consider any consequences when the virus broke out, and all of those social structures completely lost their purpose. The social system that seemed to be unbreakable had turned into a fragile vase in a single night. Primal chaos. This was the most accurate description of the current state of society. No living being could be trusted, and only the cold machine was reliable. After the outbreak of the calamity, the Six Nations had abandoned all of their former enmity. In the face of such a calamity, their individual benefits were no longer important. They had no choice but to join hands, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations were having a video conference at that moment. 20 days ago, we issued a request for help to the Godoran civilization. Godora said that they would rush here as soon as they can, but they have not appeared after such a long time. The mutation disaster was like a virgin who was wearing a chastity belt. Regardless of how they tried, they just could not get her to open up her doors. The Six Nations knew that it would be impossible for them to deal with the mutation disaster with their present technology, and all of their means were ineffective. Thus, they had sent a report of the calamity to Godora and hoped for a higher-class civilization to save them. However, not a single spaceship had landed thus far, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations were growing anxious. They tried to pester Godora time and time again, but would only receive a response from an artificial intelligence answering machine. In truth, the Six Nations did not know that the mutation disaster had not only broken out on planet Aquamarine but all over the Garten star system. Godora was currently extremely busy as well. Xiao had not revealed that this was Dark Star's plot, and thus, Godora was still in the dark and did not treat the mutation disaster with great importance. Godora's arrival isn't something that we can control. Currently, we have a new situation. The Inhumans who disappeared over a year ago have appeared again. This is truly too coincidental. Perhaps they are the ones who brought the mutation virus, someone said angrily. The Six Nations had always been suspicious of the Inhumans. Since they were not of the same species, the prejudice and discrimination toward the Inhumans had never disappeared. No matter what, the Inhumans are mostly supers, and they may be able to provide us with some aid. Regardless of who comes to our aid, I only wish to wake up from this nightmare soon. In this situation, I don't even dare meet my wife, afraid that I may lose control and end up harming her," one of the officials said in a depressed tone. While Bennett has shared with the world the recipe of the suppressant, only Sanctuary 3 is able to produce it stably. He said that he isn't able to give us any extra suppressants, but I do not believe him. They are definitely hiding more suppressants in their warehouses. As those words were said, all the leaders of the 6 nations fell silent. All of them knew that everyone present had their eyes on the suppressant. When a calamity occurred and there was only one item capable of fighting the calamity, the meaning of that item far exceeded its own use. In order to obtain the suppressant, everyone had no choice but to be obedient. Even if Bennett did not have other plans, Sanctuary 3 had already become the center of the entire world with an endless stream of people rushing toward it. The 6 nations wanted to control the suppressant and use it to stabilize their citizens and restore order to their regime. However, if they chose to snatch it, the situation that the people of the world had finally adapted to would be broken yet again, and they would face a huge risk. If they were not careful, they might end up causing an outcome that could not be reversed. Was stabilizing their regime more important than the life and death of the entire civilization? Some of them were not able to persuade themselves while others could. Regardless of which faction they belonged to, they were still in a dilemma. "If we really want to do it, we have to be fast," Raylan's leader said. "Time waits for no one." 2 days passed by quickly. The players stayed behind in Sanctuary 3 to get used to the new version and participate in the main storyline mission. While the players were many, there was an almost endless supply of missions in the Sanctuary. The missions with the highest reward were naturally the official missions issued by Bennett. There was a limited number of such missions every day, and the other missions could be activated by talking to different NPCs. The endless refugees outside of the Sanctuary had plenty of requests, and they would never be able to finish all the tasks. These tasks that normal people would find extremely troublesome were extremely enjoyable to the players. They performed the tasks with a serious attitude and were extremely passionate about their jobs. Every single player was like a model citizen, and the guards of the Sanctuary seemed to be lacking in contrast. The vast majority of the mission rewards would award them with mutation disaster progress. After 2 days of hard work, the total progress was at 730,000 points. It should have been higher than that, but the destruction caused by the mutation disaster every day would lower the total progress. The players needed to continue accumulating progress points. If not, the mission total progress points would keep falling. While they were not clear about the reason behind the mutation virus, the players did not care. As long as they had the guidance of the mission, they would just follow the guidance and complete the mission. Because version 2.0 would give the players a chance to enter the universe, the players knew that this main storyline mission was only a single starting plot of the new version and not the entire storyline. The players on other planets also had similar encounters, facing danger the moment that the version started. It was just that the danger that they faced was all different. Planet Winterfrost faced the funniest storyline. As a planet that the Extinguished Army stationed their troops on, someone had actually launched a punitive expedition against them. How infuriating. In comparison, the speed at which players on Planet Aquamarine entered the main storyline was the fastest. Apart from that, the situation of the plot was largely similar to Han Zhao's previous life. The forums were as lively as before the update, in fact, even livelier than before. With the new version being released, many players were sharing information, and new posts appeared at almost every second. Bennett stood atop the city walls and looked down at the clamoring sanctuary. The figure of the Inhumans could be seen all around, and they took care of his present manpower shortage. Upon witnessing this scene, his furrowed brows loosened up slightly. "Thankfully, we have the help of these Inhumans. I never imagined that Black Phantom's influence would still protect us." Bennett let out a sigh and muttered with a complicated tone. Gila was standing behind him and leaning against the wall. Her face was expressionless as she looked at the endless refugee tents. Ah! All of a sudden, a strange cry could be heard from the refugees, and countless individuals had an outburst of the virus. This was the most frightening part of the virus. It could break out at any time. The refugee camp that was barely able to maintain its order immediately became chaotic. A few million infected individuals became red-eyed, and a large battle broke out. The scene was extremely stunning, and the loud commotion was like a deafening tsunami of sound. A small portion of refugees who did not break out in the virus sat down on the ground while trembling. The guards on the sanctuary walls were also completely dumbfounded. Bennett's expression changed, and his arms grabbed onto the edge of the wall. He used so much force that his fingerprints could be seen on the wall. With so many people gathering here, the moment there is a collective outburst of the virus, the consequences are dire. When the symptoms of the virus recede, the number of casualties are probably in the millions. All of the players stopped their mission at hand. This was the first time that they witnessed a collective outburst of the virus, and they were extremely shocked. There were some who turned on the recording feature. They had witnessed war before, but the sight of a large gang fight between a few million people was a first. The refugees did not use any weapons and had only used their fists or teeth to fight. They were like extremely bloodthirsty beasts. We must stop them. If not, many people will die. Send out all our forces and knock out all the infected individuals. Bennett immediately issued an order. Every infected individual deserved the opportunity to be saved. With so many people killing each other before his eyes, Bennett could not watch without doing anything. Rumble. Right at that moment, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from afar, getting louder and louder. Looking toward the horizon, countless beasts were sprinting over in a majestic fashion. The beasts on planet Aquamarine had also been infected with the mutation virus. Originally, the environment of the wilderness had been extremely dangerous, and it had become even more difficult to survive now. Furthermore, the outbreak of virus between beasts and humans was different. While the infected beasts would become violent, they would form a large herd and move around together. At times, they would fight each other, and other times they would attack the cities. The beast tide charged straight into the refugee camp and began a massacre. The refugees were bitten and trampled on by the beasts, and a bloody scene unfolded. It was as though a heavy cavalry legion had charged into a bunch of defenseless commoners. Pa! Bennett crushed the corner of the city walls and shouted with anger, "Not good!" A beast tide actually came at this moment. Quickly, save them. If we do nothing, all of the refugees will die. At that moment, a huge change occurred on all the players' interfaces. The total progress of mutation disaster fell by 10,000 points in the blink of an eye, and all of them triggered an urgent mission. The mission requirements were to save as many refugees outside the city as possible, with the reward ranging from 50,000 to 200,000. The fewer deaths, the higher the reward. Furthermore, the total progress of their mission was falling rapidly, and if they did not save the refugees quickly, more than half of their hard work over the past 2 days would go to waste. Quickly, go out of the city and save them. Requesting for a party. Anyone will do. I just need to fill up the party. The players in the city immediately became frantic and charged out of the city to save the refugees. After knocking out the infected individuals, they sent them into the sanctuary. Apart from saving the refugees, Bennett sent out a portion of players to delay the beast tide. The number of beasts was truly too great, and there were 300,000 beasts at the very least. They would not be able to kill the beasts anytime soon and could only stall for time so that they could save as many refugees as possible. Gila had already charged into the beast tide, and her dark red energy was released without any restraint. One after another, the beasts fell. The players in the surroundings also engaged in an intense battle with the beasts, and they were drenched in the beast's blood. Killing was what she specialized in, and battle was already ingrained in her bones. It was an ordinary action to her, just like eating or sleeping. However, Gila truly had a complicated emotion during that battle. She used to be an executioner who killed the innocent, and this was the first time that she had been fighting in order to save the lives of others who had nothing to do with her. Rumble. The entire situation was extremely messy. The refugee camp was sandwiched between the beasts charging in on one side and the players trying to save as many people as possible. Both sides were charging toward the center, and the infected refugees did not know how to escape, still engaged in battle. Even with Bennett's strength, he also felt that the situation before him was extremely messy. His palms were covered in sweat as he looked at the situation nervously. There are far too many beasts, and their attack rate is at least 4 per second. We cannot tank the damage at all. Damn it! My morale is crushed. My ass has been smashed. Gaps are everywhere, and we cannot block them at all. The players who were blocking the beast tide felt completely helpless, and players were dying every second. While they could revive, they needed time to run out from the sanctuary, and it would delay time. What they needed most was time, and their mission progress was falling every second, causing all the players to get extremely anxious. Xiao! Just as the situation was becoming dismal, a deafening roar came from the sky. Despite the chaotic and noisy environment that they were in, everyone could clearly hear the deafening roar, and they all turned to look up at the sky. A few hundred egg-shaped metal pods then descended down from the sky and began burning up like fireballs. It was like a few hundred descending meteors, and their landing location was right at the doorstep of the sanctuary. Boom, boom, boom. The metal pods landed on the ground and filled the ground with cracks. The next moment, the doors to the metal pods opened, and a person walked out from every single metal pod. They were dressed in armor and held weapons in their hands. Their styles were extremely varied, and they were obviously guests from outer space who did not belong to planet Aquamarine. Everyone looked over with curious gazes and immediately knew that these metal eggs were airdrop pods from space. These uninvited guests were warriors from the galaxy. Just as everyone wanted to ask about their intentions, a man dressed in black who was wearing a mask waved his arm, and the 100 or so galactic warriors charged toward the beast tide. Boom! The galactic warriors displayed their powerful combat capabilities and immediately took over the battle. The previously seemingly unstoppable beast tide seemed to have run into a metal wall. A few hundred people displayed strength greater than the surrounding thousands of players. A look of shock flashed through Gila's eyes. She was on the battlefield and could clearly feel their strength. Almost all of the galactic warriors gave her a sense of pressure that was even more powerful than what Bennett gave her. Furthermore, Bennett was the most powerful being on planet Aquamarine at the moment. This meant that any single one of those galactic warriors was more powerful than Bennett. With an unknown force interfering, danger was averted. Only the black-masked man remained by the gates of the sanctuary without making a move. Bennett jumped off from the city walls and walked forward toward the masked man. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you helping us? Bennett had seen the captured Goddard observer before and thus did not lose his cool when seeing aliens. But the very next moment, his expression, which he tried to keep cool, turned into shock. Xiao raised his arm and took off his mask to reveal his appearance. A smile could be seen on his lips, and he felt as though he was extremely suave. It's been a long time, Bennett. Why are you so surprised? What, you didn't think that I'd return? Bennett's body immediately froze up, and he did not dare believe what he had just seen. His lips trembled, and his look of shock turned into one of crazed joy. Gila, who was far away, was also shocked. The instant that Xiao took off his mask, almost every player fell into shock, following which, they burst into joy at reuniting after a long parting, and their morale increased greatly. This familiar figure was like a stimulant that injected all the players with a wave of hot blood. All of them were agitated to the point their scalps turned numb. It's him. Black Star has returned. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.